am so sorry. I'm behind on my time. I am so behind on everything. I apologize. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We are here. Oh my God, y'all. I'm so behind. I apologize to everybody. Let me listen. I came on camera today. I'm so behind on my time. I threw on a hat. We're here. We are here. We are here. How y'all doing? Happy Sunday to all of you. I hope all of you guys are doing well. Oh my God, we got a lot to talk about. Y'all. So I wanted to do, because I just want to do more on camera live streams, but I was reminded, first of all, how y'all doing? I apologize for my lateness. I am so sorry to all of you. Thank you all so much for being patient with me. Colleen was up in here. Number one, make sure you guys hit the like button. I apologize for my, I'm so behind. I'm like 30 minutes, 34 minutes behind. So my apologies to all of you all who were waiting. I appreciate you guys' support, and I do apologize. I'm just running behind, running behind. And I wanted to make sure that the camera and everything was set up so that I could come on camera. So we're gonna have a fantastic show. We're doing another little marathon, just catching up on some of the content of. Oh my goodness, Alex Jones came out and said something. I was reminded that Nicki Minaj went and spoke at TPUSA. Okay, girl. So I guess we need to check that out. I'm gonna tell you how right now my facial expressions speak louder than words. So when I'm sitting here giving my reactions and stuff like that, I speak through my facial expressions as well. Nicki Minaj went to Turning Point USA. That was a thing that happened. All right. Okay. We're gonna have to check this out. Because I can't believe it. Like, and I'm listen. People have the ability to change and all these things. I believe that we all have to be saved by grace. You know, and so hopefully, whatever transformation change she's having, that it sticks is permanent. It's something that she's serious and genuine about and legitimate about. Because otherwise, let me tell you something. Nicki Minaj. All right. Who still likes having beef with rappers? Like, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. I'm like, oh, she did speak. Okay, cool. We gonna hmm, we're gonna watch it. Yeah. So hopefully you guys are ready. We have some video clips. The one that I was sent over. I guess we could start with this. This is one that I was sent over from one of you guys sent me the link, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a pay behind a paywall because Candace be stupid sometimes. She'll go and strike a video. You got it behind my book club. No, you know. I mean, even Milk Bar. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Hope all is well, brother, with you. But he was like, it's fair. I mean, but you just sitting here accusing the whole executive branch of government being involved in somebody's murder. Why you could say that on your regular show? Like, don't be a coward now. We all know she is. So I wanted to make sure that this video was not behind a paywall. So shout out to all of you all. So thank you so much for tuning in. Colleen was up in here. Jacqueline, how you doing? The Rubber Soul, what's going on? How you doing? Yes, it was for 4 p.m. I am so sorry, you guys. I'm super late. We are so late. I'm so sorry. We are up in here. Francisca, how you doing? Shout out to my mods. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And listen, my mods give a heads up to say be respectful in the chat. They only saying that once. And then after that, people are gonna get comments gonna get blocked and booted. Because we gotta be respectful up in here. Respect my mods. Everybody wants to talk about freedom of speech and stuff. That's cool. It's cute. But it doesn't mean that we have the right to sit and read your nonsense either. So be respectful and you know, give your commentary, give your opinion. That's fine. But it don't have to get done. All right. So I appreciate all of you all. So let's start with this. This is a video. I'm assuming where she was talking about something with the autopsy. Why I don't know, but I told you all she was going to do this because that's what she does. She recycles her conspiracy theories. Candace, we all know you do it, girl. But that's what she does. And so she went back to this whole autopsy ordeal in this video, child. It was just like, what do you mean? It, an autopsy was done. She can't get it. The end. Candace, because you're not his wife, you're not getting it. So, what's going on, Sam's? How you doing? Oh man, I'm so late, Mister. What's going on, CC Poetry Princess? Happy Sunday, hey all. Amy Miller, what's happening? Frankly, my dear, where you been? Oh man, it's been a lot happening here. Dana Hawks, hello, Lady Luck. I love you. What's new today? Candace the detective. Child, Bert, AB talking about some apologies not accepted. Oh, I'm sorry. How you doing, honey? Heather said, "What's going on? Looking good, lady." Thank you. Listen, I'm feeling hat on, y'all. It's hot. Running around here just trying to, I don't know, get situated for the week. I appreciate you all for being patient with me. Hi everyone. God bless. You didn't know? Yeah, I knew, but I didn't really like. I was reminded, like, hey, you haven't checked it out. That's what I mean. Like you didn't go over the the Nicki Minaj spill at Turning Point. And I was like, ah, no, I didn't. Y'all. All right. You don't have to apologize. You're awesome. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. I do apologize to you all because some people were like, oh, you had me waiting for 34 minutes, Lady Luck. Like, I don't like to be inconvincing to people like that. I really don't. Yeah, I try my best to, if I'm behind, I run behind. But I try my best not to have you guys waiting like that. So I apologize to you guys. Jimmy says, I wonder what Candace did with the 330,000 for 30 hours a week with the nonprofit that she sold to Charlie Kirk. Y'all, optimized consulting. So I went looking for the tax documents. I can't find them. But I have what going on their website. They did a case study on BLEXIT. Optimized Consulting did a case study on BLEXIT as well as a pack for Turning Point. It's a Turning Point pack. So with packs, those are 501c4s. And you can, donate to the political sector with lobbying and all those things. As long as it's registered as that, and the documents are uploaded and filled out correctly, you can have a pack. But optimized consulting, man, the intertwining with these LLCs between BLEXIT and then of course TPUSA, it's like y'all can find somebody else, anyone else. The connections it's too close, man. You're too close. So, but it's nothing wrong. It's just this is what BLEXIT was involved in. And Candace will not speak on this stuff, and I don't know why. Where are the tax documents for Optimized Consultant LLC? Because I know I had my access to that information. We went over Olympic Media. Why I don't see Optimizer Consulting LLC? I don't know. Can't make this up. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Sometimes you just gotta laugh to keep from having a headache. Y'all. What's going on, Mila? How you doing? Candace keeps her coat running around like a fort in a mitten. You can't make this up. Yeah, they on double time right now. The bots on double time. They gotta push out this. They gotta try to keep up with all her dumb narratives. So they go out and they push out her narratives. The cult members are sitting here trying to, combat. No, that's not it. That's not what she said. No, you're wrong. And we still say what we want to say. It changes nothing. You're changing nothing. You're certainly not changing my mind. Candace. You help her. At least keep your bots and your cult numbers in check. Don't let them get to the point where they're sitting here making threats on people. I'm not cute about that. Like, no. You don't get to make a threat to someone's life because they don't agree with you. That's not how that works. You can't make this up. Amy said, I'm so confused about the assassin part. Was she saying it in a sexy way, or was she saying it was as in Charlie? Who knows, child? We heard about Candace's so-called assassination attempt, like someone trying to take her life. You know, that whole narrative just went out the window. Is she going to revisit that this week? Candace, what day are you going to be covering that again? Like, we all know you're recycling stuff. Because this whole thing with Mitch Snow is going to go out the window. It's really going to be hard for her to recover from that. And are they still raising money for him? Because they're, what, $142,000? Something like that. It's so crazy. But let her coat tell it. Content creators and independent journalists like myself, we're wrong for getting $50 in supers. Like, why are you getting money for this? Why is he getting money? Why is somebody who has lied, who abuses women, he's weaponized his son for no reason, raising $141,000? He can't even produce court documents to prove that he's going after the government. What's out there, it's been dismissed because failure to prosecute. You can't make this stuff up. So I don't feel bad when I get supers. I just don't. And I bless God for them. Thank you all. Like, people don't have to donate, but I'm grateful when people do. He's getting $141,000 on what again? Legal fees for what? That's what we have with this. Yeah. Who knows what's going on with Candace? Thank you for your content. Thank you, Alec Griffin. I appreciate that. I enjoyed BLEXIT TP USA and never seen Candace do any work on the streets like we did with activism. She was paid $330,000 a year for 30 hours of work. Yeah, exactly. And based on the text document. Shout out to you, Jimmy Traces. So she even had her VP. He was only working 5 hours a week. Wonder how much he was getting paid. Really. Because he benefited a lot more than 5 hours a week worth of work. And this is Brandon Tatum, the coward who doesn't have a spine. And he can't tell her, produce evidence. But that's what he's supposed to be trained and understand the art of producing evidence as an officer or having been some form of officer. She's got people who were former litigators, not even demanding evidence, like a Megyn Kelly, or someone that worked with law enforcement, like a Brandon Tatum. For some reason, evidence is not a thing to them anymore. And they don't even demand it from her. That's what's so ridiculous about all of this. It's ridiculous. So, $330,000 a year. And then it goes to TPUSA. Why did they even buy it? And they were negative $1.7 million in the hole. You can't make this stuff up. What's going on? Tracy Candace is ticked off that Andrew Clavin and gave Erica alibi. Gave Gary Erica's alibi. Oh, Andrew Clavin? Is it Clavin? COVID, right? You gotta be kidding me. I haven't. Oh God, we got so much to catch up on. Y'all, we're gonna get started. Shout out to all of you all. Thank you all so much. Shout out to my mods. Hey, S-Files, how you doing? What's going on? No reply. What's happening? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Brandon is putting out shorts, rubbing his hands together like a fly bragging about Candace. He's trying to prove a point that no one cares about. Brandon Tatum, Candace is not your wife. Why are you defending her so profusely? We don't care. Neither of you clowns pay our bills. We don't care, bro. We don't care. Like, you can't make this stuff up. The number of people who think that her and Charlie were BFs makes me think that these people are not new followers. TPUSA needs to set the record straight that Charlie distanced himself from Candace. Yes. And they unfollowed each other. That could have been like, isn't there a way to see that? Where they unfollowed each other? I'm sure someone got a screenshot of that. You can't make this up. Tifa were in the comments bashing Gary and Andrew for giving the wrong date, as if Candy doesn't make mistakes about Utah time. Candace, you thought time was a whole time zone, girl. Bye. Bye, Felicia. You can't make this. I'm watching while I work. I'm trying to get my business up and running. Okay, Amy. Shout out to you for listening. And shout out to you, honey, for running that business. Be a boss lady. There's nothing wrong with that. Take care of your business. No proof she had death threats. Mitch Snow is a fraud. Exactly. Exactly. I'm so tired of this woman thinking she's entitled to any and every piece of evidence in this case, and that people owe her an alibi. Yeah, Candace, she's got to learn the hard way. Heifer, no one owes you a damn thing. No one owes you anything. You got to keep learning that the hard way. Good luck when you go to court. Yeah, I looked at the calendar. Still no hearing is scheduled yet because they have it to January 9th, her attorneys, to do a reply to the response to the motion to dismiss. It's like a bunch of back and forth. So we do have some Nicholas Brooks videos as well. We're going to check out. I did try to pull them up. I didn't see them. I'm on ProPublica. I got the BLEXIT tax documents, Jimmy. But the Optimized Consulting, that LLC that she paid over $554,000 to, that's the tax documents that I saw up because we were going to cover them after we did Olympic Media. I don't see them. Optimized Consulting LLC. This is based in Texas. I don't even see them. And I'm like, where did those tax documents go? So we got BLEXIT. We're going to go over that at the end. But nothing about Optimized Consulting. Can't find them anywhere now. But they got 550. Let me see. Yep, because we got to do this. $553,000 in 2022. Because I'm like, I know I'm not crazy. They gave them too much money for them to not have any. Now I can't find the tax. It was the 990 easy forms as well. Like Olympic Media, they had the 990 tax forms. I can't find them for Optimized Consulting anymore. Funny how that works. Moment I say I'm going to go over those tax documents, they're not on ProPublica. BLEXIT is still here, but not that LLC. But we saw Olympic Media LLC on ProPublica. Not Optimized Consulting. Nope, nothing. So somebody doing some shicey stuff here. It makes no sense. They had a 990 easy filing form. It completely gone. So before we get into it, y'all make sure you guys hit that like button. Yeah, $553,694 paid in tax year 2022. And Optimized Consulting, their tax forms are not available. It's, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We're gonna go ahead and check out this video, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started. Get into Nicki Minaj. I'm gonna eat while we do that, and then Nick Brooks, Alex Jones, some clips from Paramount Tactical where he actually has a copy of the DD-214. And it was another form he showed in the previous live stream he did, not the one from yesterday, I think the one day before yesterday. So I want to go over that, and then we'll go over Optimized Consulting. Why don't they have the tax forms available? Who knows? So put a one in the chat if you guys can see and hear this. Let's get to it. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Wait, what? What question she forgot to ask? Why? Your cult members say this all the time. They repaved everything, but she won't go to the campus. Candace will not go to the UVU campus for herself, and then she can see what was done. You don't need to ask about that. Just fly out there to UVU. That's a simple question, but yet her cult members and her bot speak to that as if, I guess they could say that with a blessed assurance, but they only take what she says, and she won't go out there to the campus. Get to ask about something like that. Like, why did you think they repaid it? Huh? Hold on. So they don't always do Doge, and she made it seem like they did. Oh, I need any captions, y'all. No, there's no captions on this. Oh my good God. Because the way she speaks, it's like you gotta read the words just because she'll do a slide of the tongue to try to make it seem like she did or didn't say something when she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Huh? Y'all can't hear? Ah, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go back. So you guys can't hear it. That's something else. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, you guys put a one in the chat if you can hear it. I just refreshed it. Let me know if you can hear that. Can you all hear? It's playing. Can you guys hear it? Nope. That's weird. Why can't you all hear it? Mm. Okay, I'll tell you what. Since you all can't hear that, I'm gonna upload it. It's still no sound. Okay, I'm gonna upload that and then just put it on the members only, and then we'll do it like that. Because there is no reason why you all should not be able to hear that. Yeah, that's weird. Um, yeah, I'm gonna upload that one. Okay, we'll go to Nicki Minaj. Let me see if I can upload that video right quick. Because that is weird. I downloaded this and saved it. Ah, that sucks. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to upload that. I'm just gonna upload it to my YouTube channel. Because y'all should be able to hear that. All right. So let's go to Nicki Minaj. She went to Turning Point. She said words. She gave a speech. So
now heading live.
We're gonna see this because yeah, I was like, Lady Club, you gotta check this out. All right, we'll check this out. I don't have anything for or against Nicki Minaj. I never listened to her music like that. There was one photo she took on the red carpet where it was just a beautiful, simple, classy photo of her in a black dress with her hair down, just simple. And I said, that is a beautiful photo. That was it. And I don't keep up with Nicki Minaj. So I'm curious as to why she would be invited to TPUSA. Of all the people that Erica Kirk could have asked. I'm just curious. So, all right.
As we see Erica Kirk, and we're hearing Nicki Minaj taking to the stage right here. Let's listen in.
Y'all let me know if you can hear. Oh no. Why are they playing that song as the intro? It's copyrighted, by the way. Why is that song playing as the intro coming in? Is this a church? Can y'all tell me this? Are they in a church? I don't understand this. Oh man. What I have it, LLC. I can resend it. Okay, yes, please. You talking about the video with Candace? Yeah, please. Can you all hear this? Nope, political event. So then, okay, so the place where they are at, this is not a building that TPUSA owns. It was about her meeting Trump. I don't think they're in a church. Okay. AmFest is a political organization, not a church. Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, you listen. We're learning here. Why did they let her come in on that song though? Because I mean, they still have AmFest is the political part. So they don't. I saw people praying and stuff like that. So they don't. I guess I don't know. Okay. I'm just trying to figure that out. Why let her come in on that song? Anything else they could have played? They could have just played some regular music. Okay.
Hi. Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful.
So weird.
I mean,
thank you. I'm honored to be here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having
all right,
me.
Girl.
Love you guys. So we're just gonna dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gavi Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Why is she calling him Gavi Poo?
One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav, not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
So I'm just gonna let you riff. Like,
what was that?
I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavi Poo.
Tread lightly?
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well,
yeah,
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
he has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly, having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes, that being on. You'll never understand. Like, that person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies, and that's not. And it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me. Well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that. But both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world. With the younger people and older people, with the people and people, they have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you?
Yeah, I have something longer than what's here. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen. Can the students in the room raise your hand?
Okay. I'm going to pause here because I want to say this. If Nicki Minaj, you know, and I'm, if she's presenting herself like a young lady and this and the third, and she's speaking at this event talking about God, and I guess I think politics, for me personally, I'm just not political. I'm neutral with it. God is not going to be asking me on Judgment Day, who did I vote for? So, but if you're trying to represent yourself in a different limelight, why are her legs just on stage for display here? Like, girl, put on something that's covering more of your, don't, you know, why you got all this showing? I just don't get it. I'm gonna show you all the photo that I just found to be, and it was on the red carpet. This is Minaj. It was just a beautiful, simple photo. And people were like, I didn't even know it was her. Just a beautiful, simple photo of her in a black dress. Her hair was down. She just looked like a simple young lady. It wasn't over the top or anything. And it's like, okay, if you could dress like that to go to the red carpet, I don't understand. Why are you sitting there dressed like that, wearing that skirt, and everybody can see? That's the girl. It was just a simple, elegant photo on the red carpet. I'm gonna try to find it, but because she wore a couple black dresses. So, but this one was just like, wow, this is just a beautiful, simple photo, and she didn't overdo it. Just black dress, nice hair. That's it. Looked like a young lady, and that was it. So, if you look like that on the red carpet for that event, for whatever it was, why are you wearing this short dress and you got young men sitting in front of you? I'm just old fashioned. I'm sorry. That's just me. I'm old fashioned. Someone would have came to me and said, "Baby, put this towel over your legs. Why you got your legs showing like that? Baby, don't do that." One of the mothers from the motherboard would have came to me and threw something over my legs. I would have had to cover up. I'm old fashioned like that, and I didn't grow up like that. It just, So when you're speaking at this type of event, you have, you're there at the very least, speaking to Christians. You got young men there. You got college kids there. Set an example. No one has to dress like this. This is weird. It's just so weird. All this like showing for nothing. Just at the very least, take a page from what Erica Kirk is wearing. She's got on some nice pants, nice top. She's worn a lot of pantsuits. It's just more appropriate. Aside from, it's hard to follow what she's saying here. And was she making a threat to Gavin Newsom? Obviously, Gavin Newsom has pissed off Nicki Minaj in more ways than one.
This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nicki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people know.
Courageous and bold on your campus. Nicki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine, we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not this is not what the world used to feel like. And
you're speaking out loud and speaking your opinion right now in real time. No one has ran up to her and told her to stop talking or anything. She is literally speaking. When you talk, listen, oh man, because you have these moments where people want to weaponize First Amendment rights and free speech. And then they want to say, oh, when someone disagrees with you, oh, you're trying to shut me up. We can't have our own opinion. No, you have your opinion. You're literally giving your opinion right now. It's the same ploy that Candace throws out here. They're trying to shut me up. And yet she's done almost 4 months worth of shows where no one is telling her to shut up. She still says what she wants. It's just people don't have to agree with you. And depending on what you're saying, there's a consequence for that. No one ran up here and told her to, oh, you might want to just not say that. Like, you're literally saying what you want to say. So I think the issue is more so people don't know how to disagree without resorting to name calling or saying, oh, you're not as bright. Well, give me some evidence then. And evidence coming from Candace Owens, because a lot of her bots and her cult members say this. Show some evidence of what she said she was going to post. That's it. If you want to sit here and talk about Charlie Kirk's memory and what he was trying to do, what he was trying to do was help to foster healthy debate. But you need to be able to support what you say with some facts and evidence. And cite your sources. It can't just be because I said so. I can't tell you all what's on some tax documents and don't show you that. In the end, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you the website for Optimized Consulting, how they did work for TP's USA's PAC, BLEXIT. I'm going to show you this. But I don't expect anybody to just take what I say and run with it. And if someone disagrees, oh, we can't even have debate now. No, we can't have debate if you start resorting to name calling and cussing and doing dumb things, making threats and stuff. Then that's kills the idea of debate. The people who are now supporting Candace, they never cared about Charlie Kirk or what his vision and what his goal was with TPUSA. They don't care about any of that. They're just following along what Candace says because they see that she's, in their mind, a lot of these people that are now jumping on board with her, oh, she's attacking TPUSA. We never liked them anyway. As opposed to them being indifferent about it. And then I learn as I go with this. You guys give me information about TPUSA. You give me historical information. I'm debunking Candace. But I can appreciate what Charlie Kirk was trying to do with fostering debates, healthy debates. It's a staple here in the U.S. where we should still be able to do that, especially when it comes to, politics. When it comes to you trying to vote for someone, they should have a platform. The challengers should be debating each other. They should be putting out the ideas and drawing from their constituents on what they want to do to help shape their platform, their policies. Some changes they want to make should be based upon what the people are saying as well, because those changes affect all of us. So there's nothing wrong with that concept. And anyone else free to have your opinion of Charlie Kirk or how you want to think about him. But I can appreciate him doing that. But when it comes to someone saying, I don't agree with you, that doesn't mean that they're trying to silence you. Is it the definitions of these terms that's getting lost in the wind here? Because that whole, defense, that response is just asinine. And it's being overused and abused and weaponized. And for what? People don't have to agree with you. It's not an attack. It's not someone trying to silence you. They just don't damn agree. It's that simple. She can still sit here and say what she wants.
Especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. I mean, they deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. We should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you
media,
it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not going to have it. And I love this. It's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it, and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo.
She was on the best behavior.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves.
Oh, Alcatraz.
They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad.
Her husband's a registered sex offender. That is crazy. Wow. I don't keep up with Nicki Minaj at all. Nicki twerking for Jesus. Nicki twerking for Jesus. Oh no. He just like, no, don't need that. No thanks. Aren't you married, young lady? How the hell can she relate to them? I don't get it. They asked her to speak, right? Like this is their surprise speaker. I mean, from what Erica Kirk said, this is something that Charlie Kirk did every year where he had this surprise speaker just come out. But all right, Nikki.
Because we're going to stay joyful,
Yep.
and peaceful, and iconic, and smart, and we're going to stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think by ourselves on our own.
No one's stopping you from thinking. No one's stopping her from thinking.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country, that we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized, all because of their religion. And that should spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced by the bullies anymore, okay? Know that. Hear that. Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen.
Amen.
What?
I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
Amen.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure.
Can you put on a longer skirt before you start talking about God here? Did you say amen? Y'all, if she breaks out an anaconda, I'm done. You can't make this up. What? Get Erica Kirk. Like the idea, let me have a surprise guest come out and just say things. Yeah, that's gonna be Nicki Minaj. How did we get? Amen. All aboard. You can't make this up. You might as well just say that. Oh man, my kids had me watching a lot of Christmas movies and stuff. It was fun. Yeah, this is child, Nikki. Amen. All right, I'm gonna start saying it. Amen. Then y'all better say amen back.
Well, my relationship with God started when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things
Lord help the
got
children.
spicy in the house, like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she
would
would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this faith that made people think, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, like, I had that faith instinctively once I started hearing about God and, you know, just getting more into the Bible. I got baptized when I was about, yep, amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from not God, but from fellowship. You know, I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, you know, God is in my heart. And, you know, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, you know, like if you haven't seen a long lost best friend for, you know, for a long time and then you bump into them again, that's how it's been feeling for me. Like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, you know, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you. And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased, but if God is pleased. And when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. As soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young. And first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major, to be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life.
Lord, can I just ask you to give me immediately $30 million? I want $30 million. And I'm just asking, Lord, for that to be given to me immediately. Because that would be great. I don't know. Let's see. God is always listening, but sometimes he'll tell you no. Okay. So even if he answers you, you might not get the answer you want. Because I've been praying for a money tree to grow in my backyard. It's not here yet. Sometimes you got certain things, man. Oh, you gotta laugh at, you know, to keep from having a headache. I say follow the word of God on this. Don't use God like an ATM. Don't think you can just walk up to God and just say, this is gonna happen immediately. This is what I want, the end, and that's it. Sometimes God is like, I'm sorry, you say what now? Let me see. You know, 3 seconds for me is like 10 years for you. I'll let you know how I feel about that. Like, God is not a pushover. They don't go trying to pimp God out. Okay, let's not have that mindset that you know, if I ask God to do it right now, he's gonna answer me right now. Don't let God have to remind you who's God. Let me just put it like that. That's how we're gonna leave it.
It tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations, you guys are amazing. Okay, know it, feel it.
All right, Nikki.
Yes. Proudly. Be
Yes.
it proudly.
Amen.
Be who you are proudly.
Amen.
Yes.
So what have you, I mean, you're an amazing mother. What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young Black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that way. If as Black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as Black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Amen. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of?
Wait, when did this happen? What is she talking about? Who said, wait, who said anything about you can't say another woman is a pretty girl? Oh, that's a pretty young lady. Like, who said that? I literally complimented her in the beginning and said there was a award show where she was on and she had, was an absolutely beautiful dress, beautiful hair. It was simple. She didn't overdo it, and she looked very classy and very ladylike and very elegant. She could have said I was wearing minimum makeup and I would have believed it because she was just, it was a beautiful look for her. I gave her props on that. I don't. Where is she getting this from? I don't. Who's doing this?
Loving themselves and loving the way they look. Mm-hmm. Like isn't that wild? Yeah. And so for little girls,
what is
I
she
don't
saying?
Want what was done to little Black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique. You are beautiful. You are you, and you can compliment another girl. You can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say for the girls. And I know I know my adults understand clearly where I'm going with that. Where I'm getting, I don't like that. I don't like people making other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins, so they haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum.
What is the deal with this guy?
Dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
I'm confused.
Yes, we did. I love you.
Where'd she get this from?
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I do not judge that.
Sister. Thank you.
She said assassin J.D. Vance. I'm just confused at where this is. What is she saying? Where did she get this from? Thank you, Francisca. respectful in the chat. And that's the only time she's gonna say this. Shout out to my mods. Thank you, my Wow Miguel. Maybe they win a Big Tent. S Files. What's going on? It's the radical left. I'm not going to say the left because that's not fair. Yeah, I don't even know what is she talking about. It was a joke since they say JD killed Charlie. Okay. I was like, what is she talking? All right, Nicki Minaj.
For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Shout out to my mods.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, like one category of mean or, other words.
They want to put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you intimidate them, and they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up.
They will.
And so they'll put a label on you. But, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, but I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact,
what I meant by
I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the.
Okay, so she was saying that as a jab at Candace, because Candace accused everybody in the executive branch of being a part of Charlie Kirk's assassination plot. Got it. Okay. I was like, we should get it. Why JD Vance? Okay.
World. And I held on to that so much because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience of in heaven. And I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students.
So is Nicki Minaj prepared to just abandon her following? If she's saying the barbs, I had to look this up. And most of her audience, her following, are supporters from the LGBTQ community. So is she abandoning them? What's happening here?
And everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, we are doing this for Charlie and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're a conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord, say that word to yourself out loud or internally to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nikki, I want to ask you in closing, what is something that you want to leave as a legacy in this world for your family, for your baby, for just everything?
Well, that it's okay to change your mind. Yeah, it's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. They project fear, shame onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the
so if she's teaching, then you expect you know, it's natural to assume that her followers are going to, you know, take heed to what she's saying then, right? I mean, they would have to even express what they've learned from this. What have you all learned from this? Listening to this video, because you know I saw a comment that said she's teaching. Okay, so she's teaching. Hopefully, that means that someone is learning, because that's the only reason why you're going to teach, because you want someone to learn. So what do you think her audience is learning? Her followers, the Barbs. Let's speak to the Barbs for a minute. What do you think they're going to learn from this? Where they're going to still remain her supporters and followers? Why did she delete her Instagram page if that's the case? Like, why do any of that? There are plenty of people following her on her Instagram page. If she's simply teaching someone something, whatever that is, then wouldn't she be reiterating this message that she's talking about here? And what is the point of what is the objective that you're trying to teach? What do you want people to get out of this at the end of the day? What do you want them to learn? When you're teaching someone, you have an objective. You have a goal. This is what I want people to get out of this. Now, I put information forward. People take from that what they want to take. But when I put out information, I'm telling you all, here's what I've connected the dots. Here's the research. Here's the purpose of why I did this. And here's what I want to share with you all. It's purposeful and it's intentional. What does she want people to learn from this? Boys will be boys and girls will be girls. Okay. Is there anything specific from this that should come out of this? Because her supporters are LGBTQ members. So to say boys will be boys is very vague and ambiguous. It's very general. Right? Are you saying that you no longer support someone who's a boy but wants to be transgender? Well, what is she saying with that? What are people to learn from that? It's a very general statement to make. It's almost like, let me not say anything too specific to piss these people off here, but to show these people over here, you know, I get what you all are saying, and I can agree with that, but just on this very general level. But never speak to what the actual issue is here. I don't. What do you people? What do you want people to learn from that? Boys will be boys, girls will be girls. Okay, that's something we all can agree to, generally speaking. But is that all you're trying to teach us? Is that it? Boys will be boys, girls will be girls. We know that. What is she trying to teach people?
World. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct link for younger people.
Okay.
This is a direct link between young people and God. And there's been a lack of that. There's been a lack of that in our media, in our everyday conversations. People have been, you know, interestingly enough, people have been, Christians have been being persecuted right here in our country in different ways. So when we talk about Nigeria and other countries, know that prior administrations saw nothing wrong with that. And that's what was wrong with them. I truly feel that there are people out there who felt good about chastising Christians right here in our country. And
wow,
it's kind of really, really sick. We can't let people like that be in power, you guys. That's the truth. I can sugarcoat it and laugh and kiki, but the truth is, I am here today to tell you guys that. We absolutely cannot let people who have a problem with us worshiping God, we cannot have them in power. We cannot have them in power. All you have to do is look at what is happening in other places in the world. Look at what is being done to Christians all around the world. And ask yourself why people in this country that were in positions of power felt so comfortable to try to take our voices from us. They were that afraid, they are that intimidated, they are that insecure, they are that small inside that hearing us and seeing us worship God irritated them. Our spirit irritates them because when we speak, they get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide. They don't come out willingly. You gotta pry it out of them. They hide because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worshiping God.
Amen. We love you. Nicki Minaj.
Thank you.
All right. I've gotten some responses up in here. Dialogue. And listen, we don't have to agree. We don't have to agree. Many of you have said, hey, she's trying to teach people to be patient. People said they learned to forgive. Trippier said, I don't know if you're a male or female, but I'm not going to assume that, but Trippier said to learn to be open-minded. Stand for what you believe in, no matter what the backlash, and don't ever apologize for your beliefs. Shout out to Caesar Q. How you doing, honey? Shell says she's teaching folks that you cannot trust celebrities. Once they get to a certain level, that's when you learn who they really are. Black Wolf said his cat. Wyoming Gal said perhaps some of her followers will think about their life and where they are, I guess where they are when they die. Or they may think if Nikki can be bold about her faith, so can I. Okay. I don't believe it was to Candace. Oh, the thing about Assassin JD Vance. Oh, okay. Two Love says she is being used. It is used. It's about Trinidad and the government too. She sold out. Diane says sometimes you have to stand alone in what you believe. I agree to that. She does have millions of young fans that will hear this message. Foxy said, I am tired of people using God to clickbait. Yeah, me too. Colleen said, I thought she was referring to children. Two Love said, why did she just have a concert? She must have needed money. Did she have a concert? Diane said, you can't take it with you. Francisca said, didn't Trump bomb down Nigeria on a Christmas day? Yes, he did. Yeah, oh man. When things like that happen, you have no idea who ends up being taken out along the way. There was to send a bomb because you want to protect Christians everywhere. You want to protect people, but you have no idea who may have been hit and hurt from that. And sometimes the consequences, the backlash, the retaliation from that, it's not calculated. When they make these decisions, they don't think about the consequence and what the retaliation looks like. Yeah. It's oh my God. Did that make it better or worse? Is the question. All right. Marianne said, I guess you all don't care. You can don't guess with me. Please don't do that. I care about people being here, having their lives taken, period. Especially when you're talking about children being involved. They were using kids, you know, to attack people who were Christians. And I don't agree with lives being lost, no matter who's behind the weapon. So don't make that guess with me. You can ask me a question and I will give you an answer, but don't assume that with me. To say that you guess you all don't care about Nigerian Christians being slaughtered by Muslims in northern Nigeria, Nikki cares. That's your assumption. Never said that. Trippier said, "Be open-minded to MAGA the way we are. Open-minded to you too. We accept you, but you're persecuting Christians." I don't know who is you too, or who is you. Who is you two or you? Carmo, this LGBTQ. Okay. CC says, "I hope this isn't Kanye 2.0. I hope she means this." Two Love said, "I'm done with all these celebrities." Yeah, celebrities don't pay my bills, so we talk. They're just people. I think that when we start putting people on a pedestal, then we end up being disappointed when something happens and it's like, I can't believe this has happened. We shouldn't be putting mere mortals on a pedestal, period. And then when they do something crazy or do something wrong, there's this huge letdown. It's like, why? What are we disappointed about? Don't put them on a pedestal. They're regular people. They just got an opportunity that everyone doesn't get to express their talents or gifts or whatever it is. And they got a lot of fame and money out of it. But don't put them on a pedestal. Don't expect them, just the same thing I said about Nicki Minaj sitting here with the skirt with her legs showing. I would say about any young lady when you're sitting up on a pulpit or a stage or wherever you are, and you're speaking about matters concerning God, and you got half your lower body is revealed. It's just not necessary. You don't want anyone to be distracted. You want to be able to get out whatever your message is clearly. And there's a tactful way of doing that. The way we carry ourselves does matter. Because the word of God speaks to that. The way we carry ourselves is very important to God. How do we express, our faith in Christ, our faith in God? And we're walking around here acting and dressing and looking and carrying ourselves like anyone else that's not a Christian. You got to separate yourselves. Separating the wheat from the shaft, you got to separate yourselves. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You got to stand out and choose to be different. If I see anyone else dressing like this and they're not a Christian, and I see 10 people all dressed alike, and they're carrying and conducting themselves all the same, how am I supposed to know the difference between who? How do you know? So what I said about her and her attire, I would say about anyone else that's saying that their faith lies in God, they're a Christian, and they're out speaking to an audience. Thousands of people are here. They're elevated on this stage, and they're wearing this short skirt. Like, yeah, the optics of that does make a difference. So if you is still dressing and carrying on like everyone else, I hear it. How do people know what type of influence are you leaving behind? I think that's a sacrifice we can make if we're Christians to say we're definitely going to try to carry ourselves differently. We're going to pull ourselves apart from what the world thinks and what the world does. We shouldn't be following that. They should be following us. And she didn't have to wear the skirt. She could have worn something that's a little bit longer, some pants. Jesus said, what about Christians in America? Jesus loves you if you believe that he got up from the grave after being crucified and have faith that he gives you salvation through his work and not our works. So you guys are putting down, dropping your comments here. And as you all can see, I don't just delete comments because I don't agree with it. That's what having debate is about. But just because, like I said, people don't agree with you does not mean that they're attacking you. It does not mean someone's trying to silence you. It does not mean that someone's trying to shut you down. They don't want you to speak. I just want to be done respectfully in the chat. But if you can express your opinion without cussing and calling someone a name, or even the accusation and your assumptions, just ask a question. You don't have to assume, not with me. Ask a question. So it's that simple. Somebody said, please let me know when she tells a lie. Till then, you're telling on yourself. What is that? I don't even know what that means. I always trust my gut. There is a freedom of religion for Christianity and atheism and the non-committed philosophers. Somebody said, what a joke. All right, okay. This is so fake and cringe. No, I mean hi, Lady Luck. Okay. I never liked her. I knew she was a faker. People have their thoughts and opinions on things. I'm doing all right, Carmel. Talking about hi, Candace. You don't care. I'm not Candace. She has put herself out there. She needs to walk the walk. You can't know that. Calling you Candace because I thought you was Candace. So it's not. You didn't. Carmel. No, you didn't. Just say you being funny. You can't make this up. Always consequences, unfortunately. Trying to protect ISIS in Nigeria. I don't trust celebrities. This was the last straw. Merry Christmas, Berea Babes. How you doing? Shout out to Berea Babes, another fantastic content creator. If I can get one of the mods to drop Berea Babes YouTube channel link in the chat, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, I don't know why Nicki Minaj should not be stirring up so much controversy to where we can't have dialogue. No one has to trust celebrities or any of that. I don't put my faith in celebrities or in people. My faith is in God. And as a Christian, I believe in praying and reading the Bible and studying scripture myself. Asking God to give me discernment. You know, I can't give him the test, to Nicki Minaj and what her walk is like and her faith is like, but I can't say what the word of God says. You should not want to carry and conduct yourself like you're a non-believer if you're a believer. But that's what the Bible says. So, it's not being judgmental. The Bible also says we're to provide gentle correction to each other in love. That we can, we can correct, rebuke, reprove. Scripture says that. You don't have to be judgmental about it. But I should be walking around here halfway naked. I'm just saying. Or showing too much skin. You leave something to the imagination. You got a husband at home, girl. It's going to be my opinion on it. So, Merry Christmas to you, Berea Babes. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. All right, y'all. Let's get to this next one. I think I got the video up. Candace, we're going to see the video I was trying to play earlier. All right. You all let me know because I had to upload it. Let me know if you can see this. I do have it on the members only. Let me know if you can hear. Because I wanted to play this video in the beginning. So let me know if you can hear. Put a 1 in the chat. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. Let's get to it.
An autopsy occurred. I already told you guys for a fact an autopsy did happen, so I didn't have that on my list of questions because I had already confirmed that.
Can you hear?
Was yesterday your first time speaking with Erica since 9/10? Yes, it was. Will TPUSA own up to the lies as much as you did? Will they defend you publicly? That's actually a good question. It was a private conversation. It would actually be great for them to then have it on the show and to own that they lied. That would be good to exercise some.
Okay, if you guys can hear, I'm going to start it over. That way we can tune into what she's saying. She said, ask me anything in this. This is, I'm assuming this is Instagram or some sort, because it's definitely not YouTube.
Anything surrounding whether or not an autopsy.
So this is after she had her conversation with Erica Kirk, and they're just kind of like, did you ask about this? Ask about that. You know, things that she put out there. So, all right. Since y'all can hear, let's go.
Occurred. I already told you guys for a fact an autopsy did happen, so I didn't have that on my list of questions because I had already confirmed that. Was yesterday your first time speaking with Erica since 9/10? Yes, it was. Will TPUSA own up to the lies as much as you did? Will they defend you publicly? That's actually a good question. It was a private conversation. It would actually be great for them to then have it on the show and to own that they lied. That would be good to exercise some humility, because I feel like I've been public enemy number one, and all I ever did was tell everybody the truth from day one. Does Erica think Tyler killed Charlie? Yes, I think she's already said that on multiple interviews. Was there discussion around UVU remodeling the crime scene? No, I forgot to ask that question, so that was my bad. Did they address the issues? Also, because I don't know that I should have thought about that, but I feel like that's more like a Fed question, and I was trying to focus on like Turning Point USA questions. Did they address the issues with the finances and taxes? They brought an entire tax document thing for me to look through. I'm not an accountant.
Yeah, she didn't look through it, just like she didn't read the indictment. Yeah, this is crazy. That's kind of like, I didn't ask about that. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Charlie, yes, I think she's already said that on multiple interviews.
Yeah, she has.
Was there discussion around UVU remodeling the crime scene? No, I forgot to ask that question, so that was my bad. Did they?
But some of her people said that UVU put down concrete, right? Candace could just call the school. Or how about this, Candace? When you go live, call the school on your live stream. And then everyone can hear in real time what's going on, why they did it. You can ask some direct questions about it. If they answer, they answer. If they don't, then you get over it.
Address the issues. Also, because I don't know that I should have thought about that, but I feel like that's more like a Fed question, and I was trying to focus on like Turning Point USA questions. Did they address the issues with the finances and taxes? They brought an entire tax document thing for me to look through. I'm not an accountant, which is why I haven't spent much time talking about their finances other than the Doge thing, which I was like, that was a weird lie. I don't understand like why Tyler would say that that's like something that he had always done. And they owned that was not something that they had always done. So again, this is the stuff why I feel like we could have benefited from doing a public like live stream.
No, you didn't want to do that. You did not want to do that, Candace. No. You didn't want to do that. Remember, because George said no. You know, I have to go to the High Court of George Farmer and see what he says. Maybe we could do a live stream something. Or no, she didn't want to go out and do it in person. She could have done it in person, not just a virtual thing. No, go in person. That way you don't have any issues about, you know, oh, my audio isn't working. Because, you know, we had this. I tried to play it from a Google Drive. It didn't play. You guys can hear it. So I had to upload it. But see, all those things get eliminated when you're in person. She didn't want that. She could have had this conversation in person. She didn't want that. This could easily have been an in-person conversation, Candace. You chose not to do that. You chose to not go out to Phoenix because George told you no. This is unbelievable. But a live stream somehow would have fixed all of this. Live streams, listen, even if you had technical issues and stuff like that, that still would have been some hindrance in this. Oh, well, we were having issues being able to hear. And then Candace gets to the point where she overtalks everybody. You know, kind of like how she did on her Piers Morgan interview. So then she starts overtalking people, and then people can't hear each other. And then, you know, and then she goes on with these run-on sentences and then acts like Piers Morgan saying her name, Candace. He was saying her name more than anything else. Just trying to get her to stop and give him the opportunity to talk. And then she's insulting him along the way. Do you really think they wanted to deal with that? They've seen Candace in person, in action. She doesn't know how to debate. So no, you could have went in person. Too cowardly to do that. But a live stream somehow, amongst her over talking, audio issues, not being able to hear them, them not being able to hear her, somehow that would have been the best option. No. Nope.
Because they did own a lot of the stuff, and it, like you said, it has not been owned in a public capacity. This person says, was Erica surprised by anything that she wasn't before? I would say, yeah, she was very surprised on one thing that I kind of surprised them with that I hadn't said publicly. And I explained to them that it was a very big reason why I am convinced that someone at Turning Point knows more about Charlie.
Okay. So this is to These Nuts Israel. I find it how your profile name is These Nuts Israel. And you're saying debate her instead of call her names. She doesn't debate. What did I just say? You've seen her debate. You've seen her in interviews. She doesn't know how to debate. She doesn't know how to actually present a point and substantiate it with evidence and then express that point and then let the other person talk. What she does is overtalk, yell, scream, and go on and on and on and on. That's not debating. When Piers Morgan had to keep stopping her just to respond to things, and then she claims she's answering a question he asked, and then she takes that opportunity to go off tangent for 1,000 miles a minute, 1,000 words a minute, and then he has to pull her back in. Okay, well, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. All this overspeak, that's not debating. She can't even present those court documents she said she will post up on her website. Where are those court documents? She claimed this Mitchell Snow guy, this fool, gave her some court documents. Why don't you all tell her to post up court documents as opposed to you copying and pasting the same comment in everybody else's live streams and the comment section in their videos? That's a thought. How about you challenge Candace on the evidence to support the dumb things she says? It's not a matter of culture. It's a matter of reading and comprehension that is faltering by the wayside with Candace Owens. Plus the fact that she doesn't care that she's lying like hell to people. And she's creating these dumb conspiracy theories that are not substantiated. You think she believes those dumb lies she tells? No, she doesn't. As long as she has a bunch of bots that's pushing her narrative and cult members that believe every word she says with no evidence, and they're too scared and too cowardly to ask her for the evidence, she's going to keep lying. And when people like myself come in to debunk her ass, oh, it comes down to the name calling. Child, please. You can't make this stuff up. The buffoonery of it all.
His death. I think they were very shocked by that when I told them what that thing was, which was like basically that somebody inside of Turning Point told me that. I'm not naming names, but somebody inside of Turning Point told me that Turning Point was involved. And they were kind of jaws on the floor about that. And we're like, okay.
Yeah, a liar is a liar. And I'm going to call him a liar. She's lying.
Because I am aware that.
Where's her evidence? Where's the evidence? Lot Street. Where's the evidence? Tell her to post the court documents. Saying things that matter to me at all. It didn't matter to me at all. She's lying when she's making statements purporting it to be a fact and it has no evidence to support it. That is a lie. When you're not telling the truth. Truth comes with documentation and evidence. Because I understand, it's difficult for the cult members and the bots to process definitions of terms. But the definition of the word truth involves documentation and proof, evidence. When she says she's going to post this stuff up on her website, once again, instead of you copying and pasting the same dumb comments, why don't you go to her and say, when are you going to post these court documents you said you will post up? Where's the evidence? She's lying until she posts it up. She's not telling the truth. You don't want to hear that? Oh, no. You're on the wrong channel. You're not convincing me of anything other than that. Where's her evidence? I wish that the bots and the candy ass cult members would go to her and say, you're going to have to start posting up evidence, because there's only so many times we can copy and paste this BS over and over again, saying the same thing. And it's like 8 comments I read saying the same thing. But yet, none of these cowards can go to her and say, when are you posting those court documents you claim Mitch Snow gave to you? And you said it will be on your website. When are you going to do that?
Of what the ripple effect of that will be. And I
can't make this up.
Also, it could very well be, obviously, in terms
okay.
that someone at Turning Point knows more about Charlie's death.
The clown.
I think they were very shocked by that when I told them what that thing was, which was like basically that somebody inside of Turning Point told me that. I'm not naming names, but somebody inside of Turning Point told me that Turning Point was involved. And they were kind of jaws on the floor about that. And we're like, okay. And I was like, look, I haven't put that information out in the public yet because I am aware that of what the ripple effect of that will be. And I also, it could very well be, obviously, in terms of conspiracy, do we think 650 employees at Turning Point USA are in on it? No. But I think it helped them see that I was being compelled by what I'm being told. And I have not told the public every single detail of everything that I've been told.
Why? You haven't told the public every single detail of everything. Why? Because you're trying to stretch it out into content? You see, here's the thing. Here's the beauty of when she doesn't give evidence, and then when others are left to their own opinions and assumptions. Because we get to assume too, Candace. We can all do this. Because she said in the absence of evidence, she's going to make her assumptions, which turn out to be dumbass conspiracy theories, where she ends up digging a hole for herself and bringing fools on her show, to which she still produces no evidence to support anything that they say either. 3 ID cards, 1 blurred, 2 redacted. Can't even verify his name on these ID cards. She didn't ask him for a DD-214, nothing. Or evidence to show that Erica Kirk was at the camp, at the military base, the same time he was. Not even a question of why didn't you pull out your cell phone, take a photo? What's the military surveillance camera footage from the base? Because cameras are everywhere. Is there a FOIA request we can do to the military police that kicked his ass off to get their body camera footage? Because they should have been wearing body cameras. Basic evidence, video footage she could produce. She doesn't. And yet she says here, she has a ton of other evidence that she just hasn't put out yet. Why is that? Because it speaks to this whole, I'm just trying to get to who did this to Charlie Kirk. It sounds like you're pacing it just to have content. Because if she doesn't believe that Tyler Robinson is the shooter, that means there's a shooter out there, and somewhere in Candace's alternate reality in her world, there's a shooter out here that needs to be collected off the streets. Why would she not want that person to be picked up? Why would she not want that person to be turned over to the authorities so we can get that shooter off the street? Why would she want to drag that out? It has to be the most cruel thing ever. To drag that out, if you have somewhat of a knowledge or based on a set of facts that she doesn't produce, you can narrow down to 2, 3 suspects who were there that can be ID'd and may have had access to a weapon that should be turned over to the authorities that may be possible options that pulled the trigger on the gun. Why would she want to hold on to any evidence that can actually help an investigation with a murder trial that's about to start for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and that's her friend? Why would she want to hold on to that? But she wants to get down to the bottom of things, right? I'm not going to sit on evidence if I feel that it's fruitful, if it's validated, if it's definitely worth giving to the authorities. I'm not going to sit on it if I feel that this is going to help track down all the people involved in an assassination of someone I claim to love, and in her case, she was in love with. Why would you sit on that? What sense does that make? I'm going to take my time and pace out this evidence that I have that could definitely be helpful in an investigation. Or is it just a bunch of BS that's not? And you're just saying all this because you want people to keep tuning in to your show. Because that's what I'm getting here. Yeah, I have the right to assume that.
At Turning Point told me that. I'm not naming names, but
of course you're not naming names.
That
she would.
Someone at Turning Point knows more about Charlie's death. I think they were very shocked by that when I told them what that thing was, which was like basically that somebody inside of Turning Point told me that.
Somebody in Turning Point told me that. As if they can't just go to that person and just talk to them then. Or as if they would not encourage that person to go talk to the authorities. Once again, it is an act of cruelty and is flat out evil if you have information that can aid in someone going to jail over an assassination of your friend, someone you were in love with, Candace Owens. Because let's just face it, Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk. And you have any evidence or information that will be helpful in putting someone away, and you don't share it. It is cruel and evil to do that. Why would you not want to turn that information over? Why?
Not naming names, but
of course
somebody inside of Turning Point told me that Turning Point was involved. And
somebody
they were kind of jaws on the floor about that. And we're like, okay. And I was like, look, I haven't put that information out in the public yet because I am aware of what the ripple effect of that will be. And
No, the ripple effect is this person being questioned by the authorities, which is what we all would want. If someone is involved, if it's legitimate, we want this person to be questioned by the authorities. It's that simple. No, she won't name names because reasons.
I also, it could very well be, obviously, in terms of conspiracy, do we think 650 employees Turning Point USA are in on it? No, but I think it helped them see that.
So is it 5? Name the 5. So stupid.
That I was being compelled by what I'm being told. And I have not told the public every single detail of everything that I've been told because I am playing a game of chess.
Yeah, because you're playing a game. I am playing a game. That's all I need to see. Because I am playing a game. This is not a game, Candace Owens, farmer. Because you forget you're married to another man. This is not a game. This is someone's life that was lost on national television. Why would you play around with that? She admits it. I am playing a game. I don't care what type of damn game it is, girl. This is the face of evil and cruel. If you've never seen it, this is it. You're playing a game with someone who lost their life, that left 2 young kids behind, where those 2 kids and their mother are getting death threats and kidnapping threats. And she's playing a game with a smile on her face, because I'm playing a game of chess with information regarding a murder. What kind of game is that? What kind of dumb game is this? Just say who did it. Say who did it. Give the names to the authorities, even if you don't give them to the public. This is the face of evil and cruelty. And she's playing a game. Because this is fun for her. And as opposed to her being a human being, because she doesn't have to tell her 4 children why their father is never coming home again. She's sitting here bragging about playing a game.
Also, it could very well be, obviously, in terms of conspiracy, do we think 650 employees of Turning Point USA are in on it? No. But I think it helped them see that I was being compelled by what I'm being told. And I have not told the public every single detail of everything that I've been told, because I am playing a game of chess. I need to figure out.
You're not playing it. This is not chess. This is someone's life that was taken. I don't expect you and your dumb cult members or your bots to give 2 craps. I always say it to the cult members. You guys come in here at your own peril. I don't care how you feel or what you think. When you're parroting this nonsense here, you're thinking that this is a joke and this is a game. And a man lost his life. And she's playing a game of chess. No, she's not. She's a buffoon and a clown who can't post evidence involving someone that came on her show that has nothing but protection orders against him. Weaponizing his son to make it seem like his wife is so bad, so horrible. I mean, it's disgusting. And now helping this same person raise over $140,000 while she plays a game of chess over someone she claims that she loved and cared for as a brother. Obsessing over Charlie Kirk. Getting all these views on her show. No, she's trying to time everything out for content. When is she going to post those court documents on her website? When is she going to post up that FBI text message? I thought there was an assassination attempt on her. Or those transactions from Club Descent. Because her bots, if you notice, they change up their comments to fit what she's saying. It's like day by day almost. But yet they don't answer any questions. Her cult members, they don't answer anything. They had nothing beneficial or useful to the conversation. They just copy and paste what she says. That's what cult members do. And bots are dumb bots. I have no feelings about them one way or the other. They're bots. They're programmed to do what they're doing. But they won't ask her, can you post up the documents you said you would put on your website? Too much like right. Name names. She said 2 weeks ago she was going to name names. Put it up in a Twitter X post. She never named those names. Why? That's some cowardly moves. You can't name these names for the sake of, if this person is involved in an assassination plot, you want that person to face consequences. You want them to face some level of justice here. But you're not going to name the names because of reasons.
Dumb nonsense. To separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak.
Oh, God.
And I think we've done a pretty good job of doing that. So there is that as well. I'm going to do a few more questions here. Darn, I accidentally scrolled to the top here.
Absolutely nonsense.
What do you think? Did you find it strange that Erica has Charlie's phone during this investigation? I find it strange the FBI didn't take his phone. I find it strange you won't name names. But I find that then very I think about it and I'm like, actually, it's not strange because I think the FBI is in on it. She's an idiot.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California attorney, and today we're talking about subpoenas.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Hold on a second, y'all, because I mean, she's playing a game of chess. I'm playing chess. Oh, okay. You're playing chess. Why would you admit that but not say names? Where's the common sense in it? She won't admit who. She has evidence, because evidence means something. She won't say names and give evidence to show that they are part of some sort of plot. But this is a game of chess, and she's wondering about a phone and saying, "Oh, they're a part of it," but you won't name names. You won't go and actually tell the authorities on these people. See what happens. Won't do that though. She's a clown. Oh my God. She's too busy having people on her show that have protection orders, that are lying about abusing other women. You can't make this stuff up. So, y'all, before we get into I want to make sure, because I have we got a lineup. We got a lineup of Nick Brooks that we're going to check out. And I want to make sure I have. Here we go.
Each source before public. I'm Nick Brooks.
So he has 3 videos he's done speaking on the Macron lawsuit. The response is going to be filed by January 9th. And then from there, we expect a hearing to be scheduled. Some sort of status conference of some sort. At least a hearing on the motion to dismiss should be the first hearing to be scheduled, because there is a motion filed in the matter. And he does give great insight, and he gives both sides. But Candace is sitting here saying she's playing a game. She's admitting to it. So I don't even know how else to take this. She won't say names. She said she was going to name names, 2-3 weeks ago? She never did. She won't give any evidence. She won't post up the court documents. And then she brings this fool on her show who turns out, even according to her own people, that George Webb guy. Electronic lynching. It's just things he was saying. It's just so weird. But even someone like him that's trying to be adamant and to defend her to the utmost even said that she had what was the electronic lynching? An electronic hanging word. Because he went to the courthouse and saw all the court documents and realized that this guy he avoids paying child support. He's an abuser. He's had protection orders granted against him. You've got Paramount Tactical and Valhalla and all these other content creators that are actually producing documentation on this fool, this Mitchell Snow, and she's raising money for him. It's funny because George Webb is a clown. Why would he say that? He said there's been an electronic hanging of some sort of Candace today. What do you mean? What the heck is that? He didn't go into the court. Yeah, it was closed. I gotta figure it out. I was like, how did he get this stuff? This court documents that he could get online, by the way. But Paramount Tactical, shout out to Paramount Tactical, actually brought on one of the sons of Mitchell Snow and an ex-girlfriend that he was going to propose to while he's still legally married. Had this woman paying his attorney's fees and bills and got him a vehicle, all these things. He put her through the ringer. And she was accompanied with one of his friends that's a process server. And they both have protection orders against him. You can't make this stuff up. And this is what Candace puts on her show, just like her support of Andrew Tate. I mean, she goes out and supports the worst of the worst. And why now? It's like Candace just loves this abusive nature. It's so gross. So she's helping this guy raise all this money, and of course, claims that it's for some legal costs or legal fees. I don't know why that page is still up. whatever that it's a Go Save Me, something like that. Why is that still up? Who knows? But these are the people she throws her support behind. She's putting everything now on this person because she's playing a game. It's not chess she's playing. Candace probably couldn't play tic-tac-toe if you paid her. If you paid her all the money, Candace couldn't even play a game of tic-tac-toe and win. Definitely nothing more complicated like a checkers. And she can't comprehend chess. Candace is not a chess anything. That's too advanced and complicated for her. We can't get past tic-tac-toe, Candace. Just simple X's and O's. Like, you can't even accomplish that goal. We're still waiting on her to post up these court documents she claims that Mitchell Snow gave to her when she interviewed him or squabbled with him. And then the court docs is out here. It's something where he's playing around with the federal circuit courts. And they dismissed his allegations claim for failure to prosecute. I don't know what court documents he gave to her to show that he is pursuing some matter with the government. But that's what he said. And we always have the captions on for that reason. You can't just listen to Candace. You got to read the words that's coming up on the screen. Because it's unbelievable. The dumb things that come out of her mouth. Child, oh my God. Y'all, Bob said George Webb is the moron that brought us Bob Laser, the failed pimp janitor that allegedly saw aliens. He said Candace Owens, George Webb claimed that Candace Owens had an electronic lynch mobbing. And I'm like, why is he using this terminology? What in the hell? It's just so weird. He said she had an electronic lynch mobbing. That's what George Webb said. You can't make this up. I was sitting here like, is it for real? This dude is real, for real. He was serious, y'all. He was not playing. He said Candace Owens had an electronic lynch mobbing. He brought us failed janitor that allegedly saw a pimp janitor. Lord. Allegedly saw aliens. Candace claims she talks to dead people. So oh God. Man, you can, oh my goodness, y'all. When conspiracies run wild. Diane said connect the dots are out of the question for Candace. Exactly. No reply. I said, yes, Webb is the person that set this up with Candace. Yeah. I can believe that. She has been in this the whole time. It is not organic. This is all scripted. Yeah. Like her shows. Candace, your shows is pre-scripted. You have a thumbnail up. All pre-scripted stuff. Me, I just, off the top of the head, I just talk. I just talk to you all. Read comments and have a conversation with you all. She scripts everything. And George Farmer is still standing behind the camera. Yeah, this is good stuff. Go ahead. Saying nothing. But yet, you're supposed to call out evil when you see it. George, you married it. How do you feel about Candace Owens obsessing over another man again? He's such a clown. Ugh. Boys Club doesn't care about anything. He probably wants Candace to keep doing this so she can make all this money. So I guess when he walks out the door, he can say, well, you made a sizable amount of money, on your show. I mean, you've proven you can make thousands to millions of dollars here. So I don't get what is his purpose at this point? Because he's not saying or doing anything to stop her. Mitch will take that money and use it to further abuse his victims. Yeah. And probably try to bully them into silence or to try to use litigation. I foresee Mitchell Snow trying to weaponize the aspect of litigation and filing defamation lawsuits to try to silence his, estranged wife and his exes and his kids. I foresee that happening. I foresee him saying, I'm going to sue for defamation if you keep going out here saying XYZ. Because people like him, when you don't have a point to make, you don't have a defense, and when the court documents and the evidence is overwhelming, then their next goal is to try to just silence everyone by threatening to file slap suits. And I foresee him doing that. And Candace is helping him raise money just to be able to do that. When this is the stuff that's being granted against him in court. He's the one that's, out here putting his hands on women, and now they're having to go and get protection orders against him. No one is telling him to act like that or to lie like hell. But she's encouraging this behavior by raising all this money. It gives him credence to do it. And she doesn't care because Candace herself is a bold-faced liar. Candace lies like hell, and she doesn't lose a second of sleep about it. She's a pathological liar. And she doesn't even believe the conspiracy theory she puts out. It's all a show for her. This is her game of chess. This is how she's playing this game. Candace is playing a game. And she's bringing along innocent people into this, especially when they end up getting threats, death threats. They're cyber harassed, cyber bullied, cyber stalked. That's the game she's playing. It's disgusting. So, yeah. All right, y'all. Let's get to I just want to make sure. I think Sir Farmer wanted to take Charlie's place. Candy need to be investigated herself. Yeah, because Candace, did you have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Candace Owens, Farmer. How about George? George Farmer, Boys Club. Did you have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? We're asking questions. Perhaps you got jealous because your wife obsessed over this man for years. And she thought that she was supposed to be Charlie Kirk's wife. And then gets mad because he ends up marrying Erica Kirk. And then you just got, somehow added to the situation because after 18 days of meeting her, you thought it was a good idea to propose to her with no romance involved. Just, we've had great conversations about politics and nothing else. You got to be kidding me. You asked her over Zoom. She said yes. That's it. And now you're seeing her obsession over the man she's truly in love with. And perhaps you got mad about it. And you did something because you are Lord. You do have money. You can pay people off. Candace, we're just asking questions. We're just asking questions, Candace. George, we're just asking questions, Boys Club. You have the money to pay people off, to put people in positions and try to have it not link back to you. Sort of like how you didn't want Olympic Media LLC to link back to Parler Inc., even though you were getting money from BLEXIT. Yeah, that was linked back. We're just asking questions. Yo, doesn't Nick look like he could be G Farmer's cousin? Oh, no. Oh, no. Nick is cuter than that, honey. Oh, no. Oh, Nick Brooks probably would be like, oh, man, come on. Yo, no, they look alike. Oh, man, no reply. Don't do it to me, no reply. Don't do it to me. Oh, man. Y'all think George Farmer looks like Nick Brooks? I don't know. Nick is way cute. Yeah, he's way cooler. Oh, no. Yo, oh, no. Nick Brooks is a handsome young man, and his integrity and his character that shines through even the more. George Farmer is a coward and a punk that I'm asking questions to. George, Boys Club, did you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Because like Candace said, in the absence of evidence, we're going to assume. Yeah, we can all do that. I know. Oh, God. George Foreman's not bad looking, and I'm not attracted to blondes. Oh, man. Y'all, Nick Brooks is adorable. He's adorable. All right, we got 3 videos from Nick Brooks. Make sure you guys go check him out and support him. He is an attorney, and I love his breakdowns. They're very neutral and impartial. He gives, kind of his stance from both sides. And he speaks a lot about the Macron v. Candace Owens lawsuit that she's going to lose. She's going to so lose that. But let's get to this. Y'all put the one in the chat when you can see it here. Oh, Nick Brooks. He's so much cuter than George.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California attorney, and today we're zooming in on one thing: interrogatories in Macron v. Owens. Emmanuel and Bridget Macron sued Candace Owens in Delaware Superior Court for defamation over her Becoming Bridget series and related content, claiming Bridget was born male. We're talking about what interrogatories are, when they come into play, and what they could look like in this case. Very quick backdrop so the questions make sense. The Macron's massive Delaware complaint accuses Owens of running a campaign of global humiliation built on false conspiracy-style claims about Bridget's gender and the couple's past to drive views and revenue. They say she pushed the story despite prior French litigation and retraction efforts over the same rumors. That factual setup drives what each side would want to lock down with interrogatories. Interrogatories are written questions one party serves on the other, and the answers come back under oath on a deadline. They're a workhorse tool for locking down witnesses, timelines, and specific facts that support each side's claims and defenses. In Delaware Superior Court, you really see interrogatories after the pleadings are set and the judge issues a scheduling order that opens discovery. So the questions you're about to hear are examples of what discovery could look like in Macron v. Owens. If the Macrons get to interrogatories, their first target is Owens' knowledge and sources. Their theory is she leaned on fringe material, ignored red flags, and pushed the story anyway. Interrogatories on that theme could look like this: identify each person, website, video, or social media account you relied upon when claiming Bridget Macron was born male, and state what you did to verify the accuracy of each source before publishing your statements. 2. Describe all communications you received from Emmanuel Macron, Bridget Macron, or their representatives demanding retraction, correction, or cessation of your statements about Bridget Macron's alleged gender, and explain what you did in response to each communication. 3. State whether before publishing those statements, you reviewed any medical, governmental, or court records concerning Bridget Macron's identity, and if so, identify each record and describe the conclusions you drew from it. Those answers under oath go straight to actual malice: what she knew, what she doubted, and what she ignored before she hit publish. The Macrons also need to show scope and money. Their complaint talks about a profit-driven campaign of global humiliation. A clean, damages-focused interrogatory could be: for each video, podcast episode, or social media post in which you reference Bridget Macron's alleged gender or related conspiracies, state the date of publication, platform, approximate numbers of views or impressions, and all revenue generated, including advertising, sponsorship, subscriptions, and merchandise. One sworn answer like that gives the Macrons a map of reach and revenue tied to the allegedly defamatory statements. If discovery opens, Owens' lawyers will send interrogatories the other way. In a public figure defamation case, the defense wants to show these rumors were already out there and test how big the incremental harm really is. Interrogatories to the Macrons could look like this: 1. Identify all lawsuits, complaints, or judgments anywhere in the world arising from third-party statements about Bridget Macron's alleged gender before July 23, 2025, and state the outcome of each proceeding. 2. For each year through 2020 through 2025, state whether you or your representatives gave interviews, press conferences, or public statements addressing rumors about Bridget Macron's gender, and describe the substance of each. 3. Describe all categories of economic harm you contend were caused by defendant's statements, including lost speaking engagements, endorsements, or other opportunities, and identify the documents that support each category of claimed loss. Those sworn responses let the defense argue the rumors predated Owens and forced the Macrons to quantify and document the harm they say her content actually caused. Step back and look at what interrogatories are doing in a case like Macron v. Owens. They're not just paperwork. They're how lawyers identify witnesses, nail down timelines, and force both sides to commit to their story on paper, under oath, before anyone ever sits for a deposition. In defamation cases, that often decides whether you can actually prove actual malice, causation, and real damages. or whether parts of the case start to fall apart once the answers are written down. If you found this interrogatory breakdown helpful, please hit like so more people see this video. Before you go, tell me in the comments, in a political defamation case like this, should courts be able to dig into a creator's revenue and private messages through discovery, or does that chill speech too much? If someone you know follows Candace Owens, works in the media, or just loves seeing how litigation really works, send this to them so they can see what discovery might look like in a real case. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
I just love him. I just love him. So that was the breakdown on interrogatories, which is basically a set of questions that's asked that's supposed to be relevant to the case. I think that they're definitely going to pull into Candace's financials, because one is going to help them understand how much money she made from all of these videos, her 8-part series, her merchandise, all the stuff that's based on defamation and slander, and the fact that she made money from that. And then, of course, it also helps to establish, what her revenue looks like when it comes to determining what the damage is going to be and what they're going to ask for as far as the judgment. I just personally wish they should have did a federal lawsuit, but okay. At the end of the day, they're going to get millions of dollars. They're not going to go in just to get a few $100,000. It wouldn't even be worth it. They're going to go for tens of millions. I cannot foresee that judgment being less than 10 million. I just can't foresee it. You're talking about the leader of another country and what they've been subjected to because of her. She sat here and was just dead set on anything going on in France, but yet all her bots and her cult members talking about Nigeria. It's funny how she didn't talk about Nigeria. Candace Owens barely speaks about Nigeria. Barely. Perhaps I missed an entire episode where she dedicated it to, what's going on in Nigeria with kids being used to take out the lives of other people who are in churches and other Christians. They use children to do this stuff. Candace hasn't talked about that either. You can't make this up. So the cult members and the bots, they're like the epitome of hypocrisy at its finest. But yet they don't go to Candace saying, can you touch on what's going on in Nigeria? Can you do a whole episode on that? Let's see how far that goes. She doesn't speak about anything going on. Like, she doesn't talk about Christians being slaughtered like that. She didn't talk about that. The lives being lost. Candace doesn't dedicate an entire episode to that, or an 8-part series to what's happening in Nigeria. The hypocrisy to me is just, that's why I don't care what the cult members think and how they feel. I don't. Because the hypocrisy is staggering. Candace doesn't even talk about what's going on. She doesn't even show remorse for Charlie Kirk's 2 kids that are still asking, when is my daddy come home? Why is he not coming home? Candace doesn't care. She's playing a game of chess or tic-tac-toe. I'm not going to give you credit for chess, girl. We all know you don't comprehend chess. Candace is playing a game of tic-tac-toe. And she's playing a game. And she shouldn't be. But she is. She said it herself. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to the next video. Shout out to Nick Brooks. You guys know he came onto the Lady Luck Club, right? So Jay Witt Podcast came up on the platform as well. But Nick Brooks came to the LLC 2 weeks ago. On a Saturday, we were able to have him on the show. And he tuned in with us. I think this past Saturday, he went on Jay Witt Podcast. But the week before that, he came over to the LLC, and we hope to have him back again, especially when the case starts to move through the courts. At the very least, after they have the first hearing on the motion to dismiss, I do plan on having Nick back on to talk about the hearing once the hearing is conducted, That's going to be fantastic. So, let's get to the next video and then the one after that, because there's 3 total that I wanted to get through, because these are the things that you guys we have to look forward to. After January 9th, preferably a hearing will be scheduled. Candace, can you just tell your attorneys to file a request? Stop playing around.
A California attorney. And today we're talking about the deposition questions that would matter most in McCrone v. Owens. Emmanuel and Bridget McCrone have sued Candace Owens in Delaware Superior Court for defamation over her Becoming Bridget series and related content claiming Bridget was born male. We'll look at how depositions fit into discovery and the specific questions that would really count if Owens has to answer under oath. Very quick recap. In Delaware, Emmanuel and Bridget McCrone accused Candace Owens of a 200-plus page campaign of global humiliation built on conspiracy-style claims that Bridget McCrone was born male, that French civil records are fake, and that the couple's marriage is part of a deeper scheme. They say she ignored the French court decisions and official documents debunking the rumor and turned that controversy into a profit center for her media operation. That's exactly the kind of case where depositions are critical. A deposition is an out-of-court proceeding where a witness answers questions under oath, usually in a conference room, with a court reporter creating a word-for-word transcript and often a video recording. Lawyers use depositions to gather information, pin down each witness's story, and create testimony that can later be used to impeach, support, or defeat summary judgment, or even be read or played at trial if a witness is unavailable. The questioning range is broad, as long as it relates to the claims or defenses. Depositions usually come after the pleadings are set, and once written discovery and document production have given both sides a basic map of the case. In McCrone v. Owens, you'd expect depositions of Candace Owens herself, key staff or executives at her media companies, any researchers or investigators she relied on, and representatives or designees for the McCrones who can speak to damages and prior efforts to combat these rumors. Those are the witnesses with firsthand knowledge of what was said, what was believed, and what fallout they saw. If you're the McCrones' lawyers, Owens' deposition is about sources, state of mind, and money. 3 questions that would really matter are: 1, Miss Owens, identify every person, website, social media account, or investigator you relied on when you stated that Bridget McCrone was born male, and describe what you did to verify or debunk each source before publishing. 2, on what date did you first review any French birth, marriage, or court records concerning Bridget McCrone's identity? And after reviewing those records, why did you decide to continue making or amplifying the allegation that she was born male? 3, for each episode in the Becoming Bridget series, state the approximate views, new subscribers, or revenue generated, and describe any discussions you or your team had about whether controversy around the McCrones was beneficial for your business. Under oath, answers to those 3 questions become direct evidence on actual malice and motive. Owens' side will use depositions of the McCrones and their designees to test causation and damages. 3 defense side questions that matter are: 1, identify all media outlets or individuals other than Miss Owens who publicly alleged before March 1st, 2024, that Bridget McCrone was born male, and describe when and how you first learned of those allegations. 2, describe in detail any public statements, interviews, or press conferences you or your representatives gave between 2020 and 2025 addressing rumors about Bridget McCrone's gender, including your purpose in making those statements. 3, identify the specific speeches, initiatives, partnerships, or other opportunities you contend were lost because of Miss Owens' statements, and explain how you determine those losses were caused by her content rather than by broader political opposition or online harassment. Those answers give the defense material to argue these rumors predated Owens and that the incremental harm from her speech is more limited than the complaint suggests. The real power of a deposition is not just the day of questioning. It's how the transcript gets used later. In motion practice, lawyers quote exact answers to argue there's no genuine dispute of material fact and push for summary judgment or narrow issues for trial. At trial, they can confront a witness with prior inconsistent answers to impeach credibility or read or play portions of a party's deposition as substantive evidence if the rules allow. In a case like this, a single bad answer can go viral and also become a key exhibit in front of the jury. So in McCrone v. Owens, depositions are where all the written discovery you've seen, interrogatories, requests for admissions, document requests, turns into live testimony under oath. They're how lawyers move from what did you file to say it out loud and on the record. And that's often where major defamation cases really rise or fall. If you found this video helpful, please hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments, if you were deposing Candace Owens in this case, what's the first question you'd ask under oath? If someone you know follows this lawsuit or works in the media, send this to them so they can see how depositions fit into the bigger picture. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. If you guys had Candace under oath, what is the first question you all would ask her? My first question would be, what scientific evidence do you have to prove that Brigitte Macron was born a man? Name him. I don't even have to ask that as a yes or no because we know she doesn't have scientific evidence. I want her to be able to prove. Just say out loud, what scientific evidence do you have? Because you purported this as a fact. So she could be forced to say, I never had any evidence. Oh my God. That's it. This is first question. Second question will be, and I think one of you all asked, how much money did she earn from those series? Candace is going to lose like hell. Y'all, I want a deposition. I'm gonna be honest. I've been saying that for weeks. And I report heavily on the statuses of these of the Macron lawsuit. And I've been saying I hope they depose her. Put her ass under oath and ask her all the questions that you can come up with that is relevant to this lawsuit. Get her under oath. Yeah, Colleen said Candace is planning her next pregnancy around the Macron's court case. Y'all saw that. I put it in the video where she said that. She played that in one of her episodes where she was going to pull one of those Cardi B moves and say, Your Honor, I was pregnant. I didn't know what I was saying. I'm still pregnant. Okay. Yeah, you get it. You get some judges that will say, okay, good for you. And you still need to answer the question. If she tries to pull that stunt, oh my God. Judge Rennie is going to be like, ma'am, your baby has nothing to do with this lawsuit, girl. Your baby did not go out and make these defamatory statements. You did. Yeah, she gonna try. Candace is all about getting sympathy when she can't prove a point because, she doesn't have evidence. You can't make this up. Oh, man, karma's going to get her. Candace is definitely not Catholic or Christian. She did not say Merry Christmas to anyone from what I've seen. Which is suspect for someone who is a Catholic. She didn't say anything. She says everything she doesn't need to say. And then all the things she should be saying, she doesn't. Man. Susie Q says karma has to eventually find Candace at some point. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're praying for it. It's so easy for Candace to get pregnant because all it takes for a doctor to inseminate an egg. Boys Club. Do you even sleep in the same room with Candace at this point? How bad is it? He probably looks at her like, I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. Y'all, Boys Club has got to be sleeping on the couch. He's like, yeah, I'll be downstairs. Take my cigar and my cognac. I'll be downstairs for the evening. And then he never comes up. George, are you coming up? Good night, dear. He doesn't even say yes or no. It's good night, dear. Don't wake the children. Y'all. Whatever happened to Boys Club having people come from international? Yeah, like all over the country, other countries. Because that was her reason as to why she couldn't fly to Phoenix. We already had plans, Then she made time. Made time, though, either way. Oh, she made time for Erica Kirk to go to Tennessee. Y'all know Boys Club sleeping on the couch. He's in the kids' room. He wanted the kids. Candace said, Boys Club wanted a bunch of kids. He was like, oh, they believe in having a lot of children. Oh, doesn't mean you have to. But, he's got to be sleeping in the room with the kids. He's sleeping in the kids' playroom. Oh, Lord have mercy. Friendsworth, good. Candace, I won't be joining her this evening. I'm in the clubhouse. I know, right? Don't be mean or evil. Tell Candace to stop playing the game. Tell her stop playing games. Name names. Anything. Chabu. Let her know she could cuddle with her Charlie Kirk pillow till sunrise. Exactly. Y'all, Boys Club is not stun her. He let her do whatever she want. I think I would ask how much she made from that 8-part series. I definitely would ask that, Francisca. That's going to be a definite question. Can you tell us, defendant, how much did you make from your 8-part series? And then, in case she lies, they need to just print out the numbers either way. And then they show her, well, so based on the research here, it shows that you made this amount of money from episode 1 and then have it for all 8 episodes. Because Candace, you don't know how to tell the truth. So deposing you and putting your ass under oath is the best thing that the Macron's attorney could ever do. Because you're going to walk your little self into a perjury. And we're here for that. You can't make this up. I'm going to be reporting on everything. I'll tell Candace to stop lying. You mean the bathhouse? At the pool house? Georgie, come in the bed. I'll be in the pool house. I'll see you in the morning. That's it. That's the extent of that. You can imagine these two boring ass people making all these kids, and then the only thing they can talk about is politics. And when that goes away, then what? Then what do you have left? No love, no romance, no nothing. Just politics, Catholicism, maybe faith. That's it. Oh, he tells her, no, you can't fly out to go have a one-on-one face-to-face conversation with people you've been accusing of being involved in some assassination plot for months. Yeah, no to that. But you coming to bed? No, I'm going to pool house. Pool house, dear. Pool house. I'll take my sandwich in the pool house. Good night, dear. Good night. He's not stunned out. Yeah, this is crazy. All right, y'all, let's get to this last video. Yeah, Candace, they're going to get on record how much money you made and profited off of lying about Brigitte Macron being born a man and taking away her motherhood. But you got your people being hypocritical as always, saying, don't be mean to you. I don't know. I think it's very mean to take away another woman's motherhood, to say that she didn't have 3 kids, but you gave birth to 4. And then you're going to try to walk your ass up in there talking about, I'm pregnant with my 5th child. I can't be stressed out about this. No, you brought this on yourself. Get your ass up here on the stand. That's all Judge Rennie is going to have her. No, you brought this on yourself. Come on up here. You need to come to the stand. Raise your right hand and then, put her ass under oath and watch her walk into a perjury charge.
Brooks, a California attorney. And today we're talking about the document side of discovery in Macron v. Owens, request for production of documents. Emmanuel and Bridget Macron sued Candace Owens in a Delaware Superior Court for defamation over an 8-part Becoming Bridget series and related content claiming Bridget was born male. Let's walk through what a request for production of documents is, when it happens, and the kinds of files both sides could be fighting over in this case. A very quick backdrop. The Macrons say Owens orchestrated a 200-plus page worth campaign of global humiliation, turning conspiracy claims about Bridget's gender and their personal history into profit-driven content. They also say she ignored 3 detailed retraction letters attaching French civil records and kept escalating anyway. In that kind of defamation case, the paper trail and the digital trail, scripts, emails, analytics, bank records are everything. A request for production of documents is exactly what it sounds like. A written demand that the other side hand over relevant documents, electronically stored information, or other tangible things, or let you inspect and copy them. Think contracts, emails, direct messages, financial records, internal memorandums, video files, analytics dashboards, the hard evidence you use to prove or disprove what a complaint alleges. Unlike interrogatories, which ask questions, requests for production of documents go after the underlying receipts and often require a statement about what was produced and what wasn't and why. Timing-wise, document requests live in the main discovery phase. In Delaware civil practice, parties typically serve them after pleadings are set and the court issues a scheduling order related to discovery. The responding party usually has about 30 days to respond and produce, subject to objections and privilege issues. In McCrone v. Owens, once discovery opens, you'd expect aggressive requests for production on both sides, from the McCrones targeting Owens' content operation and from Owens targeting the McCrones' damage and background files. If you're the McCrones, your first wave of requests is about exactly what Owens created and who she talked to. Sample requests for production in this case could look like this. 1. Provide all scripts, outlines, drafts, and show notes for any video, podcast, or social media post in which you reference Bridget McCrone's alleged gender or related conspiracies. 2. Provide all emails, text messages, and direct messages between you and any person concerning the planning, filming, or editing of content about Emmanuel or Bridget McCrone. 3. Provide all communications you received from Emmanuel or Bridget McCrone or their representatives, including retraction or demand letters relating to your statements about Bridget McCrone's gender and any drafts of your responses. Those requests are aimed straight at intent. Who pitched the ideas, who warned her, and how the Becoming Bridget project actually came together behind the scenes. Next, the McCrones want the data and the money. Their complaint talks about a profit-driven campaign of global humiliation. So the obvious follow-up is, show us the numbers. Requests for production of documents might look like this. 1. Provide all documents reflecting view counts, watch time, click-through rate, and the audience geography for any video or post mentioning Bridget McCrone's alleged gender or related conspiracies, including platform analytics dashboards and exported reports. 2. Provide all accounting records, invoices, sponsorship agreements, and payment statements reflecting revenue from advertising, brand deals, subscriptions, or merchandise tied to content referencing Emmanuel or Bridget McCrone. 3. Provide all documents sufficient to show gross and net revenue for your channels, shows, or podcasts for the period between March 1st, 2024 through July 31st, 2025. Producing that kind of material lets the McCrones tie alleged defamation to concrete reach and revenue instead of just vibes. Owens' team will send requests of their own, especially on prior litigation and the McCrones' damages story. In this case, sample defense side requests for production of documents could look like this. 1. Provide all pleadings, judgments, and appellate decisions from any French or other proceedings concerning allegations about Bridget McCrone's gender. 2. Provide all documents reflecting interviews, press appearances, or official statements by Emmanuel or Bridget McCrone addressing rumors about Bridget McCrone's gender. 3. Provide all documents supporting any category of economic damages you claim in this lawsuit, including lost speaking engagements, security costs, or business opportunities. Those productions give the defense ammunition to argue there was already a long public record on these rumors and to test whether the alleged financial harm lines up with the numbers. Big picture, requests for production in a case like McCrone v. Owens are about the receipts, emails, drafts, analytics, and bank records that either back up or blow up the story in the complaint. They're how lawyers move from the he said, she said to here's what the documents show. And in a defamation case, that can be the difference between surviving a summary judgment motion and getting the case thrown out. If you found this video helpful, please hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments, should courts be able to force creators to hand over full analytics and private direct messages when they're sued for defamation? Or is that a step too far? If someone you know follows Candace Owens, works in the media, or just loves seeing how discovery really works, send this to them so they can see what document demands might look like in a real case. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Oh, I love him so much, y'all. We got some Artie trolls up in here. Artie trolls, how you doing? So y'all now know Candace Owens is walking around here saying that Erica Kirk had something to do with it, or she did it. Like, is it not enough to not provide any evidence on this fool you brought to your show? Okay. And yet, you say you're going to post up court documents and all these things. You don't do it. And now you want to sit here and talk about Erica Kirk. Oh, her alibi is just, like, and yet you can't name names at TPUSA because you're playing a game of tic-tac-toe. Here's where we are. So I knew this was going to happen. I don't know why Candace felt, like being a coward and decided, let me ease my way into this by way of someone else. Because that's what she did. She essentially tap danced around this to be able to still get to the point of her now trying to ease her way into saying Erica Kirk had something to do with it. When she wanted to say this 3 weeks ago. And she had the opportunity to face Erica Kirk in front of millions of people. And she couldn't do that. But you're trying to use some fool on your show that's got more protection orders granted against him than anything to try to say that she's involved. Because that's what Candace is trying to get to. So here we are. Shout out to Artie Trolls. We're going to check out this video here where, you know, this is where Candace is going to go. We can already see what her lineup is going to be when she goes back live again. So make sure you guys hit that like button. Candace will be pregnant in 2026 to use the I'm pregnant card. That's exactly what she's going to try to do. She already told you all that. She played Cardi B video of her in court saying she was pregnant, laughed about it. You know, it is what it is. And Candace is going to be on baby number 5. Probably hope that it's twins to try to get double sympathy. Cardi B still had to testify. And someone, I saw a comment, Cassie Ventura had to testify. She was pregnant. Yeah. Candace, there you go, monkey. Candace not getting away with testifying. They're still going to demand documentation, you know, production of discovery. If they wanted to depose her, it's still going to happen. She can sit here and pretend to be pregnant all she wants. Candace, delaying this matter does nothing but make you look even worse. Because you say all this stuff and then you don't want to go out and actually, when the time comes to go to court, now you want to sit here and duck and hide like a coward. Same thing with Erica Kirk. Now you want to sit here and try to blame Erica Kirk through some fool on your show. That's a coward move. You don't have to be a coward about it. Why don't you just say it to her face? I don't understand that. You had the opportunity to say this to her face on national television and you didn't take that opportunity. And here we are. She's still blaming Erica Kirk. This is insane. As if that woman kid, you know, is not dealing with enough. Same, I can't remember the last time I ate bologna. Yeah. Would George eat a bologna sandwich? I highly doubt that, y'all. He looks more like a avocado on toast with peanut butter or something. It's weird stuff that people shouldn't be eating together. That's what he eats. Siska said, the Piers Morgan interviews are like two people battling to say as much as possible in the shortest time. She never answered any questions and talked over him all the time. She even beat Piers at it. Yeah. Candace does not know how to debate. You can imagine what an argument is like with her. And then she starts yelling and screaming and just going on and on and on and on and on. So Boys Club is the one that said he feels like he's married to multiple women and has no idea which personality he's going to get. See, there's a reason why we checked out that this squabble they had on her show. There's a reason why. As boring as it was and as dull as those two are, no fun in that at all. They didn't even try to have an inside joke, laugh, or nothing. Just watching two thunkheads trying to bob and weave through something. It was ridiculous. But there's a reason for that. The things that he said, he claims we can laugh about that now. But he means that. Because that's not something normal that husbands say about their wives. Unless they feel like they have someone they're married to that has multiple personality disorder. Or at least, they carry on like they've got multiple voices in their head. For him to say that more than once, it means that he's trying to scream for help. Except, George, you're not even stopping her from the nonsense that she says. So it's kind of hard to want to help you. She's trying to blame Erica for this. You're not going to check on any of this stuff. You can't make this stuff up. But he said that. So we're going to go with it. When we do take what they say and run with it, like Candace saying, I'm an alien. Okay, we'll go with that. Candace is an alien. then she wants to get mad because, her coat and her bots get mad. Candace is the one that said she's an alien. We're just going with this. George is the one that said that he feels like he's married to multiple women and he has no idea what personality he's going to get. So we're going with that. So when we do take what they say and we run with it, they get mad about that. It's no pleasing them. That's why I don't try. I don't care. Candace is an alien who got multiple personalities, and George has no idea what he's getting day by day. Okay, we'll go with it. Daisy said, I'm still confused as to why her sex is important. That would be the French people's business. Exactly. Honestly, I don't know why anybody in France would really care either. I mean, Brigitte Macron is not paying their bills or anything directly. Thank you so much, Pat Brooks. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 1999 super. Lady Luck, you have the best sense of humor. Love your videos. Thank you so much. That warms my heart. I appreciate your generosity. It is an absolute blessing. Thank you for the 1999 super. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it just warms my heart to see anyone. I don't care if it's $1, it's 20, but I thank God for it. It's a blessing. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button so we can keep these videos up in the algorithm. Bump said, here's a theory. Maybe Candace has been using the Charlie Kirk case to spin discovery in her case into an endless and ongoing process. Oh my God. But she won't name names or anything like that. So you can imagine how difficult her and her attorneys are going to be when this case starts moving through the court. Oh, they're going to get on Judge Rennie's nerve. Candace is going to get on the judge's nerve, especially if she gets deposed. Because you can imagine her sitting there and then she's being deposed and then the attorneys are waiting for her to answer and she's kind of like, do I have to answer your question? Yes, you have to answer the question. You're under oath. You can't make this up. Yo, Judge Rennie is going to go off. They're not going to play that nonsense with you in court, Candace. Because I told you, they will hold you in contempt and keep living. Go to that courtroom if you want to and sit there and get on that judge's nerve. Please do that. Let that happen, girl. That way that judge can just hold her in contempt and then, we can all have a good laugh about it. They're going to drive her crazy. Oh, man. Oh, they're going to sanction the heck out of her attorney, Sue. If you keep letting your client come in here and act like a clown, I'm going to start sanctioning you all because you're allowing this behavior. Man, they go, I would be surprised if her attorneys try to withdraw. Depending on how this goes, I would not be shocked if the attorneys say, listen, if you're not going to listen to us, you're not going to follow our advice, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to, we're not going to represent you if you keep going at this rate, because this is too much for us. It would not shock me at all if they tell her, you're going to have to get you another attorney. They've been hanging in this whole time, but they're going to cut you off, Candace, before they let you be an embarrassment to them. They're not going to put up with that nonsense, girl. I'm just trying to tell you, heifer. So go in there and please make a mockery of that courtroom if you want to. Yeah, please do it. She's got it coming. She's got it coming. Let's see here. Upon winning, the Macron should demand a press conference where Candace apologizes to them and admits she lied. That would be awesome. Candace, you know you would never want to do that, girl. That should be a part of their judgment. A public apology from the defendant herself in front of the world to see. That would be awesome. Yep. But even if she doesn't do it, yeah, put that in your judgment. Put that as a request to the court. Yeah, we want a public apology. Oh man. Candace is cooked. Macron's already won this lawsuit against two other defendants. They were forced to pay $18,000 in French court. That's the reason I think Candace took on this prepackaged story from Xavier. Yeah, and he got that from some sort of a medium. You can make this stuff up. Susie the Ultimate, hold on, let me say it. Bob said, that would be worth more than money. We all know Candace will be blaming the Jews for the loss, though. Because she can't take on accountability to save her life. And then had the audacity to say, sometimes I could be wrong. I could be wrong too. No, heifer. No heifer. You never think you're wrong. You never ever think you're wrong. No, ma'am. Please stop lying. You're a narcissist. You don't think you're wrong. Cult leaders never want to admit when they're wrong. And she gets mad when we call her cult leader. TFCS, shout out to you. Why are not lawsuits raining on Candace? Yeah, I said the same thing. She should have one coming from TV USA and Erica Kirk. At this point, if she's going to accuse Erica Kirk of being involved, I'm just going to sue you. I'm not even going to respond. Erica Kirk does not need to say anything or respond or say anything to Candace or give Candace any content. Just if you're going to respond, I've been saying this to Erica Kirk, you're going to respond through your attorney. She flew out to Tennessee with a COO. She should have had her attorney right next to her. The end. And didn't have to say much of anything else. She already said we show her what we wanted her to see. Candace, they showed you what they wanted you to see. And not what you asked for. And she's not even smart enough to be able to say that. We all know she walked out of there with nothing. Candace walked out of that with nothing. With nothing. And I think Erica Kirk has pretty much said, we show her what we wanted her to see. So Candace walked away from that conversation with nothing. And yet she wants to insinuate Erica Kirk is involved now. But she's just trying to do it through some fool that's got protection orders and he abuses women. Like, it's so gross. Why go through all this? Talk about Nigeria, Candace. Just talk about Nigeria. Anything else to show that you have some level of humanity, which you don't, but whatever. Yeah, you can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to, and I'll go put up your comments as we go through this video here from, shout out to Artie Trolls. And this is, I think, Valhalla's BTX, somebody in the background. He's playing a video clip from. And Valhalla, I believe, was kind of like one of those big proponents of Candace. And then he realized this guy that she had on the show was just a piece of crap. Candace had this man on her show. She didn't have to invite Mitchell Snow to her show. She chose to bring him on. So for all those that are trying to make it seem like, oh, he's using Candace and no. Candace is a willing participant. She did not have to bring Mitchell Show onto her show. So of all the people she could have an interview with or bring on to speak about anything, it's this guy out of nowhere. She never even asked Erica Kirk to come on her show when Charlie Kirk was first assassinated. And I said that 1,000 times. Why not just bring Erica Kirk on your show? She never wanted to be bold enough to face that. Because deep down, Candace does not care for Erica Kirk. She doesn't like her. She's probably always wanted to blame this on Erica Kirk. And she's just doing it in slow motion. Because she's a coward. And when she has the opportunity to face her, oh, it's something with George and Boys Club and we can't go. He said no. But the opportunity for her to go face her, nope. So this is why she never had Erica Kirk on her show. It's harder to try to put blame on her if you're going to face her, have a sit-down conversation with her. Allow her to come on, ask questions and all these things, and then you go back and say, yeah, I believe she got something to do with it. Much harder to do that, I guess. Because, cowards never want to come out and just say how they feel about it. So this guy here, Valhalla, said something, realizing that this guy is a con artist. This Mitchell Snow, he was always a con artist. But Candace invited him on her show for him to still be a con artist. So she's just as much guilty as Mitch Snow. Candace is a grown-ass woman. Stop trying to make excuses for her. It's disgusting. No one wants to hold her accountable.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? So I was going to be covering this tonight, but there is a lot of live stream and a lot to go through. So it's going to be tomorrow morning at some point that I'll be covering this information about Valhalla here, interviewing some people that knew Mitch Snow. So we'll go through that here later on. We're going to do that tomorrow. Candace Owens has absolutely went all in on Erica Kirk. So I'm going to go ahead and just cover that now because that's the easier thing to cover. Just a few tweets. And also, guys, the quartering liked one of my tweets on it. So therefore, I am that much closer to my 7,000 shekels, guys. Thank you all so much for helping me do that. Just so grateful. Maybe I'll actually get them. No, seriously. Guys, I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for donations. I don't advertise anything. I'm just trying to grow my channel. All I ask for is a like and a subscribe. That's it. So I'm not one of these shills, you know, kind of like Candace Owens, where I sell a bunch of merch or anything like that. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm just here to tell you guys the truth and break it down how I see it. So thank you all so much for being here. Even to the people that don't like me, thank you for at least clicking on the video and giving it a chance. Let's just jump right on into this. And
so
Candace Owens here says that Andrew Colvett caught live directing YouTubers to clear Erica Kirk's name. I don't think that's what happens. And I'll show you why. Before the dummy YouTubers accidentally read a message from him where he asks them not to reveal him as their source. Well, you know, cry face. Okay. So a YouTuber ended up just revealing him as a source anyway. And why is Andrew Colvett pretending Erica Kirk doesn't even know what Fort Huachuca is? Probably because he doesn't act.
Candace, it's irrelevant. Can you prove she was there on the base? Is the question. The answer is no, she can't. Candace, you got to prove that she was there on the base when this fool you brought on your show claimed that he saw her. As opposed to you asking him, why didn't you just pull out your phone and take a photo? Have you tried to get the surveillance camera footage from the military base? What about when the police showed up? They were all wearing body cameras. Did you try to do a FOIA request for those body camera footage? Why didn't you just record them? Do you have other eyewitnesses? Maybe they took a photo. There's no photo. There's no video footage. You know, cell phones ping to certain towers and give you coordinates. They could literally give out a coordinate when you're taking, you know, signal from these cell towers. It tracks where you are. Those pings can give coordinates to where you are. No evidence on this at all. But yet, George Webb claims he can get IP addresses. Why does he need to know that, by the way? I don't get it. Why are you invading in people's privacy with this stuff? It's not something you need to know. IP addresses connected to people's personal information. Why does he brag about this stuff? And they do this all over YouTube, and YouTube does nothing about this.
She knows if she knows or not. I don't know. He might not have asked her. He may have asked her. Who knows? I don't know. She's like, no. So you're just going to automatically assume
no evidence that she was on the actual base.
Accused her of being in a fort, or of being in Tucson, or of not being with Charlie on the 9th. Why is Andrew directing this bizarre response behind the scenes? So, he's saying, but it's worth saying, LOL, Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet has gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie. Maybe this guy doesn't know. I don't know. Why are you assuming that this guy knows anything about this? He might not. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't know all the...
Who said that's coaching? Is she trying to say that he's coaching someone? It seems like he's giving his commentary. Like, so he can't have his own opinion about things? This is what happens when someone has an opinion about something. Candace doesn't like it. Now all of a sudden it's coaching. No, heifer. It's him giving his commentary. So he has the right to his first freedom of speech and First Amendment rights. As long as Candace says so, you can't make this stuff up. It seems like based on his reading, he's just giving his thoughts and opinions on something. The internet has gone insane. It has. No, to be specific, Candace Owens has gone insane, and she's always been that way. She brings a food on her show, though, that abuses women. You didn't speak to any of those protection orders he's got, girl. She woke up next to Charlie, went to the office with Charlie all day. They would be able to prove that, you know, because your cell phone's telling you everywhere you go. It makes no sense. They're going to be picked up on some camera somewhere. So if there are cameras outside of TPUSA, whatever office they went to, they're going to be captured on the camera. I'm sure they have cameras at their home. Cameras that's recording activity going on the outside. So if they left the house, then their cameras will pick that up. it's almost impossible to go somewhere without a camera picking you up. So if they really needed to prove where they were, camera footage would have proved that. If they went out to dinner, that restaurant probably has cameras. It makes no sense. If nothing else, you can get the pings that your cell phone, every time it hits a cell tower, gives a coordinate where you are. That's evidence. She's not providing any evidence. She's just saying, oh, he's coaching someone. This is not a coaching. If she needed to prove where she was, I don't think Erica Kirk would have a hard time allowing an investigator to get locations or follow the signals that her cell phone gives off to these towers, pinging her location, getting camera footages. This stuff would not be difficult to prove where she was. It's so ridiculous. Candace wants people to believe, because she doesn't believe any of her dumb lies, because she knows they're just too stupid. But as long as she has other people believing her lies, that's half the battle. And she has millions of people believing her lies and a bunch of dumb bots that's sitting here perpetuating it. But they don't care about the concept of evidence. The camera footages that will record her everywhere she is. Goes to the bank, you're getting caught on the camera. You go to the store, you're getting caught on the camera. You go to a restaurant, you're being caught on the camera. If this Turning Point, the TPUSA office has a camera, maybe the neighbors, wherever the building is, if they have cameras, you're going to be picked up on a camera. How to make a model of her vehicle. Maybe they have a dash cam inside their vehicle. They're recording as they drive along. Dash cam would be a great idea. Everybody, I want a dash cam. It's a good idea to have a dash cam. Anything happens, everything's recorded on the dash cam. Let's say if they did have a dash cam, now they're being recorded everywhere they go, every time they get in the car. It's not that difficult. So no one needs to coach anything when you have possible video camera footage and cell phone tower pings to help prove as substantial evidence of where she was. But yet Candace wants to get mad when no one believes that Egyptian planes are stalking someone in the sky in our U.S. airspace.
Air Force, or not Air Force, but I know the Air Force base that's here in Oklahoma, Tinker Air Force Base. But, you know, other than that, I don't know of any, what the other bases are called, or if they're forts or anything like that, really.
Who cares?
Just not something that I've ever really paid attention to. It's never been in my wheelhouse, my interest. Maybe it is to my benefit, but if it is, I don't know why it would be. Let's see. She woke up next to Charlie, went to the office with Charlie all day. Okay. And this isn't Erica. You do realize this isn't Erica saying this. So who knows? Woke him up from a nap before a fox hit. Went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then shows like a phone here. This is as much phone and picture that Candace has shown. So I don't understand why she has this problem with this format of pictures.
This is
I don't understand this at all.
Whose
this isn't
hand
any
is
different
it?
than what Candace has shown. Why are you holding them to a higher standard than what you've released? Doesn't make much sense. But anyway, she's also saying, you know, that he's directing them not to tell people. But I don't see the message where he says that.
Where does he say that at? But it's worth saying, LOL, Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet has gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie, went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap before is that tax hit? Fax hit? I don't know. Toe hit? Went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. Where is he lying? People are lunatics. Candace, you're a lunatic.
Where does he say this? Don't use me as a source. It's not here in this message, so that's weird. Also, like, look at this. Like, before the dummy YouTubers accidentally read a message from him where he asks them not to reveal him as their source. Where?
How do we know this is Andrew COVID saying these things? Because where's the date and time stamp of this stuff? So is this Candace hand? Is this her? covering up the photo of the kids, you know, because for some reason the kids are there. Why are these babies on your phone? Whose hand is this, y'all? You can't make this up. Paramount Tactical shared it on his page live. Did he? It's under the picture. The fort is 185 miles away from the office. Yeah, they're not gonna drive to that fort. It's so crazy. So Mitch said he's seen Erica Kirk around 6 p.m. on 98 at the Hotel Candlewood on Fort Base. Okay. He's got it on his YouTube page or his Twitter X. Paramount Tactical. It's Erica's hand covering the kids. Why is she showing that? How did she get that? TPU is saying Erica should have sued her. They made a mistake. Yeah, seriously. They need to sue her. How did Candace get a photo of Erica Kirk covering up her phone with her kids on it? Like, I don't understand this. That was Gary's fault, and whoever sent is fault. Everybody knows if you don't want something to be shown was scared. It's the absolute first thing you send. Do not, the last part you always say, do not share. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even seeing where this is coming from. Andrew COVID. I guess we'll have to look at that. Remember, Candace herself said if there isn't a date and timestamp, it is fake. Exactly. I'm not seeing date or timestamps. Is on his YouTube page. Okay. Let me get back to the video and then go to his page and see if I can find this post.
Am I missing it, guys? Where's the source? Where's him saying that at all? That's really weird. Why is I don't understand that. Is that underneath this? Proof she was with her kids at 8:33 p.m. Don't share. That's what he says. He probably means don't share the picture of the kids. Probably what he means. You know, taking them for a walk before going into the office. Now, here's the thing. Do you think Andrew Colvett has fingernails like this? I don't think this is Andrew Colvett here. So I don't know who would have sent this picture with fingernails over it. So this person who sent this message out, I don't know. Is this sent from the same phone? I don't know. That's not Andrew Colvett, unless he likes putting nails on. So there's a bit of an issue with what I'm seeing here. This isn't an AI image, is it? Is this an AI image? One, two, 3, 4. I don't know if his pinky's down there or not, but look at how this pinky kind of molds in. Is that normal? People normally have their hands like that?
I'm on his YouTube
weird.
page. I don't see it.
This may or may not be an AI image, though. I'm very, very curious about where that couch is clipping into her leg. What is going on here?
Y'all say it's a post?
Does the couch? Do couches normally clip into legs like this? Am I seeing this wrong? I don't know. Maybe I'm spending too much time on this. I'm a little skeptical on this image. People should definitely look into it. Is this whole text thing made up? I don't know. I don't think Candace would go out that far out of her way, right? It'd be really, really weird. So anyway, Candace is going all in, though. Let me show you. For Erica Kirk, it is right here. And this is what I shared that is genuinely, genuinely disturbing. She says, I mean, it is so embarrassing for Turning Point USA. I was completely convinced that if Mitch was at Fort Huachuca, but I was only at about 50-50 that he saw Erica. I was completely open to the possibility that he misidentified her until now. Why?
So you guys are saying Gary said he accidentally shared it before Andrew said do not share while on his live 2 days ago. Got you. Okay. Because I was like, I mean, what the heck? How did she get this? Okay. And we do have a video that I wanted to show. Y'all, this is a marathon. That I wanted to show. That was from, let me see, 2 days ago. Yeah, it's a video he did yesterday. He did where he interviewed the 2 young ladies in the sun. It's the one he did a day ago, unmasking Mitch Snow. So I'm assuming he said it in that one. And it's a 4-hour live stream, so we're not watching the whole thing. But I did want to pull up the DD-214 he said he had. It was another document, military document he showed in that video. So I'm assuming he said in that video that he did a day ago, the stream a day ago, that he shared it too quickly. Because otherwise, why does Candace care? This doesn't prove anything. Even if Gary shared it before Andrew said don't share it, it's not a sign that anyone's being coached to anything. It's him saying this is what she says she did. That wouldn't even hold up. Like Candace making that dumb claim would not hold up in court. Because Andrew Colvin can say, I'm just repeating what Erica told me. And then if they really wanted to produce evidence on where she was, like you all said, GPS tracking, I mean, video footage. You can't go anywhere without being captured on the camera. You know, hopefully at this point, Erica Kirk does have a dash cam in her car. Especially when you got death threats and kidnapping threats. You want to have a camera installed in your vehicle. So, I mean, she could prove where she was. She went to a restaurant. I'll get you the timestamp 1 second. Thank you, Realtor. Shout out to you. If she wants to, you know, prove where she was, they can go and okay, let's get camera footages. Let's get GPS tracking. They can use my phone. They can, you know, the police, the investigators pull the data from my phone. It'll show you where I was, where I went throughout the day, me and Charlie Kirk's phone. Like, these things would not be hard to get that evidence to show where somebody was. Candace is forgetting this evidence exists because she's not presenting any. This is so crazy. So this doesn't prove that he's coaching anybody, any of that. He could literally be repeating what he was told from Erica Kirk as far as what happened the day before, the day after. Cell towers don't lie. Exactly. That stuff can literally, like, you police officers, investigators can track where someone went based on pings going to a cell tower. This is so crazy. And Candace is sitting here saying, oh, this is a sign that someone's being coached. No, it's not. No one's being coached. He's just simply saying what happened. And he's saying there's some wackos on the internet. Candace Owens is an alien. She said it herself. Candace, you're an alien. You're an alien, you heifer. None of this makes sense. And because she's playing a game, she wants everybody to play her game with her. That's it. It's so ridiculous. They could go back far to get some pings and track people on using their cell phones with these towers. You have no idea what information they can get. It's how they end up tracking down murderers and stuff from cold cases. They get evidence. It's so ridiculous. And she thinks this is coaching. No, it doesn't say anything about coaching. He's not telling anyone to say anything. And it's like, who, aside from Gary saying he posted up, I guess he wanted to admit and be honest about that. But had he not said that, just looking at those messages, you wouldn't know if it came from Andrew Colvin. You don't see any names in these. You don't see someone's name, photo, profile, like none of that stuff. No date, timestamp, nothing. But Candace gets mad when people accuse her of posting up fake text messages. And they have no date and timestamps. This is crazy. If it wasn't for Gary saying anything, I would be questioning the validity of it. This is so crazy. Candace is just out of her damn mind.
And this is what I shared that is genuinely, genuinely disturbing. She says, I mean, it is so embarrassing for Turning Point USA. I was completely convinced that Mitch was at Fort Huachuca, but I was only at about 50-50 that he saw Erica. I was completely open to the possibility that he misidentified her until now. Why?
No evidence.
Why? How could this have changed your mind that much?
No evidence.
Genuinely, how could this have changed your mind that much? Now she's saying Erica was 100% there, and Erica was 100% behind Charlie's murder. There is no walking this back. There is absolutely no misunderstanding.
It's not bizarre, Candace. You haven't even proven that she was there yet. Y'all see this nonsense? Because this course of action, wait, she said, I was completely open to the possibility that he misidentified her until now. Because this course of action something with Andrew Covid and some messages that have no date or time stamps. It doesn't show Andrew Covid's name, photo, or anything that it came from him. Just Gary admitting that this came from Andrew Covid. But outside of that, no coaching or anything. It says nothing about, you need to say these certain things. Don't share. Like, it says nothing about that. I'm not seeing that in the messages. And yet, never mind all the cameras installed on the military base that would literally show you who was there. Never mind asking this fool, did he take a photo? He took a selfie, but he couldn't pull out his phone and take a photo of Erica Kirk. And coming from the same man that said he could not recognize anybody at TPUSA but Charlie Kirk. Because he said that. He literally said those words. Because when we watch Candace Owens, we all have to agonize through that pain together. I don't watch her by myself. I just can't do it. Y'all know how long that video we saw earlier had been sitting? I can't watch that. Can't watch that stuff on my own. I have to pull you all in this with me. We go through the fire together, you all. And the lady luck alone. I can't watch Candace Owens by myself. I have to have you all live with me to do this. Thank you all for being so brave and so bold and strong. Thank you all so much. Good grief. Y'all see why Candace says and does things to invoke the most angry response. And then when you give a response, you're so mad, you're hating. She's so childish and ignorant. So because this course of action that shows nothing or proves nothing about Erica Kirk being on a military base, because you have no video camera footage, no eyewitnesses, no photos, no nothing to prove that. Her cell phone, GPS, trackers that's on it, nothing substantial as far as evidence to prove she was there on the base. Somehow you're still going to overlook evidence because evidence is not a term she can define. Somehow this action, though, takes precedence over evidence. And it's just too bizarre because, another word she can't define either. This means Turning Point was directing the attacks on Mitch. Why? Huh? I have no association with TPUSA, and Mitch is a fool. Mitchell Harrison Snow is a fool and a damn liar. Half the planet can say that, Candace, and not have any dealings with TPUSA. So we're all going to be TPUSA employees now. Not just paid people of Israel. You know how many times I've been called Jewish? I just... Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead. Put me in a whole new category here. Whatever. I'm sure if it were her attacking the Italians, then we would be Italian. If she was going after, South American or Latinos, we would be Latinos. We'll be whatever Candace Owens' cult members and her bots want to purport people to be. If she was attacking any other ethnicity or race of individuals, then anyone that says anything that's not glorifying her, we would be automatically this race of individuals. So now I'm somehow Jewish. And I'm getting paid $7,000 an hour. I'm still waiting on my check. What's this money at? You can't make this up. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. The easiest thing to do would have been for Andrew to just text me. No, because he doesn't owe you any communication, Candace. You clown. She's saying the easiest thing to do would have been for Andrew to just text me, and I would have updated people to let them know that Mitch was incorrect if that were the case. Candace, he's incorrect because he has no evidence. You don't need Andrew Covid to text you that, you dumb. You need evidence, and you don't have it. You can't make this stuff up. As if Andrew Covid reports to you. Candace, you're not the CEO of TPUSA. Neither is George Farmer. I saw one of you all comment on that and said that she made this comment. My check is in the mail. One of y'all said that she made mention that George Farmer would be a better CEO of TPUSA. We don't even know why he resigned from being the chairman of TPUK. Why did he leave TPUK? My check in the mail. Oh man, you can't make this stuff up. Oh, thank you, F Moon. Blue Moon. Oh, 999 Super from Blue Moon says, who the F is that? She people need to explain themselves to her. Is she FBI director? Charlie's mother? Exactly, right. Jesus, she's hateful, selfish, officially the new kick leader, full-blown butt case. Exactly. Yeah, I'm bluish, y'all. I'm black and Jewish. Y'all didn't know that? Because the candy ass cult members and the bots, inanimate objects, want me to be Jewish so bad. They also want me to get paid $7,000 an hour. Why can't that wish come true? I'm actually in agreement with the $7,000 an hour. Go ahead. Yeah, pay me $7,000 an hour. Let that happen. Well, why is that a bad thing? You can't make this up. This heifer literally thinks people owe her money. Shout out to you, Blue Moon. Thank you so much. I appreciate your generosity. It's an absolute blessing. I appreciate you. Y'all, this is Paramount Tactical Phone, not Candace. It's a message from whoever replied and provided Gary with the info. And the thing is, we still don't see this coming from Andrew COVID. So if it came from him, he could easily just be repeating what Erica Kirk told him. Whatever itinerary they have for that day, I'm sure she would have no problem. If Erica Kirk had to produce evidence on this, she would have no problem doing that. Candace is the one that's failing to produce evidence of Erica Kirk being on the military base because, Candace, you brought forth that dumbass allegation. That would be your burden to prove. No one owes you evidence on a damn thing. You are not the CEO of TPUSA. You were not married to Charlie Kirk, no matter how much you want that in your mind. You do not get to demand anyone to text you about anything. You brought that fool on your show. I'm glad you can admit that. That way people can stop making excuses for this grown-ass woman that chose to bring this fool on her show that she failed to vet and at least look to see if he had a criminal record or at least 4 or 5 protection orders granted against him, or to even talk to his children or his estranged wife or an ex to see that they all can't stand his guts. His own son calls him a grifter and a con artist. His words. She didn't even try to do her due diligence with that. She just went with it. I'm just going to let this guy on because he said something that I really want to say, but I'm too cowardly to say. That's what this comes down to. Candace Owens is too cowardly to tell Erica Kirk how she truly feels about her. So her dumb bots go out and do her hard work for her for no reason at all. How much they get paid to be bots? Candace cult members get nothing. If they don't parrot her talking points, then they're just Russian bots. Like, that's how much she dismisses them. But Candace couldn't sit down and tell Erica Kirk to her face how she really felt while being live streamed in person. You couldn't do that in person because you're a coward. And now all of a sudden, this message somehow, not evidence, not video footage, not photos, but this message is enough for her to be convinced that now she believes that Mitch Snow, a con artist who brought no evidence either, has convinced her that he saw Erica Kirk. But he claimed in the same squabble, in that same show, he would not recognize anyone at TPUSA but Charlie Kirk. How the hell he recognizing Erica Kirk or Brian Harper? She never even asked him that. She never said, that's a contradiction. You just said you would not recognize anyone else at TPUSA but Charlie Kirk, but you're telling me you recognize Erica Kirk and Brian Harper. How would you recognize them? And you just said you wouldn't. Didn't even vet to make sure he stayed consistent with this dumbass lie. That's how ridiculous this is. So TPUSA is directing attacks on Mitch. No, it's not an attack. He's being debunked. He's a con artist and a fraud. His own son is saying that. Now the son works for TPUSA too. We all work for TPUSA now. We're all Jewish and we all work for TPUSA. Erica Kirk, girl, you owe me some money. I want dental and health benefits. What's the 401k plan? Because, we all work there now. We're all employees. And we're all Jewish. They see everything as an attack when they fail to produce evidence. Where are those court documents, Candace, you say you upload to your website, you heifer? You can't make this stuff up. The easiest thing to do would have been for Andrew to text me, and I would have updated people to let them know that Mitch was incorrect. No, Mitch just lied like hell, and you were okay with that. Because your show is pre-scripted. Erica, the CEO, instead chose to send her metadata. Never mind camera footage, GPS tracking, ping locations, none of that from a cell phone. Candace had none of that, though. No images, no nothing. Her metadata regarding an irrelevant date to Andrew so he could send it discreetly during a live stream that was intended to take down Mitch. What metadata? It was a message. It looked like text messages. She talks about metadata as if she can define what that is. Candace, go to dictionary.com and put in metadata. For fuck's sake, you can make this stuff. Yeah, I gotta keep playing.
Okay. This is it. Candace Owens 100 million% believes that Erica Kirk was absolutely full stop in on this.
Oh, God.
Nobody could say otherwise. Because
Candace,
this
so
course of action is just too bizarre. This means Turning Point was directing the attacks on Mitch. Why? Okay. Okay. Sure. The easiest thing to do would have been for Andrew to just text me, and I would have updated people to let them know that Mitch was incorrect, if that were the case. Candace, you keep seeming to have the problem. It's really, really weird. It's almost like a game of telephone. You come out and you throw a bunch of information out there. A bunch of information. TPUSA has to then go through all of it and just kind of be like, okay, well, we're going to respond to some of this, and, see what happens. And instead of being super duper clear with them, like, I don't know, if I had people coming to me, I probably would at first be like, hey, I had this person say this about this.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. And maybe privately they'll message you back and they'll give you an answer. Okay. Then you could compare answers. But when you're sitting here going, oh, well, I didn't ask for this, or this. Well, maybe give them a little bit of a printout. Send them an email. Maybe say, hey, this is exactly what I want answers to. I don't know. Maybe a little bit more direct communication would fix that problem, Candace. But instead, you're putting it all out there first. And then TPUSA responds to it afterwards. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I think that would be a better idea for you to try actually communicating with these people. You clearly got to communicate face-to-face, which you were so hesitant to do. And after that, you're not willing to actually have further communication with them anymore. It's really weird to me. You think that you would be asking them every single question and seeing if they would just answer. I don't know. I feel like this is more of a ratings thing. You get to, parse out a little bit of information at a time, which guarantees you either a live stream or something else each day. I find it weird that you're so obsessed with helping Charlie out, but you're also taking every single day off that's not Christmas. It's really weird, too. Here I am. I've got kids, got family. I had to celebrate Christmas last Saturday. Had to celebrate Christmas on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. And we're doing a Christmas on this Saturday, tomorrow. So, I don't know. I'm still going out and about my way. I can't really live stream because I actually have a day job. Night job, technically. Whatever. You guys know what I mean.
Yeah, I have
day job, night job,
too.
sometimes day job, but night job.
Yeah, no, I work for
most of the time.
Now, I guess.
Wife has day job. Candace don't. She does this. She does this stuff for a living.
Yep.
I don't know. Just seems weird to me that she can't seem to find the time. But all right, must be very important unless it comes to holidays. Then Charlie's murder can wait. Anyway, I was completely open until Eddie misidentified her. Because this course of action is just too bizarre. This means Turning Point was directing the attacks on Mitch. Okay, we already did all that. And the easiest thing to do, we covered that part. Erica, the CEO, instead chose to send her metadata regarding an irrelevant date to Andrew so he could send it discreetly during a live stream that was intended to take down Mitch. I'm sorry, but this is a hot mess. I mean, it's absolute proof going full in. But where's the metadata? Like, what are you talking about? So
that's what I'm saying. Where's the metadata?
Where is this metadata? I really, I don't understand. Why was this so hard to share,
captured on the
Candace?
iPhone.
Where's the
take a
metadata?
picture, it's your location. Exactly. What?
Doesn't make much sense. Anyway, oh, she also found out the SAM code here. Apparently it's this, but that's the only information she has. She puts all this out here, and it really just comes down to, well, this confirms that Bradley Hansel was apparently visiting over here, something like that. But she has no idea who's on board, so she's asking for that. Maybe that'll be interesting. I don't know. I'm not interested in going over it unless there's real information behind it. So there's that. Just figured I'd mention it real quick. Yeah. So I don't know, guys. I don't see any metadata in this photo whatsoever, so I don't know why she keeps saying the metadata is a problem. It says September 9th, 8:33 a.m.
Hey, Candace, no one owes you a damn thing. No one owes you anything. They don't have to send anything to you. You run nothing but your mouth and whatever your LLC and, not even George at this point. Yo, can you imagine what George probably tries to escape? Boys Club just mentally escapes every night. By 7 o'clock, he's checked out. Because he knows this is who I married. What personality is talking in this Twitter X here? We got Bone Quisha last time she did an episode. She was talking about F you and the midget horse you ride on. That was all Bone Quisha there. What's the personality here? Candace, what personality are we dealing with? Because we gotta make sure before we watch Candace, we kind of know what personality we're walking into. Because Boys Club refuses to do that. He said he has no idea what personality he's going to get. We at least need to have a heads up. So which personality are we doing? Is this going to be the Karen? This is a Karen personality? Which personality is this? I think this is the Karen. Would y'all let me know? I think this is the Karen personality here we got. Sybil. Somebody said Sybil. All right, we got Sybil. Oh, that's a good one. So it might be Sybil. You know what? Shout out to you, Proud Liberal. Sybil. This is Sybil. Yeah, this is Sybil. Say hello to Sybil. We got a whole new personality here coming through Candace's Twitter X feed. Sybil. The personality that has 16 more personalities. You can't. Sybil comes with 16 personalities. Oh my God, y'all. This is something else. Farrakhan Shopton. Y'all. Sorry. Y'all. TFC said sorry for the kids and the multiple personalities, Mom. Candace is a walking personality disorder upon herself. One of her personalities has 16 more personalities. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Oh my God. We got a Bone Quisha. We got a Karen. We got a Jennifer. Now we got Sybil, who's got 16 other voices in their head. Oh my God, y'all. The personalities is just endless. It's getting to the point where we're going to have to start typing this up, Candace. We're going to have to create a timeline on all the personalities your crazy ass have. We'll have to keep track of this. There might be a new personality for every day of the week. I'm sure she has good 5 personalities to represent each day of the week. There's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Friday seems to be Bone Quisha's day. Okay, so we got to keep that in mind on Fridays. Fridays are just Bone Quisha days. Because Bone Quisha cusses like hell. You can't make this up. Sybil has entered the chat. Sybil wants to sit here and to say, oh yeah, Erica definitely did it now because, Andrew, how dare he not reach out to me? Like he owes her that. The audacity.
Yeah. Okay. What's wrong with that, Candace? That's as much as you've shown us with your text messages. I don't understand the double standard. But tell me what
Me
you guys
either.
think about all this down in the comment section below.
Hypocrisy or
Please like,
something.
subscribe, and share, guys. Tomorrow morning, I'll be covering the all the information about Mitch Snow's son, possibly, or family members, or whoever they are, sending in information to Valhalla. I'll try to condense that down in a pretty short video, and definitely go subscribe to him because he's doing some real work out there. So is obviously Paramount Tactical doing fantastic work.
Yeah, Paramount
so
Tactical.
we'll go subscribe to those guys, and I will see you guys here in the next one. Later.
Yeah, Artie Trolls is so good.
I am seriously.
Yeah, this guy here. Alex Jones is calling out Candace Owens. It's almost like calling out your protege. Alex Jones. You don't think that Candace Owens got a few tips from you about these conspiracy theories? Come on, man. Y'all, look at his face. This is the face of conspiracy theories right here. There you go. Y'all say what's up to Alex Jones, the godfather of conspiracy theories. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Get out, Alex Jones. Y'all say hello to Candace's godfather, the godfather of conspiracy theories. This is it. This man has been sued in order to pay $1.4 billion with a B. $1 billion. $1.4 billion here. And this is who Candace Owens takes her so-called tips from. All her podcasting tips from. Yeah. And he's now saying, Candace, kick rocks. You can't make this stuff up. Alex said that Charlie didn't like Candace. I can believe it. I can believe it. Vicky says, hey, Vicky. Evil Alex Jones said he's embarrassed to have been associated with Candace. Yeah. Yeah. This man is now calling out Candace Owens. You can't make, come on, honey. Where else do you get this from? Oh, Marcho, thank you for the $2 super. Yeah, I'm trying to get through the supers. Thank you so much, Marcho, for the $2 supers. She said no sound. Oh, this was in the beginning. This was in the beginning. Thank you so much. Proud Liver sent the $2 super. Thank you. I love your attire. Hey, y'all. Candace, you wish. You can't make this up. I'm so proud. This is my alma mater, Spelman College. Ciao. Candace, we're still waiting on you to show your 2 degrees. Where's her 2 degrees at? Candace, you said you had 2 degrees. Where's the proof of that? See, basic evidence she could be showing people. She won't do it. You can make this stuff up. Thank you so much for the $2 super. I appreciate that. And of course, Jacqueline sent over a $4.99 super. Thank you so much. Erica kids have 24/7 security and driver now. She isn't driving around anywhere by herself, especially with the people Candace Owens has targeted her. Yes, I'm so glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear. Because I was like, I hope she has at least a dash cam. So that is good to hear. She has people with her 24/7. She's had to ante up the security because Candace Owens is still a numbnut. Can't make this up. Shout out to Blue Moon for the $9.99 super. Thank you so much. I think I did cover this message here. And Blue Moon for the $4.99 super. Thank you so much. Can you imagine her saying about blacks, Muslims, Asian, what she is saying about Jews? Exactly. Candace, she doesn't say this about, any other race or ethnicity of people. She just keeps going after Jewish people. So all her dumb bots, and her cult members, forget the fact that I'm another black woman. I'm going to say when she's wrong, when she's lying, when she's letting a fool on her show. Yeah, I'm going to say that. Absolutely. Because her lies is causing people to get death threats and to be cyber harassed and bullied and defamed. It's disgusting. I personally don't care what skin color she is. Look, Godfather conspiracy theories. Who said some of the most heinous stuff that can ever be said? From kids who lost their lives in a school shooting. Right here. And he's now embarrassed to have been associated with Candace Owens. And he said some heinous stuff. anyone that is willing to put her in check, put her in check. It doesn't take away the fact that he's paying the price for what he said. $1.4 billion judgment issued against him. It does not take away from the price that he is paying for the horrible things that he said. Alex Jones is paying the price. And it should not absolve him. But at the end of the day, when you have someone that is paying the price for what he said and done, still calling her out, we're going to call her out. Period. That's it. Her bots are going to keep copying and pasting the same old dumb comments. I don't care how they feel or what they think, along with her cult members. We're going to call her out. Candace will not present any evidence, and her cult members are too cowardly to demand that she does it. They're too cowardly. They refuse to say, present the evidence. Post up those court documents that Mitchell Snow gave to you. Post up a photo, the video footage, that 18-minute video he recorded. Where's that 18-minute video at? Thank you, Francisca. You can, if they come just being dumb, kick them. What's that 18-minute video footage? We're still waiting for that. She said Mitchell Snow recorded an 18-minute video footage. Her cult members refuse to challenge her to say, can you upload that video? We're tired of Lady Luck Club asking for evidence. Can you post up these court documents? You said you would post this stuff up. Post it up. Candace, you worried about the wrong thing. Andrew Colvin doesn't owe you a damn thing. But post up those court documents Mitchell Snow gave you. Post up that 18-minute video footage you said he sent to you. You know, all this vetting you've done. Because, you know, you don't know when you're being trolled in your tip line. Y'all keep trolling the hell out of her in her tip line. She doesn't know when she's being trolled. She doesn't know. I don't think she cares. Candace doesn't even care that she's lying like hell. So keep trolling her in that tip line. So let's all listen to Alex Jones, a very heinous man, who's still paying the price for what he said and did. $1.4 billion. Put Candace Owens in check. You can't make this up.
Concerned for Candace Owens. What I'm about to reveal, what I'm about to break down, come from a place of love.
I know I have none.
Please, watch this report. And Candace, please think about what I'm about to say and what I'm about to reveal before you dig this hole much further.
I don't believe you, Alex. I don't believe it's coming from a place of love at all.
On this podcast live, every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there. Does
it have to be love? Candace, you can kiss my ass, girl. You helpful. You kiss my ass. Take it how you want. It's not going to stop me from saying anything. Take it however you want. You know you don't believe your dumb lies because they're dumb. They're just dumb. As long as your cult members and your bots believe it and they push out this crap and they put it in everybody's check. If you're going to come into my chat, come as yourself. Come in under your name. Candace Owens. Come in under your name. You coward.
There was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you say you saw. If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean,
95 to 99.
Closed me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. You know, she broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. So, and she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and break my thumbs.
What with the evidence?
Feet. Back of my skull.
Oh, Caleb, I can answer your question. I believe the one with the evidence. Shout out to you, Caleb. I don't mind questions. I really don't. I believe the one with the evidence. I believe the one that's following the evidence that's out here. We're waiting for Candace to post up video camera footage or a photo of Erica Kirk being on the military base. We're waiting for that. the court documents. She said she would post up this 18-minute video. We're waiting for her to post this stuff up. And I just say Alex Jones is a heinous, disgusting person who's still paying for all the things that he said and done that were absolutely deplorable, because he went after kids who lost their lives in a school from Sandy Hook. He put those parents through unimaginable pain and misery. And it's crazy that he's the one coming to the forefront saying, this is ridiculous what she's doing. As deplorable as he is. But he has the evidence on his, he has the evidence. As horrible as he is. And I'm not absolving him of that. I'm not. He should pay every bit of that $1.4 billion. But Candace is not producing any evidence. And we're still asking for her to do that. She won't do it.
Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him.
Get you, Caleb. I understand.
Having her maul him with the dogs again. And
more Candace.
She'd done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle, pulled on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm. That's actually one of those. I'm still recovering from getting surgeries from it. I saw there was already cops there. They were sitting on the corner at the Moss Road and Van Giesen out there, Benton City, not far from our house, like 400 feet from our house. I could see them, and they weren't coming over. They were just sitting out there outside of their cars, talking and chatting with each other. And
it's been an amazing trip, and most falls.
This is apparently, from what I gather, this is one of Candace's major sources for all of her theories that she's floating out there. This is her big time source.
I've gotten to meet and hear their stories. It's absolutely fantastic. It's been a wonderful experience.
Oh my God.
I want you to meet a man named Mitch Snow. He's very, very interesting. He is the new Egyptian planes. They're supposed to move on from the Egyptian planes that were the key to everything up until just about 4 or 5 days ago to Mitch Snow. This is the key to everything. I focused on a lot of big pieces of it, but first off was the Egyptian planes.
Oh, God.
And right as I'm already doing the research and others are doing the research, a researcher goes and gets the flight data, actually buys the professional grade, puts out the fact that...
I'm sorry, I forgot to say who this is. This is D-Day Cobra 2. Y'all make sure you go check out his channel. My bad. I forgot to give you all a heads up on this guy. Yeah, D-Day Cobra 2. He did this reaction video, and I picked this one because he got the latest video from Alex Jones in here. All this other stuff, I try my best not to watch the videos without you all, especially if it's got anything with Candace in it, because I just can't listen to her on my own. But it has the latest video, I think, of what Alex Jones put out. So it's like a nice little compilation. I just, but if there are others out here that I need to, who child is as horrible as Alex Jones is. I don't know why he thinks he's trying to warn her. Because the moment you say something she doesn't like, her cult and her bots are just going to go hammer time. And then they get mad and they throw tantrums and they vomit all over, Twitter X and YouTube and blah, blah, blah. Because they're bots and cult members. That's what they do. People need to stop caring about how they feel and what they think. That's what should happen. And make sure you keep messing Candace up in her tip line. Candace, we're here for trolling you in your tip line, girl. We know you don't check it. You don't bet, man.
66% of the time, she said these planes were in the United States. Man. They were another continent. And another 60% of the time, they weren't matched up to where she was. And then Candace came out a few days ago and said, yeah, she got some of that wrong. And then, of course, she met with Erica Kirk and thought things might be better.
Another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA Faith broader event.
If you watch this, it's all about how you view stuff. I watch this as WWE.
Yeah.
And if you watch it as WWE,
I know, right?
Then it's very entertaining. Because that's all this is. That's all it is.
And of course, Erica was at some of them. Charlie was at some of them. But it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes.
Candace, we don't need your permission to debunk your ass. We do this for fun. You can't make this up.
And then all of a sudden, she fires up this letter she gets from this person that says they were medics, special forces, and according to Grok, that's true. But he was also in the witness protection program and stalked and had all this family violence against him. But Grok says it's the other way around, and then no evidence of him in witness protection. And in the years he says he's in witness protection.
Mark Andre Royce.
Wait, Ask Grok is that the AI for Twitter X for X? But yeah, her cult members get mad when anyone else uses AI to pull in a summary. But Grok is that AI version, right? On Twitter X. I don't pay for my Twitter X. It's just there. Like he's using. Okay, thank you, Colleen. Wait, is that D-Day Cobra? He's reacting to Alex? Yes, he is. So I said, oh, as horrible Alex Jones is. Alex Jones. Her bots are the AI. I know. Her bots are mad as hell. Big mad. Candace is big mad. The cult members are big mad. The bots are big mad. Or at least they're copying and pasting that, they're big mad. They're just big mad. Yeah, this is D-Day Cobra 2, you all. D-Day Cobra 2. I don't know. Is this his second channel? Maybe he has a 1. But yeah, this is D-Day Cobra. He's already said he can't stand Alex Jones.
But it hurts our base ultimately. I don't disagree, but you have to understand that the conservative side is full of phonies and frauds. It just is. And nothing's going to change that. And I guess that's what this exposes more than anything, is that so many of these people are liars and they're only in it for their own self, benefit. That they don't care about the actual cause.
And he's out on paid trips to Cancun because of his medical disability. I mean, just looking at him and listening to him makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And then his story of he's in Arizona the day before.
Alex Jones is drunk.
Charlie Kirk's killed. And he just decides to go to a military base, a restricted one, to see if they've got any files on him. And he gets there and has this whole story. It's directed to this building, and there's all these officers, and he thinks he sees the head of TPUSA security, but he wasn't sure then. It was later when he saw him on Sean Ryan. And then now he goes on Candace and suddenly says, I also saw, he's 99% sure, Erica Kirk.
That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before. And she was with that man in the lobby. And that man, he was present at that meeting the next morning.
If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
Like, I can legitimately, I could pull people on I get emails all the time about people having sources or information or whatever. And, you could pull people onto a show and claim that you have this or you have this and they know that or whatever. You can do that if you want. That's not the game that I'm playing, but you can absolutely do that if you want.
Yeah, Candace says she's playing a game. She said chess. She doesn't understand that. So I say tic-tac-toe. But Candace Owens already said, I'm not going to release out everything I have because I'm playing a game. Hard stop. She is playing a game. It's a dangerous game. It's a game that's causing people to catch death threats and kidnapping threats. This is funny for her. This is fun. So that's why I don't feel bad when she's getting trolled in her tip line. She doesn't check it. She doesn't vet. She doesn't do any background information to research. I have to do that. Y'all send me stuff. I'll tell you, I'm still not caught up with all my emails. But if I get stuff that looks like it is related to any data information that I need to go and research myself to double check to make sure this is valid, because I don't know if someone is creating a fake profile and create a fake email, and then they're sending me something as if they're one of my mods. I've seen fake profiles named after my mods. But yet, the difference is, I know my mod is my mod, and the same account that might be named might have a space or a period or something to try to differentiate it, because you can't have the exact same, but they'll do the same name and then they'll put a space or, some sort of underscore or something that might be subtle to change it, but it'd be one of my mods' names. And then they go out and say all these dumb things and everything, and it comes back as if it's one of my mods saying this stuff. That's happened. And I know this is not my mod. My mod is selected to be my moderator. One has a wrench next to it, the other one doesn't. But they go out and do these dumb things. I have to make sure this person is not creating some fake email and then sending me email information. I have to vet it. So when I tell someone, hey, I'm going to look into this myself and then get back to you and let you know, that's not a joke. That's me doing due diligence. And it might not be right away, but when I get back to it, then I get back to it. And then I'll show it if it lines up, if I have corroborating evidence to support it. If there's information, factual information that I've come across in my research to support what someone has sent me, then I put it out there. Because the last thing I want to be is sitting here and relaying information because I'm being trolled and I didn't know it. And I didn't do my due diligence in it. That's the same thing Candace could be doing and she won't do. And she has a team. I have a regular job. I got kids and I have to do this stuff myself. I don't have a team that can do that like she has. This is what she does all day, every day. I only have but so much time. It just goes to show when you care about putting out information that's factually based, then you take your time with making sure. If it's just a video or something like that we could watch, that's one thing. But if it's information involving data, involving websites and links and documents, identify someone. If I have to do stuff like that, I have to take my time with that. That's not something I can rush doing. Just like with me going over the tax documents from BLEXIT. I have to go through this stuff so I can know what I'm looking at and talking about. Should have did the other consulting, the LLC 2 weeks ago, because now I can't even see the actual tax documents anymore. I don't know where the hell that went. And I had both. It was on ProPublica's website. I don't see it there anymore. And I searched through ProPublica's website. Those are the things like I have to make sure this stuff lines up. I'm still going to show you all the tax forms from BLEXIT. And I'm going to show you all the website for Optimizer Consulting and the LLC registration information that I saw. And show you some information on the website that connects to BLEXIT and TP USA PAC. But can't show you the Optimizer Consulting LLC tax forms. Then they're not even available anymore. And me researching and finding this stuff, I don't know if they know someone's trying to do this or what. But I'm going to share you all the information I have. And if someone has those tax forms, they can send it to me. And then I'll go through it, make sure it's correct, make sure that it matches up at least with the information is consistent, and then show that out. Candace won't even post up court documents she claims somebody gave her. No way to vet this. This to her is a game. And she said it. Don't get mad, Candace, when people repeat your words and use them against you.
Those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. The
eyes.
So I said, all right, let me go look at this. And Candace again is saying she's seen the metadata. It's ironclad. she's just not sure if he really saw Erica Kirk. Just like with the planes, it just goes from the Israelis to the Egyptians to the French to the U.S. military.
What?
And so before I get into the latest story of the military base and all of this and somehow involved in killing Kirk, just asking questions. Just remember, I came out 4 or 5 days ago, and then so did others, with the flight logs, with the data, and said to Candace, please respond to us. And she didn't come out and say it wasn't true. So her ironclad information on that, well, wasn't that.
Oh, I had the best.
But now we move right on to a new controversy. And I was talking to TPUSA the days before they were meeting in Nashville. And I said, either she's being paid by some bad groups to stabilize the Republican Party, which I don't think it is. I think she really believes what she's saying.
No, she does
or
not.
Or she's had some type of
mental
breakdown, psychosis. Or she just really believes.
Alex, she does not believe anything of what she's saying. She's getting 300,000 and 400,000 people watching her live. She's getting millions of fucking views. She is obviously, she is getting financial benefits from various other places.
Yeah, she does not believe her lies. I'm so glad he's saying this. Shout out to you, DJ. It's not hard to see. Candace does not believe these lies she's peddling. She's making too much money from it. She doesn't believe any of this. What is she going to do once this stuff runs dry? And the cult is like, okay, can you move on to just telling us who pulled the trigger on the gun? You don't believe it's Sala Robertson. You can't leave them in limbo forever, Candace. Your millions of cult members are going to start asking you to name the shooter. I'm just helping them along. You can't make this up.
And she knows that there is a massive, massive audience that believes this bullshit. And the more she runs with it, they don't care. They don't care how true it is or isn't, because they already believe in these theories. They already think that it's 100% accurate. So she's doing is confirming the bias that all of these people online already have, and they eat it up. She's giving them false hope in their lie that they believe. She knows that.
All of this, but I think it's somehow still delusional, because I could go through dozens of the things she's put out and debunk each one. So where is she now on the planes and the ironclad data and all of that? And there's so many other examples of this that we could drill into here. So Candace, I really genuinely care about you. And I really genuinely want to just ask you a question.
I don't believe you care for her, Alex. I don't care about you, Candace, at all. Because you're kind of in Alex's world and you're hurting his credibility, because Alex actually had credibility when he would call this stuff out because it was based in reality. And Candace doing this actually hurts Alex Jones' credibility.
Have you seen the videos of Mr. Snow? I mean, have you seen him on podcasts talking about how his wife built a prison for him in the garage and then attacked him and broke both his thumbs and pulled his arm out of socket and mauled their son with a big dog twice?
Oh, God, like that movie.
Wouldn't help him, and they're all part of a conspiracy, and he's in a witness protection program. I mean, if I was just walking down the street and saw somebody talking about this, I'd say that's schizophrenic.
Witness protection, and yet he has photos up of him and his son weaponizing the child to get sympathy, garner views, to have attention brought to his so-called situation. He had to weaponize a minor child to do it. That is absolutely awful. This kid has to go back and look at these photos and see all this stuff all over the internet because his dad is an idiot who has more protection orders against him than anything else going for himself. This kid still has to see these things. A website up, post up, videos up with his photo all over it. From when he was a little boy and his father weaponized him to get sympathy, to con people out of money. He created a whole fictitious, dumb, stupid story with no photo, video evidence, GPS tracking, nothing to support anything about Erica Kirk being on a military base. And the godfather of their conspiracy theories is saying someone is schizophrenic.
And you look at his face, and then you look at the other videos out there of this guy. Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could believe
he
that.
was special forces.
So crazy.
Supposedly, maybe it was even the right name from Brock. Okay. I know a lot of people in the military that crack up and go nuts. In fact, a larger percentage.
He's got two names, by the way.
Around a lot of vets, they're great people, but they have a higher percentage of serious mental breakdowns and suicide, you name it.
Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison.
Crazy.
You know, she broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet, back my skull. Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried.
Dude, this guy's boring as fuck. Like, it's physically hurting me to listen to this guy talk. So, to be fair, if you are this incredibly boring, probably making up lies is your best play, because no one is going to just sit there and listen to you talk.
About him, having her maul him with the dogs again. She'd done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying,
oh my God,
I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle.
Exactly.
Hold on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm. That's actually one of the surgeries. I'm still recovering from getting surgeries from it. I saw there was already cops there. They were sitting on the corner at DeMoss Road and Van Giesen out there, Benton City, not far from our house, like 400 feet from our house. I could see them. And they weren't coming over. They were just sitting out there outside of their cars talking and chatting with each other. And
needless to say, okay, you say you've seen the metadata on Mr. Snow. What's the metadata that he went to a military base?
Exactly.
And so now that means this is all true. Can we see that metadata? Those are the magic metadata. Can we see that information? And
somebody says, dude, Jeremy, are you ADHD or something? Yeah.
Then again, he doesn't recognize while he's there the head of USA Security. It's after he sees him on Sean Ryan's show. And all of these leaks continuing on and on and on and on and on and on. And then TVUSA has the flight logs of the people you're talking about in the air and in different parts of the country while this is all going on. And I was told that they were getting together all of this proof. I've done research myself to go show you at that 4.5 hour meeting. Because I was talking to them, before the meeting. I knew about the meeting. I obviously didn't announce it. And I was hoping they could go in and show you all these facts on a whole bunch of other issues as well and get you to wake up. I mean, here's an example. They got a compilation of you saying, and people on.
I'm going to pause right here because I don't understand why Candace won't look up what metadata is. So I have to do it. Candace, you idiot. It's one thing for you not to believe any of your lies, but when you use terms like metadata, please understand that there's a definition that goes along with it. So metadata or meta information is data that defines and describes the characteristics of other data. When you say you have metadata, you have data that is helping to describe, give you information about other sets of data. It's metadata. It often helps to describe, explain, locate, or otherwise make data easier to retrieve, use, or manage. What metadata does she have on Mitch Snow that would help to describe, explain, locate, or otherwise make other data about Mitch Snow easier to retrieve, use, or manage? Where's that data at? Anyone seen that? Help me out. Anyone ever seen that metadata? I'm just wondering because the way he talks about his ex doing all this stuff to him like a Sybil type of situation. You would think she Ronda Rousey somebody. This is his thing. Anyone seeing any data that helps to describe? This is what based on the definition of terms because words matter. Describe, explain, locate, or otherwise make data easier to retrieve, use, or manage. Candace, what the hell metadata do you have on Mitchell Snow that would help give characteristics of other data on Mitchell Snow? This is a simple definition of a term here. That's all this is. There are several types of metadata. I mean, because we can get into that. For example, the title, author, and publication date of a book are metadata about the book. But while a data asset is finite, metadata is infinite. Because metadata is supposed to help you describe, explain, locate, or otherwise make data easier to retrieve, use, or manage. So it's not limited. So Candace, what is your metadata that you have on Mitchell Snow to help us retrieve, use, or manage any data about Mitchell Snow? We'll wait. You won't post the court documents he gave you. You won't post the 18-minute video footage that he claims that he recorded and gave you. You won't even give us simple data. So what metadata do you have on his ass? Because we're all waiting for that. You don't want us to debunk your dumb ass on something that you could just be giving to us. But then when people point out the data that we get on him, then you get upset about that. And now it's an attack on you when you're not competent enough to look up the definitions of simple terms. So before you go using the word metadata, you should start with the definition of the word so that you can make sure you're applying it correctly, because words matter. Can we get an amen? Amen in the chat. Amen. She has no metadata. This is so ridiculous that people have to look up definitions of terms because Candace Owens is not a smart person. She's an idiot. Amen in the chat. Amen in the chat. Because Candace could have given us data on him. And it talks about metadata because she doesn't know what that means either. Don't use words you can't define, girl. That's one thing you've learned here. Your cult members and your bots are definitely learning that. Don't use words you cannot define. Metadata is a term you can't define because you refuse to just Google it. You have descriptive metadata. Why is it asking me to donate? Chat, please. You have descriptive metadata, structural metadata, administrative metadata, reference metadata, statistical metadata, legal metadata. Candace, you have so many types, distinctive types of metadata. It's not even funny. So which type of metadata do you have on Mitchell Snow? Is it descriptive, structural, reference, perhaps legal? Because we're getting court documents. People are pulling court documents where protection orders are being granted against him. So we're finding legal data. Do you have the legal metadata, such as the website to get these court documents from? Because metadata helps you to retrieve data. So do you have the legal metadata? You got George Webb out here running around saying he's seen things that he may or may not have even seen. I'm more willing to believe my Luxter here, no reply, over George Webb any day of the week. I trust you, no reply. I do. You can't make this stuff up. So no legal metadata, no statistical metadata, no reference, no administrative, no structural, no descriptive, no metadata has been provided from Candace Owens. But yet no one is supposed to fact check her either, because this is what fact checking does. It helps you to understand concepts and definitions of terms. Why can't she just post the damn court documents he gave her allegedly, or this alleged 18-minute video that may or may not even exist in this reality here on Earth? Because, Candace, I don't care which characteristics you're sitting in right now. I don't care which personality in your head is at the forefront while you view this video or read any information. It should not stop none of your so-called 22, 25 personalities now. We're somewhere up there. From actually Googling definitions of terms. You cannot be this dumb. And if you are, don't get mad when people call you dumb. It's so ridiculous. Let's get back to D-Day. Shout out to him.
Basically, they wanted to get rid of him. They got rid of him. They stood the game, deeply implying that they had a hand in the killing of Charlie Kirk, TPUS sailors. Then you go, that's insane. I never implied that in any way. How dare you? You can watch the compilation. They haven't put it out to be mean. But I guess we'll have to. I mean, because this is reality here. And then you've got
misery, yep.
At the end of it, in the compilation, you say, that's ridiculous. I never said anything like that. What are you talking about? So the reality here is I've studied black ops. I've studied assassination operations from different governments and how the U.S. government does it.
No, never.
Fletcher Prouty was the main source for Jim Garrison and the JFK assassination investigation that was done an excellent job on. It's been proven to be very accurate. I'm a big JFK guy. Wrote some of the biggest JFK news ever. You know, the secret recordings and all of it about the hit that have been verified. That's real stuff. 100 million views earlier this year. Just on excellent, getting that out, national news everywhere. I just say that because I've interviewed basically all the assassination experts. Most of them are dead now, but Fletcher Prouty was the head of black op regime change political assassinations in the U.S. government.
It's so hard to keep up with.
There were only 2 other colonels who even did any of that work.
He talks so choppy.
And he wrote books about it, explaining how it all worked. But the week before they killed Kennedy, they literally sent him literally to the Arctic on another mission, so he couldn't be there watching what happened. But of course, he still figured it out right when it went on. You have to understand, when someone is going to assassinate someone political at this level, it is extremely compartmentalized, and it is on a need-to-know basis. And you don't have big, giant public meetings on basis by public, a whole bunch of military and a whole bunch of people, and they call in Erica Kirk and they call in the head of security, and they're all there in these big, giant.
True. So true. Because why would they have a meeting like this on a military base to begin with? And not in some building that may or may not have a name on it, in some back room where it should be hard for you to access. You shouldn't just stumble in on that type of meeting. It's so dumb. But, you know, we're talking about Candace Owens, the heifer that refuses to look up definitions of terms, such as metadata. You can't make this up.
Dude, I feel like Alex... Again,
oh, man.
Far be it from me to, because I mean, this video is 40 minutes long and we're not going to react to the whole thing, by the way. I feel like Alex could have taken 10 minutes and kind of did like a very kind of quick takedown of Candace. Now, again, he probably feels like that there's a lot more context that he wants to fully add in order to show how retarded she is, which I totally understand that. Could have taken her down in like a 10-minute rant, pointing out some stuff. But I think that because Alex Jones has been in this kind of conspiracy theory world for so long, he feels the need. And again, he's probably correct in that. He feels the need to add so much, context to this in order to fully show how crazy she is. So I do respect that. But she doesn't deserve this much of a response, in my opinion.
Powwow's doing all this. Plus, it's Charlie Kirk helping get Trump elected, getting millions of people signed up to vote. You know, Trump has to be innocent until proven guilty, but we're not even talking about the left that wanted him dead, the left that celebrated his death. And you got Kash Patel, I confirmed people in the White House when this happened, yelling at Tulsi Gabbard whenever she had the intelligence of domestic groups being involved, the 10 trannies in the days before saying he'll be dead when he comes here in a few days, and the day before saying he'll be dead tomorrow, and then that day he's killed, see, we told you. Or the guy down front saying, I shot him, and he says, I did it so the shooter can get away. And then Tyler Robinson saying he did it and wearing his trans flag tie and looking so damn evil and satisfied in court. That made it so much more clear that my gut that he's involved may have had help. But obviously he had people that were aware of it beforehand. So I could just go on and on and on with this, but you need to come to grips with the fact that Erica Kirk and all these people to TPUSA are real human beings, and they have lives.
Candace said, this is a game. She doesn't care. Then you say that, Candace. She said she's playing a game. She thinks she's playing chess, and she's not, but she's playing a game. I think that's what people need to realize. Candace doesn't care about human beings being involved in this. She doesn't care about how anybody feels. Oh, hell no. She's playing a game. Tic-tac-toe. and still losing that. Because Candace, when you don't look up definitions of terms, I'm not giving you credit for being able to play chess. You're not that smart. But she's playing a game. This is all a game for her, people.
And
for better or for worse, we've reached a point where, generally speaking, the internet doesn't care about you being a real person with real feelings and real emotions and all of that. That's just not how the internet works. I'm sorry. I know that's harsh, but that's just the truth. When people don't like you, they don't view you as anything other than an internet punching bag. Generally speaking, social media is just people creating a version of you in their own imagination, getting mad at that version, and then arguing against positions you don't even hold. Oftentimes solely for content engagement. Don't try to reason with these types. You can't. That is as accurate as you could get. I've talked about this from people like, when people are always like, oh, Jeremy, all these people are saying these things about you. And I'm like, I know, I don't care. And they don't care. The people that are saying the things about me, they don't care about me. They only care about the version of me that they have created, because in their mind, I am to them, and I'm not saying I am by any stretch of the imagination. I'm saying to the people that hate me and all this, in those people's mind, they are to me what Brie Larson was to me when I would criticize Brie Larson every day and make videos, when I would call out Kathleen Kennedy or Ryan Johnson or Bob Iger, or Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann. I'm calling these people out because of their actions and because of the way they've carried themselves. And I look at them and go, oh, they're multimillionaires. Who cares what they don't care what I have to say. And in a lot of these people's minds, they look at me thinking, oh, he's got this big following. He doesn't care, but whatever. That's just how the internet works. Candace is doing that to Turning Point USA right now. Candace, in my humble opinion, based on nothing other than me just looking at the situation for what it is, I believe Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk. I believe that she feels that she should be in the position that Erica Kirk is right now. So not only is she very hurt and angry that Charlie was assassinated, she's also very jealous that Erica is in the position that she feels she should, because she was at Turning Point in the beginning. She helped Charlie in the early days of Turning Point. Now Erica has the whole world praising her. The whole world is praising Erica Kirk. The whole world is offering support. Hundreds of millions of dollars are flowing in. Celebrities are trying to go and be at Turning Point. Everybody's looking to her. Politicians are looking to her. And Candace says, that should be me. That is my theory on the situation. Right or wrong, that is my theory based on what I'm seeing. And so when you have someone like Candace Owens who is in that state of mind, I think Candace genuinely cared about Charlie Kirk. I think she might have been in love with him. And so when Charlie was assassinated, that hurt her personally.
Oh, yeah.
Just like it affected people that didn't know Charlie Kirk. People that didn't know him saw that and they were like horrified. It made people that have never met Charlie Kirk, it changed them. So you have to assume it changed the person that knew him and had a strong relationship with him. So that hurt her. But then I want to be in Erica's position has taken her to a whole different level. So she's not viewing anybody in any capacity as a human being right now. Everyone is complicit in you have what I want. That's my theory.
Yep.
So
very good theory. And I agree. Candace Owens is in love with Charlie Kirk, alive or deceased. Because a married woman doesn't walk around here talking about how another man came to her in a vision. And then you obsessively talk about this for 3.5 going on 4 months. And then even said, I feel like a bad mom. I feel like I'm neglecting my own kids because I was crying so hard. At some point, I'm sure George did want to tell her, can you just get up and go fix the kids a bottle and a lunch? Make them a sandwich. Not even him, the children. Can you make the children a sandwich? I mean, unless it's your father, your brother, your cousin, a family, someone you actually was still actively talking to and engaged in their life. Because she can't prove they weren't even following each other for these 12 months leading up until the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated here. And yet, she comes off as if people owe her explanations and people need to be explaining things to her, sending information to her like she's the gatekeeper. But then she sits here and dogs out the idea of a gatekeeper. Make that make sense? You want to come off like a gatekeeper while denouncing the concept of a gatekeeper. But yet you can't look up the definition of the word metadata. Candace, I have a problem with that. Your hypocrisy is staggering. I want to show this video right quick.
I am serious.
Wait. It's video. I just put it in my thing. Here it is. This is from Storybox. This is the most recent video that Alex Jones did, where he said he was just embarrassed of having known or associated himself with Candace. It's man, but he claimed to have come from a place of love. That's why I don't sugarcoat anything. Just say what you mean and mean what you say. Candace, you can kiss my ass. I don't care how you feel about anything, or your coat, or your box. Then, now that we got that established, when I go out and debunk her, or when we're going over information from other content creators, Paramount Tactical even, where he's doing interviews because you bringing some fool on your show talking about he's pointing somebody out where he's just flat out lying. At the very least, produce the evidence that you said he gave you. She won't do that. I don't feel any way about it. She can still kiss my butt. But Candace is the one claiming that she's researching something, because I won't give her the credibility to say she's investigating, because she's not. She's the one saying she's trying to figure out who pulled the trigger on the gun, who shot Charlie Kirk. That's the question she's supposed to be answering, and she's not answering that. And yet wants to get an attitude when someone questions her motives in this. Candace, do you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Or George Farmer? Or Mitchell Snow? You're bringing in all these planes and all these dumb theories that have nothing to do with anything. Are you trying to say that you're involved? We're just asking questions. We'll give you time to look up the definition of the word metadata while you do that. You can't make this stuff up. No evidence. And yet she uses terms like metadata and still provides no data. So, yeah, I'm going to check this out from the Storybox. Shout out to him. And I just love his accent. Yeah, he just tells it like it is, and I can appreciate that. So make sure you guys check out Storybox YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, let me drop the link, because he goes in. He does not spare Candace at all. We're here for that. Yeah, Candace sitting here crying and depressed over another man is like, good grief, and doesn't even talk about her own, because Boys Club is, maybe he has feelings too, who knows. But yeah, shout out to Jay from Storybox. He's fantastic. Yeah, he's adorable. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked him out, check out his content as well. Either her channel is now showing up when you search for Paramount Tactical, because she did a video on him. Andrew calls PR nightmare exposing Erica Kirk. Are you serious? Child, and you know what's so crazy? That message does not show a PR nightmare. It's just because Candace said so. Child. In Candace's alternate reality, she thinks she's, the wife of Charlie Kirk. Maybe because she wanted to be. It's not hard for just people to see. It seems like she was in love with him. Shout out to D-Day Cobra. I mean, I've never watched this video up until now. And you have people that are easily able to see that. Candace was in love with Charlie Kirk. Her husband ought to feel this big. The only PR nightmare is Candy platform and Mitch. I know, right, Uncle Bo? Exactly. But can't define the word metadata before she go and uses the word metadata. It's so crazy. You should know what metadata is, Candace. While you're sitting here parroting some nonsense about metadata, when you can't even show us an 18-minute video. You have no idea of the concept of metadata. You don't know what that means. You have no idea what that word is. It's so crazy. Just put up the actual evidence. It's not that difficult if you have it, Heffa. Good grief. All right, y'all, let's get to the story box, and then we'll get to, I just want to show parts of Paramount Tactical's video he did a day ago, because I really want to, maybe you all can help me out. I couldn't see the DD-214 that he had, and then there was some other information he went over about Mitchell Snow, and then we'll get to this BLEXIT tax document.
Actually crazy and insane. And I know there's so many things that are crazy and insane when it comes to Candace Owens, but the insane person asking whether or not the sane person is okay. To Candy Owens, she's asking Alex Jones, are you okay, Alex? Because according to Candace, she hasn't changed her story once. We simply identified who booked the plane. So now she's freaking out. She's panicking because Alex Jones is involved. And when Alex Jones is involved, you know for a fact he's going to get his facts straight. I know he stuffed up majorly or royally with the whole Sandy Hook thing.
Oh, yeah.
Since then, he's been on a pretty okay trajectory, I guess I could say. I'm not a massive fan of Alex Jones, but nevertheless, at least he does some proper investigative journalism when it comes down to it. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Candace Owens is saying another lie. It's just her entire life right now is lie after lie after lie. See what happens when you go like full Jew hatred dingbat? You just become even more insane. You're starting to sound like what's the good analogy where you're trying to sound like you're sounding like someone that is off her meds first and foremost, and like you know those movies of those crazy insane people that like need their next fix. You sound like that person, Candace. First Israel, then donors, then Mikey McCoy, then the FBI, then Trump, back to Israel, then Egyptian planes, and Erica Kirk, now the U.S. military. But sure, Candace Owens, you've never changed your story, not even one time. Yep, that's what it seems like to me. Oh, and I asked ChatGPT, how many times has Candace Owens changed the story on the whole Charlie Kirk assassination? It says there's no, like, independently verified how many times, like the count, but there are, according to reporting from multiple outlets, there have been at least 4 to 5 major shifts or distinct versions of how Owens publicly this incident and its implications of the last several months. Now, we have a couple other ones. Initial speculation about motive and unusual details. She initially pushed alternative interpretations of what happened at the event and surrounding circumstances, questioning official details and suggesting unusual activity. So that went off into even crazier realms, right? But no, according to Candace, the whole media, Israel, France, you name it, they're all after her. Australia even. Everyone's after Candy Owens. Her against the entire freaking world, apparently. Theory involving influence of foreign policy or Israel. Everything just links back to Israel. And she's going to provide the nail in the coffin, as it were. I'm piecing everything together and I'm naming names and providing actual evidence, but she's provided nothing of the sort. Still to this day, believe it or not. But sure, Candy,
George, why are you throwing a tantrum in my chat? George Vincent. Why are you throwing a tantrum in my chat? Who's telling to shut up, you clown? You come in here every time and you try to tell me that. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk. That is how I feel about it. The end. You know, because that's how free speech works. I'm just curious as to why you feel like you need to come to my chat and tell me to shut up every day and that you love Candace Owens. We know you love Candace, George Vincent. We know you do. Can you tell Candace to post up those court documents? in that 18-minute video footage. I told you, y'all coming to my chat at your own demise. Alex Jones will be doing a full expose on Candace and George. He noticed that she pops up with controversial stuff at key moments when it counts. Oh, wow. I thought, what's the other one? What's his name? Nick. I thought Nick was supposed to be doing an expose too. Y'all, shout out to Uncle Mo TV. If I get one of the moms to drop the YouTube channel link for Uncle Mo TV has a fantastic channel. He does great content, especially on debunking Umar the Oompa Loompa Johnson. That's another live stream we're going to do tonight. Umar the Oompa Loompa. Shout out to Uncle Mo TV. Thank you so much for tuning in. I see why he crashed out. Y'all, what's it? LL, thank you, Palm. How you doing, honey? She's grifting off the Hate Erica campaign from the titles of her videos. Yeah, because Candace does not like Erica Kirk. And she didn't like her this entire time. It's like she just wanted the opportunity to be able to express how she truly feels to someone else. And then she got the perfect idiot to come on her show that was willing to sit here and grift and lie like hell, knowing darn well he doesn't care about anything going on with TPUSA. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw someone on base and I don't even know anything about him on a military base. I didn't take a photo. I didn't do a video or anything. No evidence. That's a dumb lie to tell. But all of this technology that could easily debunk him, he brings nothing. And the 18-minute video that he claims he's given her, she won't even post up. Candace, post a damn 18-minute video. Let's see it. Because, I'm going to just tear it bit by bit. I'm going to shred it to bits. You know the internet is undefeated. We're going to tear that video up. That's what she's scared of. She's scared of people tearing up that dang on 18-minute video. And then she's trying to distract with this Andrew COVID thing. And Andrew COVID's not stun you, girl. And he doesn't owe you a thing. Alex Jones is not going in on her. You can't make this up. She was in love with Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk. And he didn't want her. Thank you so much, S-Files. There you go. You guys, make sure you go check out Uncle Mo TV and give him some support. He has a fantastic following over there as well. And he's going to keep his foot on, Umar's neck. Another con artist. Umar the Oompa Loompa Johnson and Candace Owens might as well be together. Maybe those two should hook up. You can't make this. They're like one and the same. We're just looking at a female and male versions of each other. One is an alien. The other is an Oompa Loompa. They're both con artists. Candace, you sounded like a fraud, girl. You can't make this stuff up. All right, let's get back to it. It's just, oh man, it's so easy to see that she was
never change your story, not even once. This also includes initial alternative interpretation of events, shift in foreign politics-based explanation, federal conspiracy allegations, reaction and altered stance after meeting with the widow, new witness-based narrative additions. Note, none of these theories have been supported by credible evidence. An official investigation, law enforcement, prosecutors have identified a lone suspect, Tyler Robinson. Man, you have even ChatGPT coming out and saying, well, we already knew. You're lying, woman. You're a lying lunatic. And even Alex Jones, far out. Credit where credit is due. He had this to say about the whole situation after he recorded yet another video. And Candace was not happy about it. She goes, I've never changed my story once, Alex. We simply identified who booked the plane. Are you okay? The gall of this woman. I think Alex Jones is more than okay, woman. Are you okay?
All right, it's Friday night. I'm driving home, shooting this quick report. I'm going to go back in the office in the morning with the crew and shoot a report with all the documents and things that Candace Owens is now saying. And obviously display it, but you can go to her X account and read it. So I said 2 weeks ago, I don't know if she's being misled or if she's got some type of psychosis or whether she's just an evil person. But I've said on air in the last week or so, and I said on my show today, I said if she comes out with a news story to cover the last Huachuca story that fell apart, we know she's bad news. So notice she said with the Egyptian planes and that fell apart, that she's going to publish all the details soon on the website. Yeah, I'm going to hold my breath. But with Fort Huachuca, with this source, famous con man who's been totally exposed, fake name, Mitch Snow, that it was the head of USA Security, Congressman Ahmadai, and then once he came on a show, and Erica Kirk was there too, 99% sure. And then she said on the air, this is no doubt the U.S. military, was involved in this killing. And she says, I never said that. Put the video today of her saying it. Now she put out about 2 hours ago a post on X, a tweet, where she says, everyone's panicking. Everybody's scared. Another post hours before that, Alex Jones and all these other groups are scared after I brought up this plane. So the planes are back. Never said anything about a plane with like the undersecretary of defense on a border mission, going to all these border bases, and on the 8th flying into Fort Huachuca. So now it's all, who was on that plane? Who? So now it's a plane, not her expert that she thinks is totally credible, Mitch Snow, specifically saying all these people he saw when he just bumbles into this secure skiff area without an ID card. I mean, how stupid do you think we are, Candace? You keep changing the subject in a shell game, a bait and switch. No one ever said anything about a plane. You were Mitch at Fort Huachuca. And so now it's like some announcement from the Army. They're doing this border tour, going to all these facilities. That's what those people do. And then you're like, and Mitch said it was this task force that was down there, and this is what the task force is. That is the task force down there on the border. I mean, it is just wild. And now all the new stuff coming out on Mitch and his real name and his whole history and his background. I mean, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then Laura Loomer joins in, who was a guest on my show like 5 weeks ago about a Pentagon attempted coup against Hegseth that was confirmed. And then I talked to her off air and tell her, no, I don't think Tucker works for Qatar. And then she says, I convinced him to go after her. Just jumping into this, you guys hang your hat on that. Oh, God, he's Mossad, all this bullshit. What do you expect me to do with your Egyptian plane thing and your Huachuca thing? I had to go investigate it. I'm like, God, this may be true. I better go look. And then it's total horse crap, and I get attacked for saying this isn't right. You change the subject over and over again. Remember, I broke September 16th from White House sources that Kash Patel with Tulsi Gabbard and the vice president and others got in their face and said, I don't want to hear about foreign involvement, even though they had evidence, they said, and I don't want to hear about domestic accomplices. And I said, there's a cover-up then. You guys build a straw man that I'm saying don't investigate. There's no cover-up. I believe there is a cover-up. My issue is you can't say that like a congressman has nothing to do with it is there and then hope we forget about that and then just say, you were just asking questions. No, we have the clips of you saying, this implicates the military. I can't see how they're not involved in this killing now. Just total craziness. And then it discredits the whole investigation. So this is just next level. So the fact that you didn't back off on the Mitch thing, you're still defending him and raising him $140,000. As far as I'm concerned, then you're just flat out evil. Flat out evil. And I do have to start asking, who are you working for? Is it Keir Starmer and the Brits trying to discredit Trump? We know they're launching all these domestic attacks, and Obama moved his shop over there to undermine the country. Is it the EU? I'm not going to say it's Qatar. I don't think that's it. Or you just, and like all your minions just constantly attack TPUSA, attack Trump. The left all loves you now. You're boosted on YouTube. Everybody else is censored. You work for the Daily Wire Mossad operation. And that's really working for Mossad. That's who ran that, funded that Zionist. I never worked for those people. So, this is just absolutely crazy. And so I'm really ashamed of that I was ever associated with you. And I'm just wondering what new crap you're going to pull up next. So I love it. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and you. It's all just, a constellation of disinformation. I've never put out stuff that I thought wasn't true. I've never sat there and done stuff like this. And I've been accused of stuff I never did. And then I sit there and I watch all this crap go on, When you first got on the Daily Wire, you wanted me on your show, you apologized for not standing up for when I got censored and the rest of it, whatever. That's because it was fashionable to do that back then. And, as far as I'm concerned, you're just all part of the Podesta plan to undermine this country and create balkanization. But you think we're stupid. We're not stupid. It's about the people you and your fake source said were there and all you were sure of it and all the rest of it. Now you want to make it about a plane with an officer flying into a military base for border stuff? or for the undersecretary, some officers. Unbelievable. And I guess when you get their names, you'll say that, they did it. But suddenly Mitchell, no, it's them. That's them. 99%. Unbelievable. But the truth is, a lot of your followers are just in a cult. And so they don't want information. They don't want truth. It's like a whole bunch of your guys said, people I've interviewed before. I played the clips today.
Cults are cults. Cults don't read. They don't understand definitions of terms or concepts. Their comprehension is off. They're tapped into some alternate reality. And their leader is a narcissist and a pathological liar who's playing games. Like, there's a good 8 points right there as to why no one should believe a cult. The only thing you should be doing is trying to figure out, like, okay, what's their, who's their leader? Because it starts with the top. They're not even following the principles or teachings of whatever the cult believes in. Oftentimes, this cult of personality is about one particular individual. And they just fall in love with that personality of that person, of that cult leader. And you have the cult leader that believes that they have this infinite power and wisdom, and that they believe to be the smartest person in the room. It's not even about whatever the basis or the principles or the teachings of the code is supposed to be, whether it's, we're naturalistic. We don't believe in medications. We believe in studying medicine from plants and herbs and all these things. Or, whatever the principles are supposed to be here. These new age cults now, they don't have any principle. They're simply believing and following a cult leader. They're following the leader. They believe only what that person tells them. And then Candace Owens shows that she's a cult leader by saying, you all don't have to do any research. You don't have to debunk me. You don't have to look anything up. You can just believe what I say, and that's it. Just trust that what I'm telling you. And if anyone tries to tell you anything any differently, they're attacking me. She literally speaks like a cult leader. So she's like, I guess in her world, if they're going to attack me for being a cult leader, I might as well act like one, because that's how cult leaders act. Those are things that cult leaders say. Don't trust anybody else. If anyone else says anything different from me, they're attacking us. They're coming after us. It's the same thing Jim Jones said when he kept trying to keep people from leaving the actual compound cult, the compound in another country. That led to over 400 or 500 people losing their lives, including babies and children. This cult of personality is real. And Candace is just falling into that profile. She's falling in line with the cult leader. And people don't really believe it until she starts saying things that cult leaders say. Don't read and research any information. Don't try to debunk me. Don't try to go out, and you don't need to fact check me or any of that. Who the hell is she talking to? That's what they should have been saying. Who you talking to, girl? You said we shouldn't go out and read. Like, you don't get to dictate what we do. To her cult, she does, because they just hang on every word she says. There's no core principle of values that they have. It's all about whatever Candace says goes, the end. Don't believe and trust anything and anyone else. Just trust me. That's what this is. Candace Owens is now a cult leader with this cult of personality, telling people not to believe anything that anyone else says. Just believe her. She's telling the truth. No reason to fact check me. No reason to email me. She doesn't even care if her cult members reach out to her to say, listen, I think you got this one wrong on this. Here's the information on XYZ. She doesn't even say that. Exactly. Don't stop, said. She said, you don't have to go in the military if there's a draft. Like, yeah, believe Candace on that if you want to. You'll find yourself in jail. Like, she believes she's above the rule of law, like most cult leaders do. They never want to be held accountable for anything. When they know that it's going to come back on them negatively, then they try to detach themselves from it. They don't take accountability and say, yeah, I said that. Nope. She's a coward. She wouldn't face Erica Kirk on national television, but agreed to a private one-on-one meeting. And now she's trying to say Erica Kirk was on a military base with no data to prove that, but speaks about metadata and still doesn't understand the definition of that word or the concept of it. Candace, I should not have to Google simple terms for you. You won't even do that. You don't want your people to be knowledgeable of anything. You want them to be stupid. It's insulting that you think everyone else is stupid. That's the insult. You can assume that of your cult members, even your dumb bots. But thinking that everyone else is supposed to sit here and fall in line, kick rocks. Carol, you can kiss all of our ass. You can't make this stuff up. So she's definitely now she's a full-blown cult leader. Full-blown. And she wants people who won't question her. She wants people who will just trust whatever she says and goes with it. She doesn't owe them accountability because they will never hold her accountable because they won't even look things up now. They're not going to look up definitions of terms. They're not going to do that. Too much like right. It's so crazy. All right, let's get back to it.
We don't care if she's wrong. We don't care. Alex, did you understand that? We just want to get TPUSA. If I see the evidence TPUSA was involved in killing Kirk, I'll go there instantly. Haven't seen it. Don't buy into it. Don't buy into any of your bullshit. But I'm watching it all. So is the rest of the world. So you want an audience? You got one.
I've actually lost count how many times Candace Owens has changed the story. Even just on one subject, right? The Egyptian planes. She'll change things around that. Make no apologies when she gets things wrong and she gets totally exposed about that. For a Shuka story, change the narrative again. Now that's gotten even worse. It's imploding in her face. And now she wants to say that we're the crazy ones. Typical gaslighter. You know, we're the crazy ones. Alex Jones is like, you changed your story for like the 5th time now. And you're either in some sort of psychosis. Watch out how she reacts to this. Or you are evil. She's evil. That's what he says at the end of the video. She's evil. Like, no duh. I've been saying it now for goodness knows how long. A long time. Months, as it would seem. She's evil. And she is trying to bring as many people along for the ride as she possibly can.
Yep.
That's quite evident. And now that Alex, a heavyweight in this industry, is coming out and exposing her, she can't stand it. So now she wants to act like she's the victim and blame Alex and say that Alex is now the crazy one. Not the one that started the whole thing, but the one that is exposing all of the rot, all of the lies. She wants to come after him and say, no, you're the one that's changing the story, Alex. You're not doing proper investigating. I'm doing the proper investigating. I had the right guest on. You had no one that was the right guest on, Alex. You're
well, Candace cult members come over here and say the same thing. They say that to any and everybody that does a video on her. If we don't owe her worship and idolization. We don't owe her that. She's not God. We don't owe her crap. Candace is a clown playing a game, a very dangerous game. We owe her nothing. I keep telling her dumb cult members this. And bots are bots. We owe her nothing. We don't owe her fealty or loyalty. We don't owe her anything. No one does. And now it's to the point where her so-called friends don't even want to correct her. Because then the dumb cult members who don't read the Bible want to sit here and say, oh, now you're judging her. They don't read the Bible. Is Candace even a Christian at this point? I highly doubt it. Candace doesn't come off like she's a Christian anymore.
In the wrong. I haven't changed my story. Are you okay, Alex? I think Alex is perfectly fine. I think he's on fire at the moment, to be honest. And that's saying something. I think he's he knows. He knows what's up. He smelt the rat. He smelt the bull crap. And he's coming after you. He's coming after you big time, woman. And you are just going, oh dear. What am I going to do now? Alex Jones is after me. Georgie, what do I do? Help me, Georgie. Sorry, Candy. You shit the bed, woman. You've done it to yourself. Nothing I can do to help you.
Oh, boys.
See, the web of lies. They eventually catch up to you, right? Because you can't keep track of all of them and you can't call everyone crazy all the time. It's not going to work.
Nah.
Your shtick, your grift, coming to an end. And I said not that long ago, it's going to be an almighty end. Just wait for it. It's coming. It's coming real soon. And unless Candace alters course,
she's never going to.
It's going to go.
Power of money going to her head.
And it's not going to be pretty for Candace. Let's just say that. And even some of her closest, they're already doing it now. They're already jumping ship. But I mean, part of the cult-like mentality is some of them that jump ship a little bit. Maybe they'll come running back. Who knows?
When they get named in a lawsuit.
But I know if I was a betting man, I know what happens next. It's not good. Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care. Be blessed, and I'll see you all.
Yes, man. Y'all, the story box. Shout out to the story box. He is fantastic. I just love his accent. I love his accent. And then this is Paramount Tactical. Finally getting to this.
They
I think he says in the beginning about the message or something like that. So we'll check this out. There's some information. Oh, I was sent
on other ex-wives.
Hold on. Let me show you all the portion of the DD-214. It's a bit blurry. But there is a portion that I was sent. You can ask someone to give you a copy of DD-214. Hope you all know that. So you would think Candace would have asked for this. What she showed us is 2 cards heavily redacted and 1 completely blurred. But I do see this information here. It's just part of the DD-214 where it has the discharge, the separation authority. It's a bit blurry. I can't make out. I see para 4-24. Is that D as in dog? 3. There is, it looks like reason for separation, disability. And then I can't make out. It says something else day. So it's a portion of it that I'm looking at here. And I'm gonna see if I can post this up. I will. I gotta look it up and make sure that this is something I can post up so you guys can see it. But yeah, shout out to Storybox. We got Paramount Tactical up. Say hello down there. How you doing, Jay? What's going on? Team Emmy said, love Jay, gotta love his accent. Candace is a dingbat. Yeah, I know. Candace is not a Christian for sure. Yeah, I don't believe that Candace is a Christian. I don't. It's hard to believe that Candace is a Christian at this point. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't get it. I don't know. Candace, you sat here and you've done all this damage, and you're not going to be willing to own up to it. And I think TPUSA and Erica Kirk being nice by not suing the crap out of her already. The message portion is around 3 hour 14 minutes. Thank you, realtor. Okay, let me see, because I want to play that part first, so that can help provide some clarity to the message that was posted up. You said 3 hour 14 minute. Let's see. I went too far. He goes over some documents here as well. So let me just start at 3 hour 12 minute, and we'll go there, and then I'm going to go back to some other. It's just like a court document or something he had up, a military document. And he was talking about this, and maybe those who were in the military can help me understand this. These documents he posted up, it's around the 31-minute mark in this video. And I was like, what are these documents he's talking about? So perhaps you guys, if you were in the military, if you just are familiar with these documents he brings up, we'll go back and check that out. And then you guys can help provide some clarity in the chat. But let's get to this. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see in here.
Trust me, one of the things I'm going to be pushing for is I want to make sure that this information is relayed to USASOC and other people. And I think this guy needs to get his tab revoked. I don't know what it takes, but this should be enough. This guy is a stain upon the regiment. He's a stain on every single person that's ever worn that green hat. And there's enough documentation. There's enough court cases. This guy needs to have even that removed from him. And my God, if Candace gives him $140,000 while doing nothing for his victims, utterly disgusting.
Former spouse, etc. As I want to move forward here, as we get into actual text messages and emails and admissions, as we move forward here we go. This is where they start. Okay, so this is where it gets insane, as you're going to see. This is after Mitch had abused and punched Candace in the face. And you're going to see it.
All right. So all this stuff is really heavy, obviously. I mean, again, I don't know, man. Talking to Gretchen, talking to some of the other women involved, talking to his kids, like, I almost have a hard time listening to this. Here's what I'm going to do real quick. I want to share with you what I just got. I think it's really important, which is exculpatory and proves that Erica wasn't there. Prior to this, I sent Andrew Colvett a message. I was like, hey, do you have any proof that Erica was not at Fort Huachuca on the 9th? And this is what I just received. This gets a little complicated. Let me remove this for a moment. And let me remove this. I want to show you these text messages I just got. And you guys will see this. I think it's a nice quick break from this. All right. Hopefully, just so you guys can see what's going on, just so I can see what's going on here, because that screen's small for me. But
oh boy.
I asked him, hey, do you have proof of this? He says, but it's worth saying Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet has gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie on the 9th, went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap before a fox hit, went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then the next one, I will show you guys that
fox
one.
Hit.
The continuation of this. Right here we have this one, and then I'll show you an up-close picture with the metadata that we have on the screen itself. Proof, she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time, which again, in September, Arizona's on specific time.
There's where it says don't
specific
share.
time. taking them for a walk. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to share that. But anyways, point being is that's 8:33 a.m. It shows the date on that.
More than likely, he didn't want this to be shared because of the kids in the photo as well. That would make sense. That would be the only reason why I could see him saying don't share that, because of the photo with the children. That makes sense to me. But because all the other stuff is not really, it certainly does not put her on base at all. And Candace has not provided any evidence that she was on base. Neither did that fool on her show. The only reason why I could see him saying don't share this is because of the photo with the babies in it. These are minor children. I mean, even when you look at what's further down, it still doesn't say anything that is, oh, he's leading someone on to say something. What? How? He's just saying what the timeline is, because, you know, Candace, just because you type up timelines does not mean that they're accurate or truthful. But when someone else gives a timeline of what they did that probably can be proven with camera footage, does not mean that someone is coaching someone to say something. And this nonsense you come up with would not hold up in a court of law. You would not be able to get under oath and say Andrew Covid coached someone to say these things, because you would have to have proof for that. So none of that crap will hold up in court. And if Erica Kirk sues the crap out of you, which I hope she does, you can't go to court saying, oh, well, this looks like Andrew Covid was coaching someone. How? It would be the dumbest thing you've said in court if you say that these messages indicate Andrew Covid, to whom, aside from him saying this was sent to him, you don't see Andrew Covid's photo, his name, his profile, his number, nothing that indicates he sent this. And you have to prove someone's being coached to say something. He simply said, don't share this.
Next to Charlie on the 9th.
Because of the kids in the photo. Why would you want a photo of these kids be sent out to people? And guess what? If he said that as an excuse, it would be viable and reasonable. I didn't want anyone to share the photo of the children. All the other stuff doesn't mean anything. I just don't want the kids' photo to be shared. He could easily say that, because that would be a reasonable justification to say don't share something, because there is a photo of two minor children here. It's so ridiculous. You know, Candace, we can sit here and make assumptions too, but ours would be reasonable. Yours are just stupid. It's so dumb.
Went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap.
Not indication someone's been coached.
Went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then the next one, I will show you guys that one, the continuation of this. Right here we have this one. And then I'll show you an up-close picture with the metadata that we have on the screen itself. Proof, she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time, which again, in September, Arizona's on specific time. Taking them for a walk. Apparently I wasn't supposed to share that. But anyways,
yeah,
point being
share the photo.
Is God. That's 8:33 a.m. It shows the date on that. Sorry, Andrew, I screwed that up, man. I was trying to run a pop.
I mean, honestly, if he didn't want any of this shared, he would have started with that. Don't share any of this I'm about to send you. I think this is just strictly for that photo because of the two children. That's not an indication someone's being coached on saying something. Candace is a moron. You can't make this up. That's it. You Candace. If you don't laugh, you get a headache. I promise you. Candace, you are so clueless. You cannot look at these messages and think that a judge or jury would look at this and say, yeah, this is an indication someone's being coached on saying things. What the hell are you talking about? You're lying on Erica Kirk relentlessly now. And you have some fool on your show aiding in that lie by saying he saw her on the military base. She goes and defends herself and says people on the internet are lunatics because Candace Owens, you are. And now all of a sudden, oh, that's more evidence to believe that she was there. How dare they try to debunk me? How dare you sit here and accuse someone of being on a military base and a part of a meeting, some secret, meeting with military personnel, and this idiot that has protection orders against him because of abuse. that's in court documents, by the way. Saying he saw her and Brian Harper with no evidence at all. Not a photo, not a video footage, not the surveillance camera footage, not the military police body cam footage, nothing. He gets kicked off that military base, though, for a suspicious bag. He caused a building to be cleared out. Like, if you put Mitchell Snow on the stand as a witness for you, do you know how horrible you will look to the entire courtroom? I'm sure your attorneys have told you, Candace, this idiot is not credible in any sense of the word. Another term you should define. Credible. Words matter here. We love dictionary.com. Candace Owens has no idea what credible means, the concept, the definition. She doesn't care. She doesn't care that she lies. She doesn't care that she makes these affirmative allegations with no evidence. She can't define the word evidence either. She doesn't care about any of that. But the moment Erica Kirk has to defend herself, or Andrew Colvin says something, saying here where she was with the kids. Plus, there's nowhere she can go without a camera picking her up. I'm sure when she went out to take the kids for a walk, she probably got picked up on some cameras with her neighbor's home. Maybe they have DoorDash, like the Ring cameras or security cameras installed. I believe Erica Kirk probably lives in a neighborhood where everyone pretty much has a home security camera footage. So she would be picked up on several security camera footages that have time and date stamps. Because you can't go anywhere without being captured on a camera. Candace, you're still clueless. And they probably would be able to track her walking path with her kids. Because cameras. That's how stupid this is. So if she really wanted to prove, here's where I was. I took the kids for a walk. We went up and down a couple of blocks around the street. You know how many camera footages she probably got picked up on in her neighborhood? Candace doesn't care about that. She doesn't care about actual evidence that can be used in a court of law. But she says here, this is a smoking gun. Andrew Colvin is coaching people to say something. No one had to be coached with this. This was simple for him. The only thing he didn't want shared was this above photo with the kids in it. That's it. The rest of that stuff is not an indication. It's not private information in it. No one's date of birth or social is in this. You don't see a phone number and address. There's nothing confidential about the messages above the photo. The average reasonable person would deduce that he's saying don't share the above photo because of the children. The average reasonable person would look at this and say, if he wanted this stuff to not be shared, he would have said it in the very beginning. But he said it after this photo here, don't share, because of the photo. And that's reasonable. A judge and jury would accept that. Everything else is just a timeline that we have to be substantiated with evidence. So if Erica Kirk said, I took the kids for a walk, Here's the video footage of my security system in my home and 3 of my neighbors' home. My neighbors have cameras. Both my neighbors on my side, both sides of my house, and in front of my house have cameras. I can't go outside without being caught on captured on a camera. If anything was to happen, my neighbors have done this. Hey, like we got cameras installed. You can just look at the camera footage. Like it's that simple. I know Erica Kirk has cameras installed in her home. I know her neighbors have to have security cameras up. So it would be impossible for Candace to say there's no evidence that would show Erica Kirk could not have been somewhere else, because she doesn't know that. And she didn't provide any evidence to prove that Erica Kirk was on a military base. That's how ridiculous this is. So it's easy to say, reading this in context, based on when he said don't share, that he's referring to this photo itself, not necessarily the messages of what he was saying in the timelines, just the photo. And I mean, honestly, why would Candace be upset about that? Because she's got 4 kids. Why would you want photos of kids being shared anyway? Nothing wrong with that.
Podcast and do everything else. But again, it's proof of what's going on here. And I'm going to share the final screen, the final picture that shows the metadata for this.
Candace is going to get sued.
She was indeed with the kids. I keep hitting the wrong button.
Because she didn't have to do that. Let me help you out. You're asking a question. You're saying, why not retrieve those and provide them then? And I'm assuming you're asking, why shouldn't Erica Kirk provide the video footage? Because Erica Kirk is not bringing forth the allegation. I just clarify what you're asking me here. Yeah, she calls channels out by name and calls it Gary, an obscure YouTuber. I'm like, he's done more work than you in this. Exactly. Candace, you calling out Paramount Tactical changes nothing, heifer. You're still wrong, and you still have no evidence. Where's the court documents? You said this fool gave you some court documents. Post that up, girl. The 18-minute video footage. Post that up. Why don't you post up the evidence you said you're going to post up? I want to make sure I'm answering your question correctly. It feels confusing now, but we'll get better later. Yeah, you can definitely see who is willing to trash TPUSA, who celebrated after it happened. The evil is being exposed. She will, because I believe she is going to be sued again and again. Yeah. It's so crazy. She is a nut job. Erica is not going to give Candy air. Yeah, she didn't know her that. Absolutely not. I highly doubt Erica could have gotten on the base by herself without being in the military or a dependent of a military person. And she would have definitely been captured on a camera, because cameras are a thing. The military base has security cameras installed. One is at the checkpoint, at the gate, where you check in with a military personnel at a booth, where you show your ID and all of that. That camera is very clear and magnified to even show the ID that you're presenting to the personnel in the booth. Erica Kirk would not have been able to get on that base without being caught on at least one camera. How did she get on the base without being captured on one camera? And they don't tell you what all the cameras are set up and installed, because they don't want people to be able to figure out their security system. But there is definitely a camera at the entrance of the gate. We saw that camera actually in the Google photo at the entrance of the gate. And then there's one right above at the security checkpoint booth. She goes onto that base. She's on a camera somewhere being recorded. All those cameras on the military base. Are you kidding? So if he's saying he saw Erica Kirk on a military base, she should have been in a camera somewhere on that base. We don't care if Erica Kirk knows about a fort. Why is that fort important? Because Candace says so. We don't care. No one cares about the fort. That fort was not important prior to Candace bringing it up. We don't give a damn about Fort Huachuca. Unless someone at Fort Huachuca was identified at UVU at the time Charlie Kirk was shot, and that person can be pinpointed to being at UVU, and they had a gun in their hand and they pulled the trigger, we don't care about Fort Huachuca. It is absolutely irrelevant. It's fluff. We don't give a damn. We don't give a damn. So why is Candace bringing this up? Fluff. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Candace is sitting here bringing forth allegations that mean nothing to no one. Stupid. So unless she has evidence, or this fool Mitch Snow has evidence, we don't care. She's not telling us who pulled the trigger on the gun either. Not getting us any closer to that. It's ridiculous. Good Lord. Let's see. And that would hurt her so bad. She lives on attention. She was happy for trend on X for 3 days due to the French assassination. Yeah. On this fake assassination, she couldn't even prove evidence with that. Candace, why didn't you file a formal complaint to the FBI again? And who is this high-ranking FBI official you sent that text message to? You know, because you say these things and you don't provide any evidence on that. Simple evidence. A text message. Funny how we get more information and receipts from Paramount Tactical than from you, and you're the one bringing forth the allegations, Candace. Why don't you show us that text message you sent to the FBI? How about that? Send that. Post the court documents. You say you had court documents. Let's post that up. Candace is so dangerous to Erica's children. I hope Erica has armed security. I hope so too, child. I'm sure there's plenty of proof of Erica not being at that base. Candace's lies will be exposed yet again. Erica needs to sue the crap out of her. Exactly. Candace never said Erica was on the base. That's what she's trying to confirm. Where you been? What we don't do here is twist up things. We're not doing that. She brought that fool on her show, and he said it. And then she asked, what percentage are you sure of? Why even follow up with that? With another question asking, how sure is he? Who cares? It's dumb. Who cares? It's not even it's a moot point, because it's so funny how now all of a sudden this whole thing about a fort is coming up. Candace, tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun. You don't believe it's Tyler Robinson? Tell us who did it. Because we're going to keep asking if you're involved until you can actually provide evidence that someone else other than Tyler Robinson did it. Because that's what you said, right? Candace, that's what you said. Your cult members don't even ask you to produce evidence. It's mighty funny how they're asking dumb questions in everybody else's chat. It's so crazy. Candace made that up. She brought an idiot on her show who made that accusation and didn't ask him for evidence on that. Why would she allow someone to make that accusation on her show? Because, you know, you all believe that Candace can do what she wants, right? Period. Alex Jones versus Candace was another top story on X. I'm sure she loves that. Yeah, she loves the banter. Just like her cult following. They love the banter. Candace does not have access to military base cameras. You think you can just ask a military base for their security cameras? Are you crazy? Is she crazy for even trying to insinuate that Erica Kirk was on a military base when she has no evidence to prove that? How about post the evidence up before you make the dumbass allegation? Why is that difficult? It's my words just too, you know, perhaps I should speak 2 and 3 syllable words to the cult members. Tell Candace to post proof, because evidence is 3 syllables. It can't be any dumber. This is why you don't make these allegations. Why couldn't she ask? You know, because she's got all the power. Candace is supposed to be your cult leader. How about this Mitch Snow? He made the allegation. Why couldn't he ask for the camera footage? He was there to get documents, remember? See, that's just as dumb as her accusation is. And he is. And if she allows somebody to come on her show and make that claim, obviously she's in support of it, because she would say, I'm not going to let you make this claim on my show. You're not going to claim that someone was on a military base and you can't prove it. It's her burden to prove, since she wants to sit here and parrot that BS. And then she made a post on Twitter X, something you're not reading or scanning. I don't know if you're a cult leader or a bot, or a cult member or a bot. You need to scan Twitter X, where she is saying now she believes Mitch, saying that he spotted her and he saw her, Erica Kirk, on a military base on Fort Huachuca. No one gives a shit. No one cares if he spotted someone, but he's claiming he spotted her. And the top security personnel from TPUSA, they went to a meeting that was talking about how they're going to assassinate Charlie Kirk. And you don't think she's supposed to defend herself? You're out of your mind, along with your dumb cult leader. You can't make this up. It's the buffoonery of it all. It's her allegation she's bringing. Tell her to produce the evidence. Yes, if she wants to get security camera footage, tell her to go and request it. We'll wait. Start with the military police body camera footage. Do a foyer for it. Tell her to get it. She shouldn't allow anyone to make accusations on her show. And she knows they didn't produce any evidence to support it. Yeah, here's a photo, just in case anyone is wondering, that he captured of Erica Kirk on this fort, on this military base. It's supposed to be intelligence. To make that allegation and have zero evidence to support it, when at the very least, if it does go to court, guess what they're going to get? The security camera footage. Can't make this up. They're going to get that. That's going to come up either way. So you asking me if they easily able to get it? Watch and see. If Erica Kirk sues the crap out of Candace Owens, you'll find out if she can get some security camera footage from a military base. You'll see. I don't know why that would be difficult. This is a subpoena to me. But you find out. Because if she needs to prove what she was, she can. Candace is the one that can't prove a damn thing. You can't make this up. This is absolutely asinine. So, the military guys don't play. They'll find out all your business. Yeah, I mean, he's pissed off most of the U.S. Army. They pissed off so many Green Berets. It's just insane. It's insane. They will go out and, okay, we'll validate it. We'll get that information. It wouldn't be difficult. I'm going to be honest with you. It wouldn't be difficult. I've got a photo of his parts of his DD-214. Ask me how hard it is to get something like that. It's not that hard. It really isn't. Are you kidding? I've got a photo, part of a photo of his DD-214. So no, it's not that hard, and no one has to be crazy. The only person that's crazy is Candace Amber Owens Farmer, aka the alien. That's the only person that's crazy. If I can get a portion of his DD-214, Mitch Snow's DD-214, you think Erica Kirk would have a hard time getting security camera footage from this base? No, she wouldn't. No, not at all. I just hope she sues the crap out of him. Just sues the crap out of her and her team. Erica, if you're going to sue Candace, make sure you name her team and George, because he's sitting back allowing this to happen. He's behind the camera. Please sue him. Add him as a co-defendant. And her team. The guy that's always mansplaining things about aviations and flights and stuff in her ear. Yeah, add him as a co-defendant. So what's the other girl name? Candace Owens' team. Name all of them individually. and add them to the lawsuit, along with Candace Owens LLC, Georgetown Inc., Parlor Inc., George Farmer. I mean, hell, name his daddy if you need to. Get them all. Just get them all. You can't make this up. If Erica tells me to stop, I will. 2, if Erica tells me to stop lying, I will. 3, if Erica asks me to stop in person, I will. Hard to take her seriously. Exactly. 99%. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. I told the cult members, you come in here at your own risk. Let me go back. Come in here at your own risk. Okay, so let's get to this portion here where he brings up, I don't know if this was an award he was referring to or what, but I want to hear this again. And then you guys can help me understand what he's talking about or what he's showing.
Today, he goes on this wild story of judges being paid off by his ex-wife, of, multiple doctors saying that this child has been abused, both in the S way, physical abuse, and that this child has been starved. All right. And this kid's emaciated and all these other things. And the child is, as he says, on the spectrum, he's autistic. So there's a lot going on there. And again, as I'm watching this, I'm like,
be so resentful.
I think for sure, as I'm playing the stuff in my head. I know this guy, he's lying about that. He's lying about a lot of other things. But, there's a part of me that's like, man, can this just all be made up nonsense? And, maybe he's exaggerating some things because some other things are true. And again, after the phone conversation I had and the details that were relayed to me of the same exact type of tactics that he was using on other ex-wives, I was 100% convinced that all of this is just a lie. It is made up fantasy, and it's made to be such a big lie that it just boggles everybody's minds. And there again, you have an entire court history, criminal charges, protection orders, guns being taken, time and time again. And it's the exact same pattern with multiple people and other wives and girlfriends. All right. I was just given a new name today that I'm going to end up researching of a girlfriend that went through some of the exact same things that this person did. Now, just recapping a little bit. I'm building out this timeline, and it is it's hard to keep track of with everything going on. And there again, I'm finding new information and filling in new gaps of information every single day. Just so we're clear, he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitch Snow in 2010 upon marrying Lene Snow in 2010. All right. That's why he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitchell Snow. Not because he was ever in witness protection. And I have additional documents confirming that I will end up being released. And I'm kind of waiting to see, because again, Nate and I have been coordinating this entire thing and providing different points of research and information over the last week or so. And I want to see what information he provides tonight. So I'm not just doing things, and we're just not doing things in double. All right. His military service was 1/11/1989 through, he basically was in the military for 7 years, 6 months. His first wife, he married in 1990 through 94. All right. And what's important about this is that was the time that he's saying that he was actually down on the border, which I do think that he went down to the border and did some things. I don't think he was actually involved at all. And I have some additional, I'll share a document with you that corroborates that. But I don't think he was actually involved in some big drug bust or anything else. I think he went down there to help support Task Force South, Border Patrol operations, and that's what he did. All right. One of the other things that his first wife relayed to me, and this is an ongoing theme, was that he was actually on temporary TDY orders to Korea. All right. He was getting double BAH, and he was taking all the money out of their account. All right. So this poor lady actually had to go to the command structure and actually let them know, hey, I'm not getting any money. He's getting double BAH. We're not getting any money. She's not getting any support whatsoever. And just to pay the bills, she had to get command involved. And there again, we see time and time again, this guy hasn't given any child support. The only child support that these women have been paid has been through the state of Washington. So one of the things I want to put on the table right now is, if this fund that is now $140,000, a couple things need to happen. Either all of that money needs to be returned to the donors, or this money needs to go to his kids. That's what needs to happen. And if Candace had any integrity, what she would do is she would match those funds. And again, a lot more information is going to be coming out tonight on Mahala's channel and additional information. And I'll tell you, there's just going to have to be additional follow-up episodes on this, with just the information I'm receiving over the last couple of days. Then he remarried. So he divorced this one lady in 1990.
Candace, are you going to add any money to this pot? You letting this fool raise his money? What was it? Give, Sing, Go? Oh, God. Another social media fundraising website. Because that seems to be Candace's specialty, according to the tax documents on BLEXIT. She'll pay a social media fundraising company hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're going to go over that with the second LLC listed on the BLEXIT tax form. Optimize Consulting LLC is another social media fundraising company that was paid over $553,000 from BLEXIT. Candace, all you seem to do is want to crowdfund and raise money online. And you got your dumb cult members because they don't understand definitions of terms that sit here and allow you to do this. And she never gives any money to any organization or anything. Candace does not talk about her philanthropy at all. She's not putting any money into this. No, she's going to let her cult members continue to give their hard-earned money to this idiot that came on her show and still will not post up any court documents he gave her. You know, air quotes. Because Candace, we can do air quotes too. Any court documents or this 18-minute video footage that she says she would post. She won't post it. And yet he's raised over $144,000. None of that is Candace's Owens' money. She's like, oh no, I'm too busy earning this and milking this out of YouTube for myself. Of course, she's not going to give him any money. Why would she do that? Because then she'll be like, oh, well, people are accusing me of being in on his lie. That she's definitely going to throw back on him because you think she wants to. You already got the cult member saying she never said Erica Kirk was on the base. Yes, she did. You know how she said it? Confirming that she believed him saying it on her Twitter X post. That's the host. She's the host of her own show. Why let somebody on your show come on and make that type of accusation with no evidence and then ask them what percentage are they sure, as opposed to rebuking them and saying, don't make allegations like that on my show. I don't even want that to be said. Something she could say if she wanted to. She's not detaching herself from this. So go to court if you want to, thinking, well, I didn't let those words come out of my mouth, when you agree the actual allegation itself. And then you're saying, now I believe him when he says that. You still have to provide this evidence. You're responsible for your guests. Yes, you certainly are, girl. So don't cow it out now, Candace. Because we know you like to do that. You're a coward. Tell your cult members to stop pumping this dumb narrative that somehow, because you didn't say the words, you're not responsible. You are. You allow someone to come on your show and say it, and now you're agreeing to what they said in your Twitter X post. You are going to be held just as liable as if you said it yourself. You know, you understand how to use the word conspiracy, but you still don't understand what it fully means. So we know that the cult members don't read or look up definitions of terms. Perhaps you all should start with the definition of the word conspiracy. It's not just her opinion. She purports false information with no evidence as fact. Who's 95 to 99% sure with zero evidence? Who? No one. Not when she will be able to give an account of where she was for the day. Erica Kirk can say exactly where she was and provide evidence. Because there's nowhere she's going to go where she's not being captured on a video, on a camera. Even if it's leaving her home to go for a walk, She's being captured on her security camera, her neighbors. If there are cameras in the street lights, she's going to be captured on the camera. GPS on her phone, any electronic devices. She'll be able to give those coordinates of where she was with specific date and time stamps, because that's how evidence works. The words didn't come from her mouth. So you guys, the cult members, don't know what definition of the word conspiracy means either. Yeah, okay. Let her learn the hard way. Candace doesn't give money to this. She doesn't care. She's a selfish prick that doesn't care about how any of this is affecting anybody. More death threats, more kidnapping threats towards, Erica Kirk and these kids. She don't care about that. She thinks that message was someone being persuaded of what to say from Andrew COVID. Just idiotic nonsense. She doesn't care.
1994, he remarried in 1995 to 1999.
Yep.
All right, this is over the period when he hurt his back. All right, he hurt his back, according to his ex-wife, while drinking. All right, this was not a service-related, so he was hurt. All right, who knows how severely, but he didn't break all of his bones or anything like that. And we know, because I have his DD-214 here, is that he was released on a medical discharge. If everything that had happened,
I don't try to
he's claiming,
her coat.
And somebody brought it up in the comments, even if he'd had a severe injury while still in the military, and he broke 47 bones, couldn't walk, had to relearn to walk, all of these things, he's claiming that his own ex-wives have said that's nothing like that ever happened. Nothing like that was even close to the truth. So he was released, medical discharge. He was not medically retired. We just heard him claim that he was medically retired, and he was not. So we know that's a lie. And there's just so much more going on with this. But the other thing that I want to get to that I think is really important. Oh, let's talk about another thing. Let me pull this up real quick. When I was talking about the fact that he was definitely involved down on the border, but his story about he was integral in the huge drug bust, finding the tunnels and all those other things. There's good information here that doesn't corroborate that. So if we look what's going on here, and I wish I could zoom in here. All right, it says participated. I'm going to pull this up on my own because the screen's too far away for me to see this. All right, now this is an ARCOM recommendation or something along those lines, AAM or ARCOM. I think it's AAM, Army Achievement Medal. Instrumental in monitoring and implanting of the remote monitored battlefield sensor system in support of joint counter narcotics support in Arizona. All right, this is an award write-up. If he was involved in some big bust, that would be the first part of this. Not only did he assist in this operation, but it was critical in the finding of some big tunnel, some huge drug bust. That would be included in this. So what we're seeing time and time again is he takes elements of truth and he just goes wild with the exaggeration of it. That's what.
Okay, y'all see this? His first name is up here in the box where my arrow is. Myers, Harry L. And then this, what is this? 5PC, SPC? This is what I was trying to figure out. Okay, what he said was monitor. What is this? Arkham? This is an Arkham?
This is an ARCOM recommendation or something along those lines. AAM or ARCOM. I think it's AAM, Army Achievement Medal. Instrumental in monitoring and implanting of the.
This would be in his file as well. So once again, he claimed he gave Candace Owens all these documents, all this evidence, and she didn't post this up. Candace, you couldn't post this up. What? Why didn't he? What? If he gave you this, why didn't you post this up? You see one simple redaction over here. Probably a DOB or his social. Everything else is fair game to see. Why didn't Candace post this up? She posted up a selfie of him that he took wearing the same black polo that he was wearing when they had the squabble. Because I refuse to call that an interview. It was some bullshit if you ask me, but whatever. But the documents, whatever he gave her, she didn't post that. And then the cards she posted are blurred and redacted to where you can't even see a name. I mean, you see this document here that's got Harry L. Myers on it. He changed his name, not because he was hiding out or a part of some secret con mission, none of that BS. Because people who hide out don't post up photos of themselves with their children. Why couldn't Candace post this stuff up? Getting mad at Paramount Tactical for doing his research is futile, Candace. No one cares about you being mad either, girl. No one cares. Throw your tantrum, heifer. We don't care. If you have court docs, if you have a video, 18-minute video, if you have stuff like this, why couldn't you post this up? Reason why I said, why were those cards so heavily redacted? His military ID cards, blurred out and redacted, and for what? Candace doesn't know how to vet a tip line. She definitely doesn't know how to redact information from what could be in his personnel file for the military. Why couldn't she post this? Because he give this to Paramount Tactical say he talked to this guy. He talked to him. So if he gave Paramount Tactical these documents and Paramount Tactical knew what to redact and everything else to post, why couldn't Candace Owens do the same damn thing?
Remote monitored battlefield sensor system in support of joint counter narcotics support in Arizona.
Well done,
All
Paramount.
right, this is an award write-up. If he was involved in some big bust, that would be the first part of this. Not only did he assist in this operation, but it was critical in the finding of some big tunnel, some huge drug bust. That would be included in this. So what we're seeing time and time again is he takes elements of truth and he just goes wild with the exaggeration of it. That's what this guy does. Multiple times, over and over and over. And I do think, and again, let me pull that back up while you guys are still looking at it.
Look, y'all see at the bottom, the year? You have May 12, 84 through February 5th, 1991. So it will have all the basic information you need on here. Why couldn't she post this up? I just don't get it. Candace refused to post up any evidence because maybe she didn't have any. Candace, you didn't have any, apparently. A selfie of this guy in the sun is not evidence. Who the hell want to see that? Redacted our military cards. To the point where you didn't even show his name. Not smart enough to know how to redact a military ID card, girl. Paramount Tactical talks to the guy and gets all this documentation. I mean, no point in being mad at him. Just post up what he gave you.
I think he was SF. All right. I think he was Special Forces for a very small amount of time. I'm not going to take away his service or achievement on that. Even here, we see that he did complete SFAS, Special Forces Assessment Selection. His DD-214 does indicate that he was a Special Forces. He was a Green Beret.
He's got a DD-214.
Never did any combat deployments or anything like that. There wasn't a lot going on during that time. I'm not going to take any of that away. That seems to be confirmed. What I can tell you is that Nate did have conversations with people up at USASOC, and they said they've never seen anything. They have some weird things going on with his records, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. One of the suggestions, I don't know if this is true, is that he may have had his tab revoked. Don't know if that's true. Just telling you what's going on. But none of that doesn't matter. All right. There's so much going on here that proves that, number one, this guy lies repeatedly. He has a long track record of some of the craziest activities. I mean, just, being a dirtbag in multiple ways. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the actual claims of what he talked about actually on Candace Owens, because I think that is really important here. What he claimed was that he walked into Joint Task Force South and he saw a bunch of colonels, 05s, 06s, 04s, which is exactly what you would see in any sort of task force. Joint Task Force Southern Border is a conventional military task force. So we have units from all over that are contributing to Border Patrol support operations. That's what they do. All right, this is not a special operations unit. It's not a special operations task force or anything else. I don't doubt that there's probably some special operations units and personnel attached to that, but it's a conventional operation. There's nothing crazy about that. Folks, it is illegal. We need to understand this. and why his entire story. Well, let's go back to what his story actually claims. The only thing that he claimed is he walked in there and he saw some sort of evidence of a meeting because there was a lot of high-ranking people there. He could have went in there at noon. He could have went in there at 3 p.m. and he would see a lot of high-ranking people in there, which is another weird thing to me, because if he was actually a Green Beret, and almost all of us have been to different task force operations, whether it's SODEF, CJS SODEF, or anything else, you know what's going on with that. And you're going to have a lot of different high-ranking officers and NCOs, by the way, that are going to be in and around that facility. I don't know why that struck him as odd to begin with. I don't know if it did, but it's easy to convey some of this information to somebody like Candace, who knows nothing about the military. And it's very clear to me that most of the public don't know anything about the military either. Because if you believe that...
I remember Candace said herself, she's American ignorant. Candace said, I'm American ignorant. I just so happen to wholeheartedly agree with that. She said, I am American ignorant. She also called herself an alien. Candace, if you're going to crash land on our planet, at least know what the hell you're talking about. You can't make this stuff up. She said, I am American ignorant. So she's ignorant to a lot of things. That came out of her mouth. Who would think to say something like that about themselves? But she said it. She's American ignorant. So, more proof she's an alien.
A conventional forces JTF would be tasked with the clandestine planning and operation and ultimately the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. You don't know anything about the military. They would never even consider that. You're talking about light colonels. They understand what their left and right limits are. They understand what the laws are. These people would be the first people, if somebody came to them and said, hey, guess what? We're going to plan the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. These people would be on the phone. They would have CNN out there. They'd have MSNBC. They'd have Fox News. That would be a story going all over the place, because these people would not participate in that because they know they'd end up in jail. That's just
exactly.
And it doesn't even make sense. But he didn't even claim that. He just claimed that there was a meeting. And then he claimed that he saw Brian Harpole. We have clear evidence that Brian Harpole was not there. We have clear evidence that Brian Harpole was not there. And then the night before, he said he saw Erica Kirk there. I can't account for Erica Kirk's whereabouts on September 8th, but I have seen not just what I've shown you. There's additional information that I know for a fact that Brian Harpole was in Dallas on September 9th for the entire day. All right. So you can believe what you want, and you can sit there and poke holes and say, oh, well, there was enough time. Arizona's 2 hours ahead. Like, it doesn't even make sense. But if you want to believe whatever, I believe that we have.
It's not even that hard. It's like the candy ass cult members are tapped into an alternate reality. If Brian Harpole went to an airport to take a flight, guess what? There's cameras in the airport. There are cameras everywhere. It's not that difficult. It's just not that difficult to prove where he was. If let's say this goes to court and they need to get security camera footage, they can get it from the airport. He was captured on cameras walking through the airport to get on a flight. It's not that hard. He gave confirmation of a flight. But if he needed to go a step further, he can get the camera footage from the airport. Because it's not that difficult. It's that simple. It's like these things come up as evidence all the time. Trackers on his phone, the GPS location coordinates on his phone. I mean, it's the fact that we have so much advanced technology that's damn near recording everything we do now. It's impossible to say, I can't prove where I was at this point, in this day and age, in the year of our Lord 2025, going into 2026. But we're captured on cameras everywhere we go. So because the dumbass cult members of Candace Owens want to forget advanced technology still exists, it's a thing here on Earth in this reality, does not mean you saying this person was not here or they were on this military base. That's not sufficient evidence. It would not fly in court. It just wouldn't. And if there's a subpoena where the airport has to give up security camera footage, they will give that up. Then they won't care that you filed a case against Candace Owens. They won't care. They're just going to follow the subpoena and give up that security camera footage. It's that simple. You can't go through an airport and not be caught on the camera. For fuck's sake.
Of definitive proof that Congressman, I don't even know how to say his name, Amade, he actually was in Washington. So we continue to see,
and they got an image of him in
fall
Washington.
apart. I don't care if we did see Brian Harpole in there. I don't care if we saw Erica Kirk there. What you haven't provided is any information. He's not even like he's claiming that he heard them, like, oh, I heard them talking about Charlie Kirk and the assassination. That's not a claim. He just claims he walks in this military building and sees some high-ranking folks and sees somebody that looks like that is Brian Harpole. And then the night before claims that Erica Kirk was at, some Best Western or Quality Inn or whatever the heck it was. No, and this is par for the course when it comes to Candace's theories. When she's constantly taking these things that really have no relation and no proof of the material topic.
Not at all.
And then, injecting that into it. Like, oh, this is what was going on. Clearly you can see what's going on here. I don't care if Mitchell was there. I think he probably was there. And going back to that, let's again, going back to this report. All right. This military police report that was sent to her. I don't know who sent it to her.
She typed that
if
up.
it was sent to her, that was probably illegal to begin with. But we talked about all the problems that we have in this report. Number one, the license plate.
Candace, you typed that BS up. Even if he had a copy of it, why didn't you show the actual report on the actual regulated forms for the Army military, the Army police? Why didn't you just show the form?
Is not correct. The driver's license are not correct. You look up the building numbers, they're like the MWR facility, amongst other things. I am willing to say that it was probably some private that filled this out, and he just had a bunch of typos or whatever else. I'm going to be generous and actually consider that human nature and people make mistakes. But could you imagine? I just want you to think about this double standard. If TPUSA had submitted something like this to Candace, how she would tear this apart and say, oh, this is just more proof of conspiracy. We can sit here and say, hey, this is proof that Candace made this whole thing up and this is a complete. I don't know. And if you're an honest broker of information, you not only interpret circumstances and say, hey, this could mean that, we'll take Mikey McCoy. Everybody loves that. Mikey McCoy freaked out, ran away from when Charlie Kirk was shot. He's in this middle of this traumatic event. Now you can say, hey, you know what? That's weird. That's weird that he would do that. And you know what? You can even go as far as say, look, that is suspicious that he would do that. Now he's talking on the phone or whatever else. But it's also the right thing to do if you're going to report balanced and fair. Like, hey, you know what? Dude was just freaking out. He didn't know what was going on. He thought he was in the middle of an active shooting event. And the best thing that he could do was get out of there. And he's probably been told by security, hey, if shots ring out, I need you to get away, because that would be the standard protocol. Get yourself out of there so that you don't become another casualty that we have to deal with. So get yourself away. He is not part of security. He doesn't know the first thing probably about traumatic medical response training or anything like that. So he needs to get himself out of that position. And then you can go in and take all these other things that they have interpreted not only as strange, but suspicious. And then they jump from, hey, this is suspicious activity to it's proof. It is evidence of a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. And by the way, Candace Owens has multiple times, it's not just asking questions. She has definitely, without a doubt, multiple times claimed that TPUSA killed him. And I'm going to play that for you, as a matter of fact. That is so important to
made
address,
affirmative allegations,
because I'm so sick of hearing it that we are going to.
Yeah, because the dumb cult members keep parroting that nonsense because, they're not following up or anything, I guess. They're not even following up on her Twitter X feed because reading is fundamental. And the bots are just failing to scan anything. Bots will come into the chat and say, why aren't you watching her shows? And we'll be torturing ourselves watching the show. Thank you all so much in the LLC family for watching Candace shows with me. And for just going through, look, we got to go through the fire together. I can't watch her stuff by myself. So I want to thank all the Luxters, all the members, the mod supporters. Thank you all so much. You guys are troopers for watching Candace's shows with me, because I just can't do it alone.
Play proof of that. And I am
They don't even follow it. They don't even keep up.
Cognitive dissonance that we are having with people that try to claim otherwise.
Cope mindset.
All right. I'm going to go right here.
Facts.
And folks, if you're not following us on X, make sure you follow us on X. I'm going to make sure we big screen this bad boy. And I want to go look at that handsome guy. All right. Let's watch this clip right here.
As I believe involved in a cover up, and we.
All right, so this is
I didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover up, and we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that.
All right, there she goes. She says, "I've never claimed that TPUSA." She's on Russell Brand's show.
She lies.
I've never claimed that TPUSA was involved in killing him.
So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
Let's replay that.
In broad daylight in front of the entire world, assassination attempt is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated.
Paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated. Candace, you moron. You know I snip stuff because we're snipping this. This is a snip. That way, not that I owe the Candace cult members a damn thing, because I don't. But I just love to be able to pull this up in real time and say, here's a snippet. She said this dumb crap. Tell your leader to stop falsely accusing people of assassinating its leader, because she said this out of her mouth. Now, whether she was high as hell or there's a personality coming through, we don't care. The word still came out. We don't know if this is Karen, Jen, or Bonquisha. We don't know. With Sybil, that's a new personality. Or one of Sybil's 16 personalities. Who knows? We see Candace Owens saying the words. Candace, I will obliterate any claim you try to say to allude to insanity. Because let you tell it. You're very sane and in your right frame of mind. Your cult members consistently come into the chat talking about how you have a brain and how you're smart and how bright you are. They obliterate any defense you try to use to say that you're insane. So you go into court saying that there's some level of insanity. Your own cult members and your dumbass bots have already obliterated that defense. You can't claim insanity. Just like they confirm that you're doing this for clicks, views, likes, subs, and money, because they come into the chat confirming how much money you're making, likes you have, subs you have, and views you get. They've also obliterated any level of insanity claim, because they come in here saying how bright you are and how smart you are. You have a brain because, you're an alien, and how much more intelligent you are. They've already obliterated that for you. That's why you need to put your bots and your cult members in check. They debunk you every single time. Yeah, the cult members come in here saying, oh, she's so smart. She's so bright. Go to court if you want to, Felicia. Thank you. Thank you. Don't stop. Yeah, we forget about the Felicia personality. Bye, Felicia. Go to court if you want to, talking about an insanity defense. Please do it so I can show Erica all the comments from your dumbass cult members saying that you have a brain, you're very smart, you're very bright, and you can't go to court saying I'm pleading insanity. No. No, girl. No. Your cult members have already debunked you. You going in there talking about you pregnant. They've been debunked you already, saying she's not pregnant. Oh, okay, cool. When you enter my chat, you enter at your own peril. Then I always say that. So no, she claims she's smart. The cult members want to say she's smart. Fine. Don't go to court saying, I'm pleading insanity. Nope. Your cult goes out of their way to say you're smart, you're bright, intelligent, you're sane, you're in your right mind. You're not crazy. They've already obliterated that for you. They've effed you up on that. So you can't make that claim in court. You can't go to court saying, oh, it's insanity. I'm out of my mind. I was not myself that day. Nope, because they've already said you're yourself. You are who you are. This is what happens when you have a cult that believe everything you say, and you have bots that are out here trying to paint you in a positive limelight. It destroys and obliterates all your defenses. You can't go to court saying you're insane. You can't go to court saying you're pregnant. You can't go to court saying you were on drugs or you were high or you were out of your mind that day. You can't say any of that. Your cult members and the bots have already destroyed that defense. All of them. And I have the comments to prove it. You can't make this up. Just like she destroyed her own defense about, the LLCs being registered in Delaware. So there's no libel tourism. You can't say that. You already said I have LLCs registered in the state of Delaware. Your cult members debunk you more than anything. That's what's so funny to me. And the bots, they go out and they, in the pursuit of them trying to defend her, no, they end up debunking her. Yeah, she has a lot more money than you, so she's doing this for money. She has a lot more subs than you, so she's doing this for subs. You're proving my point. You can't make this up. That is how ridiculous they are. That's how ridiculous they are. Yeah, Juju, they faking gay. The cult members are faking gay, y'all. This is what Candace does. And she doesn't even think, she doesn't put two and two together because mathematics require you to think, girl. She can't put two and two together and realize my cult members are not helping me at all. They're not. The bots, they definitely don't. They just copy and paste everything you say. And that's it. They don't even get creative with it. You can't make this up. Oh, Katie, what's going on? Manipulation is a sin of witchcraft. She mesmerizes and hypnotizes her audience. Yeah. And what's so crazy is they're dumb enough to go along with this and they follow along with it. And then they copy and paste the same comments in everybody's videos in their comment sections. Comments that are still in my videos or that show up in my live streams and being recorded. Because they're so smart. No, don't stop. I always say this. I give this disclaimer to the candy ass cult members. I don't care how you feel or what you think. You enter my chat at your peril, at your own peril. The bots don't compute, so whatever. So when these comments come back up again, they can't get mad about it. You came into my chat at your own peril. It's crazy. They never think, let me not say something that will go against her. Let me not say something that would actually prove Lady Luck Club right. Yeah. You can't claim you're insane, girl. The judge is going to say, oh, these are all your people, your cult members are sitting here following you. They're confirming what you said. Okay, bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Yeah, thank you for showing evidence of you parroting this. They're parroting your nonsense. Bye, Felicia. You're not insane. Because she's not. Her cult members remind us that she's so smart. And she's so bright. And she's so intelligent. She's more knowledgeable. She puts out facts and evidence. Girl, that insanity defense is going to be null and void. You won't be able to use that. Just so you know, Candace, you can't use that in insanity defense. It's not going to work. Your cult members have ensured that.
In broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
She forgot to put a question mark on that.
Oh.
So she is no longer asking questions. That is an accusation through and through. And anybody claiming otherwise, you are just being dishonest. You are just being dishonest.
Oh, boy.
So,
stuff.
And yes, I will.
I'm going to pause it here. Y'all, shout out to Paramount Tactical. because I want to get this information in with BLEXIT. We get to the tax stuff. Candace, we're not accountants either. We just know how to read. So if you guys see here, let's go to the top. BLEXIT Foundation, Inc. You guys see the EIN number here, 83-303-2236. This was the tax year 2022. But let me go back to the front page. So the last fiscal year tax filing they did was in 2023. They were acquired by TPUSA. I believe just because they were already negative 1.7 mil. I personally believe that Charlie Kirk did Candace Owens a favor acquiring BLEXIT. They were in the hole. There was nothing to gain out of this. So, what was the point? Other than I'm just doing Candace Owens a favor. And of course, you're not going to give up something like a whole organization that only operated for 4 years. Let's look at the total revenue. 2019, 874K. 2020, 7.5 mil. 2021, 2.4 mil. 2022, 2.91 mil. 2023, 275K. Like literally 4 years that they operated. And then all of a sudden, you get a bailout. Because that's getting this, acquiring BLEXIT for Candace was like a bailout. She didn't walk away with nothing. No, she got some money. She put it in her pocket at the end of the day. You guys can see total assets here. These are the summary graphs for revenue, expenses, total assets, total liabilities. So let's take a look at 2022 tax year so that we can get to the Second Consulting LLC. And yes, I did try to find the tax documents again on this is ProPublica. I'll drop the link in the chat so you guys can always go behind me and look this stuff up. Because Candace just loves social media fundraising websites, don't you, Candace? You love these companies because I guess it's easier for her to be able to say, hey, yeah, we're paying these guys all this stupid money and for reasons. BLEXIT Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the advancement of urban and minority communities by encouraging youth to seek and take advantage of opportunities in 21st century America. What opportunities again, Candace? Because I as a Black woman, I've missed all those opportunities. I don't know what opportunities were you presenting again? Can't make this stuff up. You guys see here, Candace Owens, P.O. Box that went to Nashville, Tennessee. Right here. In the name and address of principal officer. Stuff she won't talk about. That people want her to talk about. So she ended the current year at this negative $1.72 million. So, and this is revenue less expenses. You all see here. Now, there was another content creator, I can't remember her name, who actually worked with TPUSA that brought this information to the limelight. Because she wants to sit here and talk about TPUSA and their finances, along with Wolves and Finance, who refuses to look up the definition of the word endowment. But she doesn't talk about BLEXIT. Okay. So I've done, there are 2 LLCs that she paid all this money to that were, pointed out by the other content creator. If you guys remember her name and YouTube channel link, please make sure you drop it in the chat for me. I can't recall her name right now. But she brought up, her and her husband brought up how they work with TPUSA and thought it was interesting for Candace to be sitting here talking about TPUSA is, losing $8 million or stolen or something, misappropriated even. Oh, you don't want to talk about BLEXIT? And they did. So they talked about it. So as you all can see here, these were the so-called employees here. You got Candace, president and director, $250,000 a year. Base compensation with over $13,000 of non-taxable benefits, $13,905. And then, of course, adding in the 250 plus the 13,009, you got 263,905. And then you have a Melissa Nunez and then an Ashley Alexander. They were all getting six figures. And BLEXIT. Have no idea what the hell they did. But this is the type of money they were paying themselves. This is just 3 salaries right there. This is the same organization that Brandon Tatum is listed as VP and director of, only working 5 hours a week. What the hell did he do? Yeah, mighty difficult to be an officer somewhere and be the VP and director of this organization at the same time. But, you know, for some reason, she felt like he needed to be included in this. So I'm trying to get to the employees here. Why is this blank? The section A is blank. Oh, here it is. There you go. Candace Owens, 30 hours a week. And somehow that was worthy of her getting $250,000. Y'all see that here? Reportable compensation from the organization. Brandon Tatum, vice president and director, 5 hours a week. Why? He got $36,000 a year for only working 5 hours a week. Average hours per week over here, 5 for somebody that was supposed to be an officer of the court at the same time. What do we do this at? And this is reportable compensation now. $36,000 a year. This is why he refuses to put her in check. Because she might bring up some history here and say, yeah, don't forget, I gave you all this extra money on the side that was not reported. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe she says that, maybe she doesn't. Candace, we're just asking questions. I mean, really, 5 hours a week. So Brandon Tatum, how the hell did you do this and a full-time job as an officer again? Yeah, you can't make this up. $250,000 a year from 30 hours a week of work. To do what again? The model is absolutely asinine. And then you have here Melissa Nunez, who was her COO, getting $160,000, $385 a year under reportable income. And Ashley Alexander getting $140,000 a year, $148,240 to be exact. And this is what was reported to the IRS. So when they did their taxes, they had to report these wages. This is unbelievable. So since Candace and Brandon Tatum was listed as officers, the highest compensated employees, if you guys can see that field here, were the COO and development director. But you had George Farmer listed as the treasurer. Candace, how much did you pay your damn husband to be the treasurer of BLEXIT? So he wasn't getting any money, but he's working 30 hours a week. He didn't get nothing out of this. So he was a volunteer. You can't make this up. He's also listed as an officer here. So he's getting nothing? He got nothing out of this? Candace. Somebody lying. George worked 30 hours a week. 30 hours a week, and he got $0.00. He can't make this up. He got no money out of this. Who does this? Who works for free? $0.00. Who works for free? I don't. Yeah, he worked 30 hours a week. Can you believe it? Oh, thank you for the $5 super job for 9. He does her merch currently. Does he now? Shout out to you. Thank you for the $5 super. So Brandon Tatum is still technically working for Candace. He does her merch. Candace, you can't. This is priceless. Candace, how much are you paying Brandon? I'm curious because I don't know how he claimed to be an officer of the court and he worked for your ass. And he won't denounce her for nothing. Like, I'm not even asking him to denounce her. Be honest with you. Is it too hard to just tell her, you making these accusations, you're wrong? You're wrong. You don't have any evidence. You're saying now Erica Kirk was spotted on a military base? You're conspiring to bring forth this type of allegation along with some idiot on your show. How much is he paying? She paying Brandon Tatum. I would love to see the tax filers for Candace Owens LLC. Because Candace, you could just post your tax documents up. You can't make this up. So he got a cool $36,000 from her. Whether this was per month or per year, you know, we would need receipts for that. But I highly doubt he was okay with just getting $36,000 a year for 5 hours a week. Like, no. And he's sitting here capping for her like this. Look how much her COO and development director, whatever that means, was paid. There's only a $20,000 a year difference between the COO and the development director. You can't make this stuff up. They got paid stupid money. Stupid money. So you all can see here, Optimize Consulting, one of the independent contractors who description of services was social media fundraising. Something Candace seems to enjoy. Paid them $553,694. They got $553,694. Security got $349,934. We went over Olympic Media. This is the LLC connected to Parler Inc., which George Farmer is the CEO of. Go figure. They got paid $284,404. So money went from BLEXIT to Olympic Media to Parler Inc. to George's pocket. So I guess that was his way of getting a salary. And then Kanye West was supposed to purchase or acquire Parler Inc. That he never did. So that deal went through. It didn't go through. So I'm assuming he still has it. So she can't say this money never landed near George Farmer, because Parler Inc. is one of the subs, one of the trademarks registered under Olympic Media LLC. We went through all of that information in a separate video. You guys make sure you go check it out. So now we're doing Optimized Consulting. $553,000 is double the amount, basically almost double the amount Olympic Media received. And she pays money out for things like this, web services. $237,938. Real Slim, whatever that is. Apartment A. Candace, another apartment. Olympic Media, that's an apartment as well, y'all. We even looked up the address. That's an apartment. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment where rent is like over $5,000 a month. You can't make this up. So this sounds like another apartment in Charleston, South Carolina. All these LLCs. Unheard of. Optimized Consulting. We're going to take a look at this LLC registration. They got $553,694 for social media fundraising. And social media fundraising, when we looked it up, is nothing more than another social media website that brings in revenue by fundraising. You're getting people to just donate the money to you. And if it's donations or contributions, You know, how much of that per year do you get to claim before you have to pay taxes on it? Bunch of donations and contributions here. Mighty funny how Candace is somehow helping Mitchell Snow raise over $141,000 from another crowdfunding, fundraising social media platform. Candace will have a lot of experience with that. So let's get to the entity registration information. I'm just going to make sure, because I want you all to see. I looked up Optimized Consulting on ProPublica. Let me show you all. Yeah, no hits. So, nonprofits, people, I can look under that. Nothing. Y'all see filings. This is the other tab. But you see here, looks like the purpose of payment to Optimized Consulting LLC was to assist the organization. Like you see them named in it, but it's not their actual tax documents. So it's just giving me hits of where they come up in the information. It's National Taxpayers Union Foundation, like stuff like this. I'm gonna click on one because now I want to see what this is. Supplemental information regarding fundraising or gaming activities. Look at this. Yeah, they get paid. Look at this. So they get all these services they render. They get all this business that come in. $124,977. Gross receipts from activity. Amount paid $44,938. Amount paid to organization or retained by $79,039. Like what they came up under the search is crazy. So they come up everywhere over here. But it's not their tax filings. It's where they're partnered with or they're providing some services and then they're listed in it. Man, this sucks. You can't make this up. They got paid $553,000 from BLEXIT. This Optimized Consulting. So I just want to make sure you all understand where we are right now. This LLC that does nothing but fundraise online gets all this money. This is something else. So we're about to get to the entity so you all can see some of the registration information here. Let's see. So this is the company number. Status says in existence. And this is just on a Google search, opencorporates.com, Optimized Consulting LLC. They have an agent address listed here. Their agent name is URS Agents LLC. There's an alternative name, which I did Google and research to try to get the tax documents. Nothing. The registered address is the 10900 Research Boulevard, Suite 160C, Austin, Texas 78759. So there are some documents that I pulled up. Oh man, some attachments. I'm going to show you all this. So this came from the website, the entity website here. And this first document here, you pull this in. This is the optimized code. This is the first filing. So you all can see this here. Let me zoom in a little bit. This is from November 29, 2022. Y'all can see that here. Corporate Access Inc. Walk-in. Filing is a foreign LLC. You all see Optimized Consulting LLC here. And this is the application for the LLC for the foreign LLC. This was done in the state of Florida. How do we get in Florida to Texas? I don't know. I can't understand. And you all see here, they got a 1601 Ashbury Drive, Austin, Texas address. Registered Agents, Inc. No name here. And then the office address for the registered agent was in St. Petersburg, Florida. And then there's a signature. So, Jesse Markle is one of the LLC officials. Let me pull up the website. I'm going to pull it on up. I'll start with this one. Should have started with this one. Here's the website. So y'all can see the people that work here. All right. Here's the website here. Now, if you all know who these people are, please tell me. Here's the team. Tim Bertram, partner and co-founder. Jesse Markell, partner and co-founder. Chris Bradford, partner. Do you all know who these men are? Any of you know who these men are? Let me put the link here. Because I wouldn't be surprised if they were connected to like a TPUSA or something like that. Do y'all know who these men are? This is something else. Oh, good night, Savvy. Here's the website. Anybody ever heard of these guys? There you go, right here. The husband is listed on the LLC for Olympic Media. And then that was connected to Parler Inc., which is what George Farmer owns. Anybody know who these guys are? So this is their website. This is the partner co-founder, Tim Bertram. I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. This is Jesse Markle. And then you have, let me go back. This last one here. Chris Bradford, another partner. So these are the names you're going to see on those LLC registrations. I don't know. I've never heard them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up under any other LLCs either. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't shock me at all. Speaking of which, while we're here, let me go to our partners. So you all can see their partners here. Bearing Tree, here's some of their not-for-profit solutions. Advertising partners. You know, funny that Candace keeps saying metadata. She has no idea what that is. Let's go to broadcasting. Let's go to some of this information here. Learn more. So y'all can see who all they work with. And I'm just going to, they have a lot of other posts here. A lot of case studies. Y'all see who they have here? Turning Point Pack. Turning Point Pack is one of their customers. And you all can, if you want to go on the website, you can and click on it. But they've been working with Turning Point Pack. And then you all see over here, BLEXIT Foundation. It's mighty, mighty funny. Oh, boy. There you go. So, at the very least, what they claim they have acquired with donors, how much money they raised over, you know, they claim to have raised over $900,000. This is the most closest information I could find as far as revenue generated. Theoretically, what BLEXIT paid to Optimize Consulting LLC, according to the tax documents, should match the revenue coming into Optimize Consulting LLC, which is something I would be able to see on their tax documents. This is the closest I could find. And since BLEXIT was acquired by TPUSA, if we look at the 4 years that BLEXIT was running, if Optimized Consulting worked for them the entire time, that total amount of this 900,000 should be close to what they paid out based on the tax forms. So let's go back to, I'll go back to BLEXIT tax forms. And we have to go year by year just to get the amount. So 2022, they got like $553,000 because they claim they've raised over 900,000. I would expect whatever money they were paid should reflect whatever they reported on their taxes. We can't see that, which kind of sucks. But since they were a social media fundraising, their so-called fundraising efforts, they allege, amounted to 900,000 for BLEXIT. That's what they're alleging here. Optimized Consulting acquired 10,000 new donors, modernized the CRM using HubSpot, raised over 900,000, and established major donor cultivation systems within 12 months. Funds raised, the exact amount they have listed here, this is for BLEXIT, was $922,463.89. Over 19,113 total online donations. And then, of course, new donors with outwave estimated capacity of 500,000 plus. So this is what they're alleging based on their information here. That's a lot of money for just one of the 2 LLCs that was supposed to be doing a lot of the social media fundraising for them. And that's not including what people gave to BLEXIT. You know, just donating. Not necessarily because of optimizing consulting. $922,463. That's a lot of money to help fundraise for BLEXIT. So let's go back. Let's see. How much did they pay total since day one? I don't expect much to be for this particular tax filing. This is for fiscal year ending May 2023. Hold on, let me go back. So I want to make sure I'm starting at the top. Okay, so this was the last one filed. Let me go to that one. Let's go down to see exactly what they paid out. They paid out a lot of money to these people. Let's go down. I'm trying to find it. I can't imagine paying social media fundraising websites this type of money. They paid them stupid money. $553,000 for 1 year. Let's see what was paid in this year. Okay, for this year, there's a gross of $206,952. I want to make sure I'm reading the right revenue amount. That's what I'm seeing there. Hold on. They have a balance sheet. This is crazy. All that revenue, all that money in salaries. God. The money in salaries. Ugh. It's ridiculous. It's hard to understand how, if they helped you fundraise and bring in all this money, you know, it to me, it's just not adding up. If they're saying we helped fundraise for BLEXIT at $922,000, I expect that to see that amount totaled up in revenue. I expect to see something close to that. And that's just from Optimized Consulting and what they can say they helped to fundraise for BLEXIT. You can't make this stuff up. For this current year, they reported $268,844. In expenses, they were saying they paid out $139,402. Other expenses, $728,296. This is crazy. So for Optimize Consulting, that's what it's showing here for the gross receipts. Y'all see the amounts. Let me go back to it. It's a lot of money to pay for a social media platform. $206,952 from gross receipts from activity. Amount paid to fundraiser listed in column I, $114,588. Amount paid to organization, $92,364. And Olympic Media is the one connected to Parlor Inc. with George Farmer. But George is the treasurer, and there's no income listed next to him. That she has to know that doesn't make sense. So this is, let's go with the 206,000 for that year. For the 2022, we know it was 553,000. 2021, what was this? 206,553. I'm just going straight to just trying to add up the years. Let's see here. This one just has Olympic Media here. And this is connected to George. Where's the other one? You got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Hold on. Because now this really wouldn't make any sense. If they don't have them listed, how do you explain paying them $553,000 in 1 year? They're not on. Hold on. Let me slow down. Don't tell me they're not on the 2021 taxes. Y'all, where's all this money going? They're not on the 2021 tax. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I'm looking. Hold on. Y'all, I know darn well. Hold on. You can't make this up. Oh my good Lord. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. We're trying to find it. This is insane. They're not listed on here. So they didn't start paying them until 2022. I just see Olympic. Yeah, I don't see Optimized Consulting on here. How do you explain that type of money? They paid them in 1 year. Candace was still getting $250,000 a year. Y'all, they only paid them 2 years. They're only listed for 2 tax years on these documents. And they gave them $553,000 just for 1 year. They're not even on this tax return from 2021. This is tax year 2021. And they're not on here. Just the other Olympic Media LLC. Connected to Parlor Inc. This is the one connected to Parlor Inc. With that 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. In a high rise with a rent's like $5,000 a month. Oh, dear Lord. You can't make this up. Okay, let's go to the 2020 tax year. Holy crap. If they're not on 2021, I don't expect to see them on 2020. That means that they only had Optimizing Consulting for 2 tax years. And they gave them $553,000 one year. Y'all, they're not on the rest of the tax years. They only paid these people. Look how much money they paid to Olympic Media. They gave them millions of dollars. Amount paid to fundraiser listed in column I. This is the one connected to George Farmer, to Parler Inc. $1.83 million. Does that make sense? Why are they paying them that type of money? Y'all, this is insane. I don't know if my chat sent earlier, but you can also specifically look up registered agents on the Sunbiz Florida website. Maybe that can help. Oh yeah, we got the I got the documents for those listed on the LLCs. That's what I was showing you all. This is it right here. Jesse Markell, Tim Bertram, Chris Bradford. This is their LLC registration. This is the original that was filed in Florida. You see that there? That was the original filed in Florida for 2022. Optimized Consulting LLC as a foreign LLC. They registered as a foreign LLC. So this is it right here. And then I have 3 other attachments from the LLC registration information. You guys see Office of the Secretary of State. This is in Texas, certificate of fact. The undersigned as the Secretary of State of Texas does hereby certify that the document certificate of formation of Optimizing Consulting LLC, file number 803-154-718, a domestic limited liability company LLC, was filed in this office on October 31st, 2018. So they must have filed as a foreign LLC in Florida in 2022. Yeah. And why they do that, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they wanted to go international. I would assume that would be the only reason. This is crazy. So you guys see that here. It is further certified that the entity status in Texas is in existence. And of course, this is signed John B. Scott, Secretary of State. This is in Texas. So you see that there. So they have not only an LLC, but a foreign LLC. But they didn't land on payroll with BLEXIT until tax year 2022. I'm just floored at how much money was paid out to Olympic Media that was connected to to Parler Inc. $1.83 million. George, how much of this money did you keep? Can't make this up. Yeah, this is unbelievable. So Optimizing Consulting LLC didn't show up until tax year 2022. Just to be sure, we'll look at 2019, tax year 2019 to make sure. They didn't show up until tax year 2022, and they were paid $553,000. And alleged they raised over $933,000 for $922,463 for BLEXIT. That is absolutely insane. Whoo, man. Candace doesn't want to talk about this. This could be a whole week's worth of content for her. Candace, you can talk about this for a week. Oh, these tax forms. You don't need to be an accountant, girl. Get your accountant. Get the one that was the accountant over BLEXIT. Who was the accountant over there? Because you barely listing your employees here. I'm trying to make sure there was a fundraising dinner. Oh, my God. This is insane. Candace, you sound like you've been grifted for a while, girl. You know, because we're just asking questions. Candace, have you been grifting? Yeah, you can't make this up. Optimizing Consulting LLC didn't show up until 2022, tax year 2022. according to these documents, while Candace was getting $250,000 a year as a salary. This is insane. Why? What did they do to deserve a $553,000 payout? What did they do? Candace only, first year, you say you only did 10 hours of work a week with no salary. Y'all, this is madness. Then I don't hear it all. So I wanted to be sure. This is the start of year. So the only tax forms that have them listed is 2022 here, fiscal year ending 2022, and fiscal year ending in 2023. And if you add the 206 and the 553, you're talking about 753, 755. And yet they said we raised over, for theoretically 2 years, for BLEXIT, $922,463.89. This is what Optimizing Consulting has on their website for BLEXIT Foundation. Candace, how much money did Optimizing Consulting help bring you in through BLEXIT? They're saying almost $1 million. And you gave them $553,000 in 1 year. This is absolute madness, y'all. This is madness. You can't make this stuff up. Kaylee, there you go. Thank you, Melinda. Kaylee Fontanilla. That is the young lady who brought this up on her channel. She also was on Twitter X. Kaylee Fontanilla. This is insane. Y'all, it is insane. And Candace wants to sit here and talk about TPUSA finances. Candace, you got a lot of explaining to do. This is nuts. This is insane. So they're claiming we raised $922,463.89 to BLEXIT. You have to assume that this is the entire time they were contracted with them, because there's not a year breakdown on this. Let me click on some things and see what happens. I'm not giving my email. What is this? They want my email address. No. Oh, good Lord. I'm not putting my email in there. I'm just not going to do it. So if you guys want to go to the website and download this case study, let me see. Yeah, you got to put your email address in here. I'm not doing that. Hell no. Feel free to do that. Let me give you all the link in case you all decide to want to do this. I'm not even giving them my channel name. This is crazy. All right. And they raised this type of money. And yet, according to the tax documents, they're only listed on 2 tax years, on 2 tax documents, where they got paid $206,000 and then $553,000. Y'all, this is madness. But they say, hey, we helped you all raise $1 million. How did this go? I'm curious. How did this go? Because how do you determine how much to bill someone when you're basically just helping them fundraise on social media? They're saying here, addressing the foundation's fragmented digital infrastructure, optimized consulting, streamlined platforms, centralized data, and revolutionized data utilization and marketing, boosting operational efficiency. You know, because all the things that Olympic media could not do, even though they were getting paid over $1 million. That's based on the 2021 tax year. You can't make this stuff up. So Olympic media LLC and Optimizing Consulting LLC were both social media fundraising LLCs. One, Olympic Media LLC, is linked to George Farmer's Parlor Inc. Optimizing Consulting is what we're looking at here. They came in on tax year 2022 tax forms and was paid for 1 year $553,000. When we were seeing over $1 million payout to Olympic Media. And George is supposed to be a genius, right? He was supposed to be holding it down with BLEXIT. And yet, for some reason, they needed a second LLC to come in to do the same thing. That's essentially like a GoFundMe. Optimizing Consulting LLC and Olympic Media LLCs are no different than the social media platform that Candace is using to help this fool raise $144,000. Or like a GoFundMe. It's the same thing. They just make sure they bring it in and then they get, I guess, a percentage of it. So my question would be, how do you determine how much to pay them? For tax year 2022, you paid them $553,000. How did you come up with that? You gave Olympic Media over $284,000. How did we get here? Yeah, here's the amounts. Optimize Consulting. This is just amount paid too. $553,694. $284,404. How did they come up with these amounts? It's so just random. And they're claiming they helped funds raised $922,463.89. None of this stuff makes sense. It's just, and it's harder when you don't see receipts, you don't see vendor invoices with this. Maybe it's based upon hours or something. Who knows? But the idea that you paid over $553,000 to essentially a GoFundMe platform, when BLEXIT seemed to be nothing more than just a social media website, claiming that they did all of this in communities, and then eventually was acquired when they were in the negative by TPUSA. And now she wants to say TPUSA is stealing money. Well, then maybe they should just sell BLEXIT. Candace, Charlie Kirk did you a favor. Because many questions should have been asked about why you chose to spend stupid money on things like a social media fundraising website. 2 of them. In 1 year, you spent $750,000. This is absolutely insane. That's a lot of money for something like this. This is very interesting. Explain to us what you mean by a foreign LLC. So this is a type of LLC, and I'm just gonna make sure I can. Foreign LLC registration. I'm assuming they probably got this this type of registration to be able to do business with other companies, but I will look it up. For foreign LLCs, registering as a foreign LLC. Here it is. Registering as a foreign LLC is essential if your business operates in a state different from where it was formed. Okay, there you go. I wanted to make sure. This ensures compliance with local laws and regulations, allowing you to conduct business legally and avoid penalties. So this is one of the reasons why they would register as a foreign LLC. So hopefully that answers your question. And this is on www.nolo.com. And then Legal Encyclopedia, Foreign LLCs. So that's the, and it will make sense. So you can be able to operate outside of Texas. They in Florida. They're all over the place. Optimized Consulting is multi-state. They're everywhere. So hopefully that answered your question. let me show you guys these other documents that came up with their registration. So you all can see here this 2023 Foreign LLC annual report filed on March 3rd, 2023. Optimized Consulting Companies LLC. Maybe I should type in this and see if that comes up under the nonprofit. So I'm like, why can't I find these tax forms? No, it doesn't. Jesus Christ. Now I can't find the tax forms. Funny how that's not online anymore. Funny how that's not online. So here's one of their annual reports. The current principal place of business is in Austin, Texas. You guys see the address here. Current mailing address, same. Registered agents, Inc. is the registered agent. That's somewhere in St. Petersburg, Florida. And then you guys see the authorized persons, Jesse Markell, Chris Bradford, Timothy Bertram. They're making stupid money. And BLEXIT is not their only company. But it's just mighty funny how they only worked for them, seems like 2 years, and got almost $750,000 between tax year 2022 and 2023. You can't make this up. This is crazy. Here's another document. Sunshine State Corporate Compliance. I want to see what this is. Y'all see Optimizing Consulting LLC here. This is from April 7th, 2025. I'm trying to see exactly what this is. Copy of, it took $25 to pay for this. All right, statement of change of registered office or registered agent or both for their LLC. So they changed the mailing address. So it went from the 1601 Ashbury Drive to this P.O. Box number. And then you guys see the document number here. That's also on the first sheet right there. That's just a document number. And they basically changed their address. So went to a P.O. Box. Registered Agents, Inc. To URS Agents, this is the new registered office address, Lakeshore Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. So you guys see the signatures there. Jesse Markell. And then this is the other document that came from the website. It's a 2025 Foreign Limited Liability Company reinstatement. So that Foreign LLC reinstatement. Just so you all can see that. Jesse Markell, Chris Bradford, Timothy Bertram, done April 8th, 2025. There you go. So I just wanted to show you all the documents affiliated with this stuff and how this is crazy, stupid money to give a social media fundraising website, no matter how you put it. $553,000. You can't make this up. And this is gross receipts from activity. It already $818,000. They will pay $553,694. For what? Who knows? They claimed that this is what they did. They claimed that they basically helped them come in and create a CRM. It's like a client relations management website, a CRM. Basically another platform to help them raise more money. Candace, you could have... Why couldn't George just do this? I don't understand. Why bring in another LLC to do something that George was supposed to be doing? That's what Olympic Media was supposed to be doing. They got paid stupid money. And they claim they raised almost $1 million for them. God, this is nuts. So the BLEXIT Foundation collaboration with Optimized Consulting marked a pivotal shift in fundraising strategies faced with disparate contact data, limited fundraising insights, and scalability concerns. The BLEXIT Foundation sought our expertise. They're proud of this. This is within 12 months. They're claiming they did this within 12 months. You can't make this up. Are you serious? They claim they did this in 12 months. They raised over, acquired 10,000 new donors, modernized the CRM using HubSpot, raised over 900,000, and established major donor cultivation systems within 12 months. They claim they did this in 12 months. They worked with them for 2 years. So what did they do the second year? 12 months, y'all. They did this in 12 months. They raised almost $1 million in 12 months. This is absolutely insane. That's a lot of money. I guess they figure, you know what? Y'all helped us raise almost $1 million. We'll give you back $553,694. This is insane. If you say they raised in this amount of money in 12 months, wouldn't I expect to see that in their revenue? Don't you expect to see that in their revenue, right? Candace, we expect to see this in revenue. We expect to see that. And why are y'all negative 1.7 million in the hole? By the end of this, they were negative 1.7 million in the hole. Right here. What the heck? I want to, oh God, I wish you could see a breakdown from Optimized Consulting. Like anything on that. You cannot make this stuff up. They said, hey, we helped you all raise $922,000. Here's our fee. Here's how much you owe us. I'm just trying to see, is there a nice little breakdown on this with the revenue? This is statement of functional expenses. Let's see the revenue sheet. Statement of revenue. Yeah, they paid this money, $553,694. Plus the security, $349,000, because I guess Candace thought she balling. $284,000 to Olympic Media, essentially to Parlor Inc. to George. And then to this web services here for $237,000. Just crazy money. We haven't even looked this one up. Real Slum. We haven't even looked up this web service. This is insane. They claim they got 2.67 million in contributions, gifts, grants, and similar amounts not included in the above. Y'all, this is nuts. $58,000 here, total $2.67 million. I sure wish they would say how much this came from Optimized Consulting, because I would expect this is 12 months. We expect whatever totals that came in from Optimized Consulting to BLEXIT to total this amount then. This is what they're saying, down to the cent. 89 cents, not 90. They didn't round it. They gave us down to the exact penny. But they paid them out $553. I hope y'all have fun with this, because this is something else. This is something else. They paid a lot of money. A lot of money. What's going on? Hey, Emmalou, how you doing? Good evening to you all. Some of y'all just coming in. Okay, I'm back. I went live for a moment. Oh, this sounds good. They may have gotten good advice. Why would they allow themselves to be ill-advised? Who knows? It's a lot of money. They can create several LLCs that put them in a foreign trust legally and lawfully. However, here's the thing. The question is, why are you spending this type of money for something like that? And it was supposed to go to the community for some reason, to do something. It sounds like a loophole. Candace even admitted she has several LLCs registered in the state of Delaware. She admitted that in a video by herself. No one told you to say that, girl. You admitted that on your own. But why would she spend out this type of money like this for a social media fundraising? And then you end up negative 1.7 million in the hole And TPUSA, they came in and they said, okay, cool, we'll just acquire it. As opposed to bailing it out and giving it money, they just acquired it. Got it off her hands. This is it. This is just one of the 2 LLCs they paid for social media fundraising. And they're saying this is how much we helped them raise. While BLEXIT turned around and paid them out this type of money. And it doesn't, how? Based on what? Hours work? Productivity? What are the measures in place to say we're going to pay out X amount of dollars to you all? How did we end up at $553,000? How did we get there? How is this helping the community and you doing whatever you said you was trying to do with this LLC with BLEXIT? It's just ridiculous money. And this isn't just coming from me. I say take it from the young lady who actually worked with BLEXIT. I want to make sure I don't lose her name again. Because they want to sit here and say, oh, well, TPUSA stole money and stuff. They can't say how. I'm not saying they stole money. I said this is weird. This is definitely weird. Definitely weird. That's a lot of money. A lot of money to pay someone. And it's the same thing. What's her name? Young lady. Oh, good Lord. It's the same thing she said in her video. And she worked with them. She said it's just an exorbitant amount of money being paid to security, exorbitant amount of money being paid out to these LLCs that, really didn't add up. Kaylee Fontanilla. She'll tell you herself. It just questionable money. I don't see why anyone would need to pay security that type of money for what, 3 or 4 staff? 2 of them are husband and wife. George claimed he worked 30 hours and no salary. And then we find out that an LLC is connected to Parlor Inc. And they were getting millions from BLEXIT in payments. And she's paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in security. But Brandon Tatum was a whole officer. He's the VP. You couldn't find a better deal on security? Y'all, this is ridiculous. $349,934. That's a lot of money in security. Especially when you claim you only working 30 hours a week. It's insane. It's insane. Who is real slime? Who knows? But if the money was supposed to go for specific things, for a specific goal or objective, and they can't even show that they did anything in urban communities, because I don't feel like I've been advantaged at all. Candace, you failed. There's been no advantage in this urban community at all. This amount is just off. It makes no sense. It's not even trending with the other amounts. If they all were around $150,000, okay, but they're not. This is ridiculous. 553, that's ridiculous. But maybe there's a percentage that they paid them based on how much they fundraised. I just don't understand why it's not matching. And how you say you help fundraise and bring in almost $1 million. That should be revenue reported to BLEXIT for whatever 12 months. You're saying for 1 year, you were able to fundraise this amount of money. Okay. Where are the receipts on this? So if you guys want to pull up the case study, maybe it's there. I'm not putting my email address in there for that. I'm not in the mood to get whatever spam or whatever comes out of it. But if you guys want to be brave and I sent you out a link, you all want to download the case study, maybe it's some information in there that help break it down as to how they raised $922,000 in 12 months, go for it. And let me know what you find. I'm not putting my email address in it. But this is insane. So that's all the information that I can gather up for Optimize Consulting LLC. It's a real slum one. It is what it is. And I told you all we would go over this information. So whether, to me, it's just the amounts is just absorbent. That's a lot of money to pay out for something so ridiculous as social media fundraising. That's just a lot of money. Security is a lot of money. And that's exactly what Kaylee said in her video. They paid a lot of money for things that, who pays for this much security? Who knows? Especially when everything's done mainly online. You're not even saying this went towards, some sort of ad blocker or anything like that on your software programs. Security. Was it for her directly? Or were they at some sort of organization, headquarters, where the security was staffed there? If you got people who work with BLEXIT saying that this was, they can't even understand how she spent this much money in this, and they worked with them, it's off. And question it. I just want Candace, if she responds to it, tell her to respond to this. Kaylee says she was using private planes. Probably. I can believe that. I know of one nonprofit that paid a member on the board of directors $7 million a year. It was a doctor on a cancer nonprofit. Wow. Hey, Sipa, how you doing? That's a lot of money. Jesus, on the board of directors. I think they can pay themselves as much as they want. She was paying herself $250,000. Yep, she was paying herself $250,000. Candace Owens was paying her salary herself a $250,000 base salary. Y'all see that here. And then, of course, $13,905 from just other compensation, which from 30 hours a week of work. That's a lot of money. $250,000. Should they be able to pay themselves just whatever amount of money? And this is from donations, from money that's being raised. She wants to question TPUSA finances. We get to question BLEXIT. Should they be able to do this? What kind of work is she doing to generate $250,000 of a salary? $250K. But her COO is at $160K and she's salaried. 40 hours a week. The development director, 40 hours a week. She's getting $140K. What the heck is Candace doing to get $250K? What is she doing? And she's not even full-time? What did she do to get $250K? It ended up negative $1.7 million in the hole. See, the point of this is not even to say something was illegal. It's look how you hemorrhaged money to end up in the hole by negative $1.7 million. That's just wasteful spending. If she would have cut back on how much she spent on security or these, social media fundraising websites, maybe she would not have been in the hole by negative $1.7 million. Why spend an absorbent amount of money on this stuff, on your salary, other salaries, when you can't even justify your salary at $250K? $553,000, over $500,000 just for one social media fundraising company. And then you wonder why you ended up negative $1.7 million in the hole. That's what is the point of all of this. It's like she spent herself out of operations here. And as opposed to people questioning that, Why did you spend so much money to end up in a hole this bad? How does that make sense? This is so crazy. But she wanted BLM to be investigated because they went and bought a house. See, the difference is here, we're not seeing receipts. We're not seeing exactly how she used the money once she was paid this money. Once this money came into the pockets of Olympic Media LLC, how did they spend that money? We know it went to an apartment. Rent was $505,000. It's ridiculous. But the spending landed BLEXIT negative $1.7 million in the hole, causing it to have to be acquired or bailed out, and it got acquired by TPUSA. The same company she wants to sit here and doggone and trash and say they stole $8 million. Candace, they took on a negative $1.7 million company in the hole when they acquired it. They didn't have to do that. If I were them, I would not have done that. Oh, you're a big girl. You better figure that out, girl. You trying to roll with the big dogs out here. You're going to have to figure out how to get yourself out of this negative $1.7 million. Good luck to that. You dogging out TPUSA. Now, how about we just sell this bad boy and get the hell on? I would. Erica Kirk could. She can look at it like, you know what? I don't see how we can continue to maintain BLEXIT. I get rid of it. I say we get rid of BLEXIT. We already brought them in the red. They were in the red. Negative 1.7 million. They were in the red. How about we get rid of it? Sell it. Yeah, because we stealing money up in here. Okay, yeah, now we're going to sell this. Let Candace Owens figure out what goes on with BLEXIT. She started that. That's on her. We should have never taken it on. She can have it back. I'm just saying, you dogging it out. You're saying TPUSA stole money, but you're not saying that they took on BLEXIT and they bought it. They acquired it. They could give it up, Candace. TPUSA probably should be giving up BLEXIT then. How about that? One less expense for them. This is how she does TPUSA and Charlie Kirk's legacy. Fine. Here's BLEXIT back. Here's BLEXIT back. Here you go, girl. It's all yours. You know, because you and what's his name? Finance and Wolves and Finance. Y'all can't look up definitions of terms like endowment. Okay, here's BLEXIT back. It's all yours. Good luck. And then they just completely sever anything with her and keep living. I think that's what they should do. I think TPUSA should sell BLEXIT and let them go figure things out. Good luck. Because you want to sit here and say we're stealing money. Why would you want to be connected to us in that matter? Why not take back BLEXIT, Candace? Take back BLEXIT. There you go. See, you know, I'm so glad we can all come to an agreement on this. Take back BLEXIT, Candace. That way, BLEXIT Foundation has nothing to do with TPUSA at this point. It's all yours, and you can go figure it out. Maybe you'll be able to repay them the money they had to spend to acquire it. You know, because they got it in the hole by negative $1.7 million. Maybe you can find a way to pay them back that money. So you can, you know, since you keep saying they stole $8 million. Okay, cool. So give us back the $1.7 million plus whatever we spent to acquire BLEXIT. And then you can say whatever you want. BLEXIT is all yours. We'll get that off our plate. You're right. We need to cut down on expenses. Go ahead. Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. And this is what Candace wants to attack relentlessly every day, claiming that they had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination, that they need to be doing the Doge audit and all these things, and there's something bumming. Okay, cool. So they need to get rid of BLEXIT, one less headache for them. TPUSA can say, hey, Candace Owens can have BLEXIT back. We're going to be selling it. it's up to her to take this on again because it was her company. We didn't have to acquire it. You're welcome, heifer. Here's it back. Get your baby back. Take BLEXIT back. It's all yours. You got to figure all it out. Why don't you tell everybody how much you got paid in this acquisition? Yeah, if they want to do that, they can. I would do it. This is what happens when you sit here and make these accusations. You want a Doge financial audit? You do realize BLEXIT is going to come up in that audit because it's one of their acquisitions. And they're going to see exactly how much BLEXIT was in the hole, what they acquired it for, and Candace, what you got out of it. Sell it. Sell it. Sell BLEXIT. That way, Candace can completely detach herself, and whatever happens with it will be completely on her. Since she knows better. You know better, girl. Go ahead. You're just a financial guru now. Somehow you can say somebody's stealing some money and something's going on, but you can't actually show evidence on this. So we're going to sell BLEXIT. It's all yours. Let her say whatever she wants. She can have BLEXIT. Bye. Bye, Felicia. And then that be the end of it. That way, TPUSA, won't ever feel any type of way about helping you out when they took over BLEXIT. Because that's what they did, Candace. Charlie didn't have to do that, and he did it. For reasons. Who knows? I would sell it. If I were Erica Kirk, I would sell BLEXIT and get it from underneath TPUSA and give it back to Candace Owens and tell her good luck. Somebody said sell BLEXIT to Nicki Minaj. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Reach out. Nicki Minaj, do you want to buy BLEXIT? We're selling it. Yeah, you don't let us know because Candace can have it. Then she'd be mad walking around here. How dare they sell it? Yeah, how dare we have acquired it? Yeah, we did you a favor, girl. Bye, Felicia. You can have BLEXIT. It's all yours. We don't need that connection. They would be well within their right. Candace, is mighty funny. Mighty funny how you forget little things like that. They helped you out and they didn't have to do that. And now you want to crap all over them. Oh, okay. Candace is saying something. Sell BLEXIT. Erica Kirk, girl, you don't even have to be mean and nasty about it. Just say, the Lady Luck Club had a great idea and I prayed about it. And then I woke up the next day and said, yeah, I'm thinking about selling BLEXIT today. And then that's it. And sell BLEXIT. Just cut ties with it. Because why should you own anything coming from someone who is willing to say it in an organization, as she puts it, paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated? Why should you still have BLEXIT under your umbrella? Why? You owe her nothing. Candace wants to burn bridges. Let her. Sell BLEXIT. Get rid of it. And in that way, you can say she's completely on her own. She determines her own future and the future of BLEXIT. Good luck to that. You won't have our help with that, girl. Bye. Nope. She owes them nothing. This is something else. Y'all see what happens when we can just all come together and think things through. Candace, we just gave you a solution to your problem. You need to be completely detached from TPUSA. And TPUSA needs to sell BLEXIT. And can say, hey, if you want, we'll sell it to you. And if you can't afford to pay us all the money now, you can pay us in installments. We'll put you on a payment plan, girl. There you go. Now she'll really be sitting here getting hit in the pockets. Her and George are worth $244 million. It should be nothing for Candace to buy back BLEXIT, right? Why should it still be sitting with TPUSA? I mean, she can't stand them. Why? Candace, come on, girl. Buy BLEXIT back. Erica can sell it. It's all yours. Bye, Felicia. Have a good life. And not even lose a second of sleep. She doesn't owe you that. You can't make this up. Fran said, funny how George's net worth is seen as private in the UK and they only show his dad's net worth. Wow. Melinda said, it's not jealousy, it's revenge against those who had her fired, revenge against his wife because Charlie didn't choose Candace Owens. Exactly. Yeah, Erica Kirk can go ahead and sell BLEXIT and then tell Candace Owens, whatever you want to think of me, Heifer, go ahead. We're selling BLEXIT. That would be epic. Oh my God, I want to see Candace going after Nikki. Nikki with fuss at the kick rocks. Yeah, Candace, if you go after Nicki Minaj, she would never do that. She know Nicki Minaj would kick her ass. Oh, Nicki Minaj would give her the business. She wouldn't play that. And she was like, I might be saved. We can Candace Owens. Yeah, okay. I understand a good rap beef, but I ain't playing with you. She would never go after Nicki Minaj. It's so crazy. Candace knows who to mess with. That's Erica Kirk not saying her name is the best response ever. I wish she would have kept that going and always used her attorney to respond for her. I surely wish she would have never flown out to Tennessee because that didn't change anything. But if Erica Kirk came out and said, we're going to be selling BLEXIT, and here's the amount we're selling it for, this is what it's valued at, Candace Owens is more than welcome to purchase it. If she can't afford to pay for it up front, we will put her ass on a payment plan. But because, of all of the stress, because we're going to be go ahead and doing an audit, whatever. We'll do the audit, but we have to sell BLEXIT. And we can make sure that the money we earn from selling BLEXIT is then used for this Doge audit. Win-win for us. Candace can buy it, or we'll just sell it and be done with it. I think that's a win-win for me. Win-win. Then the money we earn from that sale, we use to get this audit done. I'll take it. What y'all think? I think that's a win-win. Y'all let me know what you think. Sell BLEXIT and use that money to get an audit done. Just to have it done for the sake of having an audit done. That's a win-win for me. I think that's a fair exchange. I think they sold BLEXIT and they used the money to get that Doge financial audit. Win-win. They lose nothing. That would be fantastic. Just get rid of BLEXIT first. Get rid of BLEXIT. I think Turning Point USA would definitely feel a lot more lighter and airier. All of them will be able to go home and feel very good. They're getting the audit. They sold BLEXIT. They got that headache off their lap. Candace can do whatever she wants to do with it. Goodbye. That would be fantastic. That's a fair trade for me. That's more than fair. More than generous. Erica Kirk probably wouldn't even mind getting that audit done if she could sell BLEXIT. Because, she doesn't owe Candace anything. Stephanie said it's definitely revenge against everyone she feels wronged her. Yeah. Candace calls out the elites like she isn't one. Her husband's father is a lord, which means Candace has to be addressed honorable. Candace Farmer, his family worth hundreds of millions. Exactly. Hey, Tom, how you doing? What's going on? I haven't seen you in a minute. Merry Christmas. Hope all is well with you. Sifa said, laughing, Nikki will run it better. She thanked everyone when she bragged about being #1 podcast. Yeah. Yep. Oh, they say we're selling BLEXIT. Oh my God. That would be epic. That would be epic. I'm gonna make sure I tweet that out in Twitter X. Yeah. Y'all, TPUSA should sell BLEXIT. One less thing on their plate. That would be awesome. Right? I think Nikki would use the money wisely. Nikki had big money. Yeah. Erica says she had say she had a dream. Oh yeah, Erica should say she had a dream. Sell it to Nikki for $1. Miranda says 100. His father is the Lord, and if he is the first son, Then the title goes to him, but he has siblings who keep a private life. There's a possibility he isn't the first son. Oh, okay. You know what? I wonder if he felt like he had to get married by a certain time frame. I'm just curious on that. You know, like maybe if he wasn't married by a certain age or certain date, he wouldn't get a certain amount of money. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Now, I wonder, did he 18 days to propose to someone, and he could have married any other woman on earth that wanted to marry him, and he got Candace in 18 days with no romance? That sounds a bit fishy to me, Candace. Y'all let me know. 18 days. It sounds like one of those situations where if you're not married by this age, you're gonna be cut out of the will. We're gonna excommunicate you financially. We're kicking you to the curb. You're gonna have to get a job. Like what would be the driving force to propose to someone in 18 days? It's so weird. 18 days, no romance, no date. And he's like, I love you, will you marry me? Of all people, he could have probably proposed to another young lady that had a little bit more to offer. Candace came into this with nothing. I mean, she, she's not balling like that. And he proposed to her in 18 days. It sounds like you got a deadline sort of thing to me. That's how it sounds to me. CEO is about to lose a lot to the Macrons. Other podcasters have spoken to lawyers who say their case is strong and she about to be a broke person. Oh, yeah. Yo, we had Nicholas Brooks, a California attorney, on the show a couple weeks ago, two Saturdays ago. And yeah, it was Saturday before last. And he came in and we asked questions, and the way things are looking and the way things can go with especially the discovery, and put Candace on the oath. I'm gonna tell y'all, she's gonna fall flat on her face. Yeah, when it comes to anything regarding litigation matters or money, Candace seems to not be too strong in those areas. Because Candace, BLEXIT is proof that you don't know how to manage a business. It's proof. 1.7 million in the hole. And TPUSA came and bailed you out, basically. They acquired it. And they still have it. They can sell it. You're not being smart at all. It's not being smart at all. And I don't understand why you just won't buy it back. Then you don't have any connections to TPUSA, right? It shouldn't even bother you. You and George, y'all got the money now. Buy TPUSA. Buy BLEXIT back. Get that off their plate. It's so crazy. Didn't his father buy his Lord title? Child, who knows, Stephanie? Who knows? That's a good question. If Nikki's coming back to Jesus, Candy's going to say that. Don't stop. Nikki's coming back to Jesus, Candy's going to say that. Oh, man. That's funny. That's good. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is funny. This is funny. Good one. Oh, dear Lord. That's a good question. Do they have a prenup? There would be a prenup because Mr. Copper has his money tied up in assets and trusts. Do they have a prenup? I assume they do. I assume they do. Good God. Oh, man. I'm going to try to catch the guys on Charlie's podcast and drop it like I had to sell BLEXIT to Nikki. Yeah. That's what I'm going to be tweeting out. TPUSA should sell BLEXIT back to its original creator. Bye, girl. and wish it farewell. Since Candace thinks that TPUSA is so fraudulent. Why would you want something you built to be sitting under TPUSA then? Bye. Yeah, you can have this back. Oh man, George is her producer. I don't think he cares. Nah, he doesn't. He the man behind the camera. Oh, good Lord. Y'all, just saying, I heard that. All right, y'all, let's get some said, don't stop. I can't with you, man. If Nikki going to Jesus and Candace going to Satan. That's comment of the day. That's so funny. Oh, we got to tell the truth. We just got to tell it like it is. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all so much for the support. Proud Liberal sent the $2 super. Please support how great the LLC is. Donate money. Thank you so much. Just listen, y'all hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Proud Liberal, for the $2 super. Thank you so much, $5 super here. Job for 9. He does her merch. That was for Brandon Tatum. He still does her merch currently. So it goes to a P.O. box or something. It goes somewhere. A mailing address in Texas, I think. God. So he still works for her. He's on the payroll, I would assume, for Candace Owens LLC, maybe Georgetown Inc. Who knows? Because those LLCs are not, Georgetown Inc. and Candace Owens LLC are not, they're not registered as 501c3. So we probably won't be able to see their tax docs. But I'm just curious as to why I can't see Optimized Consulting now. Yeah, it's funny how that works, huh? And then there's the link to the website for Optimized Consulting. And then I want to make sure I'm saying this all right. Burundi? Is that it? Let me know if I'm mispronouncing your name. And I apologize if I am. Thank you for the $4.99 super. I bet BLEXIT has fraud connected to Candace. That's why she was booted from TPUSA and merged under their umbrella. She's the dirty elite. She talks bad. Yeah. And Candace doesn't realize like they can just sell BLEXIT. Candace, you keep forgetting TPUSA can sell BLEXIT. They probably do that before they continue to let you be a headache to them. Yeah, because they could just sell it. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Everything Candace do is projecting. Good job. So yeah, sell BLEXIT and get you some good sleep, girl. So I hope you guys enjoyed. This is all the information that I've been able to come across. If there's more information that I can come across, I will share it with you all. So make sure you guys check out the playlist, Candace Owens playlist for the coverage we did on Olympic Media LLC. I mean, we went hot and heavy with that. We pulled up the address. We looked up that 2-bedroom apartment, boys club, hangout spot, USA, who knows? And then, of course, you know, with Optimized Consulting LLC, it looks like they only work for them 2 years. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I want you guys to hit the like button on the way out and tune in tomorrow. We will go live after I work, of course. I appreciate all of you guys. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Hit that like button. Deuces.